I was sweating as I set up the camera in the teacher's lounge. Even though my best friend Sophia was watching the door, I had a sick feeling that we were going to get caught. "Hurry up," Sophia whispered. I fumbled with the camera, hiding it behind a pile of files. Then we got out of there as quickly as possible. No one was in sight. Sophia and I giggled as we ran away. "I can't wait to see what happens," she said. Have you ever had a teacher you just couldn't stand? Well, that's what it was like with Sophia and Miss Talbert. Since the start of the year, Miss T has been a real pain to Sophia, and by extension, me. She was so stuck up. Even the way she walked was annoying, like she had a stick up her butt. So when Sophia and I got stuck with her for the whole year, we pretty much knew it was game over. One day, Miss T showed up to school wearing a pink jumpsuit that really didn't look good on her. She left the class at one point to get more chalk when Sophia turned to me and said out loud, "Oh, God, what was Miss T thinking? Is she trying to look like the Pink Panther?" I tried to warn her with my eyes, but as Sophia turned back slowly, she saw Miss T standing right behind her, her face purple with rage. After that, she was out to get us. We couldn't even look at each other without Miss Talbert giving us a hard time. Whenever we had extra classes with her, we started ditching them. One afternoon, we were skipping class and watching TikTok videos in our spot behind the cafeteria when Miss Talbert caught us. She gave us detention for a full month. Oh my God. Sophia couldn't believe that we'd be stuck in school every Friday afternoon. She cursed Miss Talbert all through detention and kept saying she hated her and would get back at her. During one detention, we noticed that while most of the teachers disappeared off campus the second the school day was done, Miss T stuck around on Friday afternoons. Her car was one of two left in the parking lot. We decided to spy on her. Sophia grabbed my hand and pulled me towards her classroom. I had to admit, I always got a fluttering feeling in my tummy when Sophia touched me. Weird, but good weird. We snuck up to her classroom and peeked inside. No one was there. Curious, we walked around the school. We eventually found her in the teacher's lounge. Looking in through the window, we saw that she wasn't alone. She was with Mr. Faulkner. He was our math teacher from 2 years ago. Sophia gasped so loud that they turned around and looked through the window. I put my hand over Sophia's mouth and dived with her into the bushes. Miss T walked to the window and looked outside. Mr. Faulkner asked her if she saw anything, and then he walked up to her and told her that they needed to be more careful. I released my hand from Sophia's mouth. We looked at each other with the same kind of wild glee. We'd just stumbled on something huge. "We have to know what they're doing," said Sophia with more determination than I'd ever seen. "We have to." Finding out what they were up to was easier than I thought. All we had to do was leave one of our phones in the teacher's lounge just before detention started. The teacher's lounge was a ghost town after school on Fridays. Sophia kept watch while I placed the phone. Then we strolled down to detention with plenty of time to spare. Those 2 hours took forever. When detention was over, we raced out of there, grabbed my phone from the empty lounge, and got out as fast as we could. That evening, we grabbed a bowl of popcorn and sat down to watch the video. It was hilarious. Talbert and Faulkner were clearly in love. Faulkner told Mrs. T they should forget the school's policy. Miss T told him that they needed to be smart about their relationship and that it couldn't interfere with their work. That was when Faulkner said something that had Sophia and I rolling on the floor. "You are my work," said Faulkner. "You're my masterpiece, my inspired novel, my hit song." "That's so lame," said Sophia, clutching her stomach from laughing so hard. We spent the rest of the evening reenacting that scene, laughing. Sophia thought this was just too juicy not to be posted online, but I told her we'd get expelled if it was traced back to us. She looked really annoyed at first, but then she reluctantly agreed. The next morning, I woke up to hundreds of messages from my friends and people from school. I got up and checked my notifications. Apparently, one of the posts on the TikTok channel Sophia and I shared had thousands of views and comments. I checked my phone and almost died of shock. It was the video from the teacher's lounge. How had it been uploaded? I deleted it immediately, but I already knew it was too late. When I got to school, all the kids were cheering for me. Mark, this guy that all the girls thought was a total babe, walked by me and smiled. I found Sophia as soon as I could and scolded her for going behind my back and uploading the video. She started crying and said she was sorry. My heart melted immediately, and I couldn't stay mad at her. Actually, with all the attention we were getting, I couldn't decide if I should be happy or upset about the video going viral. My confusion didn't last too long. Sophia and I got called into the principal's office in the 4th period. We went into the principal's office. Long story short, every adult in the building was a fire-breathing dragon. Miss T and Faulkner were in the office, and they were furious. Talbert had clearly been crying. Faulkner looked like somebody had punched him. I didn't let Sophia take the fall for it. I just couldn't. I straight up told the principal that it was all my idea and Sophia had nothing to do with it. The principal freaking flipped. She started yelling about how I was a disgrace to the school and that I was suspended for a week. Then she told me to get out of her office. I waited outside for Sophia. Through the door, I heard the principal tell her that she needed to find a better friend. Hanging out with a rotten apple like me would hurt her chances of going to an Ivy League college. What came next really hurt. I could hear Sophia say, "Yeah, she's really spoiled. I shouldn't be friends with someone like her. It's already started to affect my grades." I heard the principal say there would be a disciplinary meeting for the 2 teachers as well. Faulkner stormed out of the office, followed by Miss T. Our eyes met. If looks could kill, there would be a dead Amy in the corridor. She said in a low, scary voice, "I'll make you pay for this, Amy." Before I could explain anything, she was gone. Then Sophia came out, and I could swear I saw a grin on her face. Maybe I'd imagined it because the next second, she looked pretty sad again. Instead of going to class, we went behind the cafeteria and quietly sat there. She squeezed my hand and said she was sorry she'd gotten me into trouble. I told her I felt very hurt that she had agreed with the principal in the office. She just looked at me with those big blue eyes and said, of course she didn't mean a word of it. How could I even believe that? Before I knew what I was doing, I leaned in to kiss her. She pushed me away. She was horrified and disgusted. I have to go, said Sophia. She picked up her bag and basically ran away from me as I tried to explain to her how much I loved her. No, what had I done? What was wrong with me? Why did I just blurt it out? She was going to hate me now. My parents went insane when they found out about the whole thing, and they were doubly pissed at Sophia for letting me take the fall alone. They asked me why I even stood up for her. I wasn't ready to have that conversation, so I yelled at them and told them to mind their own business. I was grounded for a week. I was an overnight hit at school, though. Turns out, going against a teacher everyone hates makes you really cool. In fact, Miss T and Faulkner got fired. Also, Faulkner had broken up with her and put the entire blame on her. I was a legend around school. I was getting texts and calls from people I didn't even know existed, and getting invites to all the coolest parties. Sophia had always said she hated those parties, so we never went, but now I could go. This was awesome. I sneaked out late at night to a party that weekend. People greeted me like I was a celebrity. I was getting high fives and smiles from everyone. Then I saw Sophia, a few feet away, dancing and laughing with a bunch of people around her. I was so shocked. I thought she hated these noisy parties. It really didn't look like her first one. What is going on with her? The next day, I noticed Sophia had blocked my number. I was devastated that my best friend had turned so cold-hearted. Eventually, I figured I could use the attention I was getting to forget about Sophia. Everyone seemed to think that I was a rebel, so I became one. I started hanging out with the other rebels, and I even started dating Mark. Mark had a motorbike and barely even went to school. I figured Sophia might even be jealous. Besides, if Sophia ever spilled my secret, dating him was a good way to cover things up. I spent the next few weeks doing extremely stupid stuff with my new friends. I was ditching school all the time and staying out late. We would go around the neighborhood on bikes and throw eggs at people's cars and houses. On one of our eggscapades, Mark was driving really fast and his bike slipped, and we both landed hard on the street. I had scrapes all over my arms and knees. After that, my parents pulled me aside and asked me what was going on with me. They told me that they barely recognized me with my crazy new hair, and it wasn't like me to behave this way. People had been telling them so many bad things about me. "You have no idea what I'm going through," I yelled. "Just leave me alone." And they did. I felt miserable. I sneaked out after Mom and Dad had gone to bed to Mark's place. We were just hanging out when Mark suddenly tried to kiss me. I pushed him off. He looked surprised and asked me if I was gay or something. How did he know? He simply shook his head and said, "Lucky guess." I ended up telling him everything. I said that I was sorry I'd been pretending to be into him, but I made him swear he wouldn't tell anyone. He was actually pretty sweet about it. He said it was okay and my secret was safe with him. But the next day, when I went to school, the most horrible thing happened. I was called into the principal's office again. What now? I went to the office. I saw Miss Talbert standing there looking furious. Wait, Why was she back here? The minute she saw me, she jumped down my throat. Apparently, someone had trashed her house. You had the guts to go into my house and leave a threatening note? She screamed at me. Who do you think you are, you idiot? All my protests that it wasn't me fell on deaf ears. I got suspended again. The minute I got home, I called Mark and told him what had happened. He said she was just out to get me and was probably making all this stuff up. I felt so angry at being set up by her. Mark told me to meet him later at a party that night, and we'd discuss how to get back at Miss T. I found Mark at the party, and he told me we should go talk in private. He took me to a dark, empty hall where I could barely see anything. Then, to my surprise, he took my hand and said, "I'm so confused about my feelings for you, Ames." Suddenly, he pulled me towards him and leaned in for a kiss. I nearly fainted. I pushed him off and jumped to my feet. "You know I love Sophia," I yelled at him angrily. "I will never love anyone else." I heard people laughing and the lights came on. I almost died of shock. Everyone I knew from school was there, even Sophia. I couldn't understand what was happening. Mark said, "You shouldn't have wasted my time all these weeks if you're into girls." Then he said he was really mad at me because I'd just pretended to like him, and it was him who trashed Talbert's house. Everyone was looking at me and whispering stuff. She told Sophia she loved her, and Sophia stopped talking to her because she's totally weirded out. That's why they don't hang out anymore. I ran out of there with tears in my eyes. I couldn't believe Mark would stoop to this. The next morning, things got even worse. Someone had made a video of what happened last night and had uploaded it to TikTok. I was ruined. There was no way I could show my face at school. When my suspension was over, I had to go back. No one would let me live this down. Everywhere I went, people made fun of me. I wanted to disappear. I also realized how terrible it felt to have your privacy violated. Maybe this was all karma for making that stupid video. Just when I thought my life couldn't get any worse, it did. I got a call from my dad saying Mom had been in a terrible accident. I rushed to the hospital. While she was asleep, I cried and felt so terrible for what a horrible person I'd become. Dad and I were called into the police station and shown the CCTV footage of the accident. It had been a hit and run, and they were trying to get a hold of the driver. I could hardly believe my eyes as they zoomed in. Wasn't Miss T's car the same model? And it was definitely a woman in the driving seat, and those pink clothes looked all too familiar. Was she that crazy that she'd try to hurt my mom just to get back at me? This was insane. I had to make sure I was right before I reported her to the police. I went to her house, but I couldn't see anyone around. Luckily, the garage gate was slightly open. I slid under it and turned my flashlight on. I had to get a good look at her car. If it was banged up and had the same number plate, I had my culprit. Boy, was I going to make her pay for hurting my mom. The car was dented in the front. I had her now. But then I checked the number plate. The car was the exact same brand and model, but the number was completely different. I sat on the floor with my back to the car, holding my head in my hands. Was I just losing my mind? Suddenly, the light went on, and there was Miss T standing in the door that led into the house. She looked really surprised to see me. Weirdly, though, she didn't seem angry at all. I started crying, and she told me to come inside. I told her everything that had happened the past few weeks. She listened to me quietly, and once I was done, she said something that completely shook me. "I know it's not you, Amy. It took me a while to figure out who the real culprit was, and why they would want to hurt me." She took out her phone and showed me a few pictures of a young girl who looked a bit familiar. In one, she was standing with a doll's head in one hand and the rest of it in the other, and she was laughing hard. In another, she seemed to be trying to choke a frog. Miss T said that she had dated the girl's father for a while, and she noticed that the child's behavior was rather violent and disturbing. She told the girl's father when she nearly killed her pet hamster. After that, the girl seemed to be after her with a vengeance. She made her life miserable and was always playing pranks on her or telling lies about Miss T to her dad, who seemed to believe them. She could be very manipulative and sweet when she wanted to be. Eventually, Miss T had enough, and she broke up with him and moved out soon after. The child's name was Sophie. It was only recently that Miss T figured out Sophia was the same kid. I couldn't believe it. Sophia had broken my heart, but the girl I loved wasn't a psycho. There was only one person who could clear this up. I looked for her everywhere the next day at school, but what I saw left me thunderstruck. I found Sophia and Mark making out under the bleachers. When they pulled away, Sophia asked Mark, Does the idiot suspect anything? I just knew she was talking about me. All my rage and love and hurt bubbled over, and I did exactly what she had done. I took out my camera. They talked about how they had both played me, and Sophia got her revenge not only on Miss T, but also lame, stupid Amy. I was furious, but to my delight, they discussed literally everything they had done to set me and Miss T up. I gasped. Apparently, Mr. Faulkner was only playing with Miss T. Sophia had bribed him to break her heart. And me? Sophia wanted to play me simply because she could. She was a psycho, all right. Now that I had her confession, the rest was easy. Mark was suspended for a month. Sophia's father was called in, and she had to leave the school for good. She didn't go quietly. There was a lot of kicking and screaming. I decided to get my act together and focus on my studies. Enough drama for me. Oh, and Miss T is my new math tutor. We may even be friends now, too.
Hey friends, I'm Vanya from Moldova. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town to a single mom who made it big when she moved to the big city. Mom was an entrepreneur, and every business she'd start would become a gold mine. And Mom spoiled me rotten. I just had to look at something and she'd get it for me. For my 8th birthday, I asked her if I could have a bigger swimming pool. And she got a water park installed in her backyard. My friends and I went crazy when we saw it. Oh, my God, Mom, you're the best. Anything for you, love. And remember what the doctor said. Talk slowly and you won't stutter that much. Yeah, I used to stutter a lot when I was young. I mostly had it under control, but it could get worse when I was nervous or excited. But other than that, my life was perfect, and everyone wished they were me. That is, until the 10th grade when Mom's company stock crashed one day, and she was left with nothing. We were gonna lose our house. I decided to reach out to my friends for help, but that's when they all showed their true colors. So sorry, Vanya, but we're facing financial problems too. I want to help, but my dad works really hard and I don't think he'll give your mom money. He always says she got rich by pure luck. Luck? My mom works really... Your mom works really hard? I don't think so, and Dad's right. Now go away, please. We don't have all day for you to finish your sentence. Gosh, people could change so fast. We did lose the house, and Mom decided to send me to her hometown to live with a friend for a while. Though I hated the idea of being away from her, I agreed for her sake. By the time I landed at the airport, I was already homesick. But just then, I saw a boy my age holding a placard with my name. Hey, you must be here for me. Wow, it's really hot here. Wait, aren't you gonna pick up my bags? Oh, I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? I'm Dimitri, and guess what? I'm not your servant, so pick them up yourself. How rude. I carried my bags and followed him outside to find a donkey? Where's the car? Gosh, you sound like a broken record. That's your ride, princess, so hop on. That was my first time on a donkey cart. I didn't mind, but the entire way I felt like punching this boy Dimitri for making fun of me. Mom's friend was lovely though. She hugged me the moment she saw me and then took me to a tiny room. This is so cute. My cat has a room just like this. I had to leave my room for this city brat? Look, if you don't like it, you can always sleep in the basement. It's got lots of space, and pets too. A family of rats. What a jerk! I wouldn't have lasted a day there without his amazing mom, and I mostly tried to pretend he didn't exist. A week later, I started school, and surprisingly, I made friends instantly. But soon I discovered why. All the girls wanted to know what it was like living under the same roof as Dimitri. Not great, because he's a moron. A handsome moron. A few days later, our school was having a football match and I volunteered as the water girl. Dimitri was team captain and all the girls were chanting his name. Jeez, so lame. Sure, he was handsome, but just a little. I was so busy looking at him that I didn't notice this player trying to catch a ball, and he crashed straight into me. Are you trying to kill me? Watch where you're going. Great advice. I'll remember it for next time. He just smiled like an idiot, and before running off, he winked at me. The next day, I saw the same player outside my school with a car full of roses. As soon as he spotted me, his silly smile was back. "Hey, beautiful, these are for you. By the way, I'm Nova." "Wow, that's a lot of roses. Thanks." Nova was on the football team of another school, but he just turned up outside every day to ask me out. I kept saying no, but he wasn't taking it. And then one day at home, I saw a car pull up outside with Nova in the back seat. He'd found out where I lived? But just then, I saw Dimitri's mom go to the car, and the driver stepped out, handed her an envelope, and left. What was that all about? Later, I asked Dimitri's mom, and she told me her husband used to work for Nova's dad. And even after he was gone, the family kept helping her with money. They were even paying for Dimitri's school. Wow, that made me see Nova in a different light. So the next time he asked me out, I said yes. When Nova picked me up for our first date, he said, "I was surprised this is where you live. How do you know these people?" I told him everything about why I'd moved here. "I'm sorry, that sounds tough. But just be careful of that Dimitri." "What do you mean?" "Dimitri's dad worked for us, and we'd play together as kids. But I always felt like he resented us, especially me. Like, he hates me because I was born rich, and he wasn't. I'm sure he has nothing nice to say about me, even after everything my family does for him." I didn't have trouble believing that. Dimitri was always mocking me too for being some rich brat. My date with Nova was totally unexpected. Instead of taking me to some fancy restaurant, he took me to a soup kitchen for the homeless, and we signed up as volunteers. I always come here when I want to do something special. Feels good, doesn't it? This boy was so sweet. When he dropped me back home, I found Dimitri on the porch. "Seriously? You're dating Nova? Did the rest of the male population die?" "What's your problem? He's a nice guy." "Oh yeah. So where'd you go on a date? Was it an orphanage this time? Or a pet shelter to see some poor puppies? That's the kind of stuff he does on first dates to impress girls." "I don't expect you to understand what it means to be genuinely nice." "I didn't expect you to be this dumb. But hey, you surprised me. Actually, you guys deserve each other. Two spoiled brats." Nova was right about him. He sounded so judgy and bitter. I started going out with Nova and was having a good time, but he was always too generous with fancy dinners and gifts, which made me uncomfortable. "Nova, I wish you wouldn't. I can't give you gifts like these." "I'm not expecting anything, but I can spoil my girlfriend, can't I?" He gently kissed me for the first time, and I didn't exactly feel sparks. And I felt he was falling for me much too fast. The next morning, I didn't see Dimitri or his mom anywhere, and then I found them both in her room. She was in bed with a high fever. When we called the doctor, he said she'd caught some virus. He advised us to stay home from school for 2 weeks too. I really wanted to help in some way, so I made soup for her. I was carrying it up to her room when Dimitri stopped me. "What's that?" "It's soup? Mom would give this to me when I was sick." "No thanks. You're not giving that to my mom. How would you know how to cook anything when you never had to lift a finger?" And suddenly, I snapped. "Dimitri, can you just shut up for once? Yeah, I used to be rich. It's not a crime. And I'm not useless and spoiled." I pushed him aside and went up with the tray. Gosh, I was so sick of him. Later at night, there was a knock on my door, and Dimitri peeked in. I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." "Yeah, you shouldn't have, but it's okay. I get that you're worried about your mom." "Yeah, but I haven't been very nice to you. I'll be better." After that day, Dimitri and I kinda became friends. We took turns caring for his mom and doing household chores, and at night, we'd sit outside and talk for hours. He was sweet and simple, and was really starting to grow on me. 2 weeks flew by, and his mom recovered completely. One day, Dimitri was working in the garden while I was reading and observing how good he looked without a shirt on, when suddenly he spoke. "Hey, Vanya, can you check if the water's coming from the hose? I don't know if it's broken or..." Just as I picked it up, water came gushing straight at my face, and Dmitri was laughing like crazy. Gosh, you are so easy to trick. I picked up a handful of mud as he ran off. As I was chasing him, he tripped and fell, and then I rubbed the mud all over his face. What are you doing to her, jerk? Nova was about to attack Dmitri when I stopped him. Hey, we were just playing. I started it. And why were you doing that? Did you forget I was picking you up for dinner? You're gonna tell her what she can and can't do now? The boys looked ready to kill each other, so I dragged Nova aside and told him to wait in the car while I cleaned up. I had totally forgotten about dinner at his place. Nova lived in a mansion with his dad, who welcomed me warmly. You're living with Dmitri and his mom, right? His father was a close friend of mine. Friend? Come on, Dad. He was our servant. Dad's really soft-hearted and likes helping people. Dmitri would have never gone to school if it weren't for him. And I'm glad I helped, because that boy is hardworking and will make something of himself, unlike some entitled rich kids I know. Just then, his dad excused himself, and Nova flung his plate at the wall. This is what happens every time I bring that jerk up. Dad has always liked Dmitri more than me. I'm sure that's not true. Don't think I'm blind or stupid. You like Dmitri more too, don't you? You've been avoiding me for 2 weeks just to spend more time with him. Are you crazy? I told you his mom was unwell. Liar. I stared at him in shock, and he suddenly snapped out of his anger. Vanya, I'm sorry. I'd like to go home, please. With the driver. I felt shaken on my way back. Nova was turning out to be really strange. And at home, Dmitri was sitting in the kitchen with an unpleasant face. You're back early. Were you waiting for me? Yeah, waiting to tell you that you're an idiot for dating Nova. He's fake and horrible. Why can't you see that? Are you blinded by his expensive gifts? Or too impressed by his fancy cars and mansion? I was gonna tell him I was breaking up with Nova, but that made me so mad. There you are, back to being a jerk. Mind your own business, Dmitri, and don't talk to me. Dmitri and I stopped talking after that day, and I broke up with Nova too. He kept begging me to forgive him, but I held my ground. He was just too much. A few days later, Mom called me with the most amazing news. Her company was up and running again, and she wanted me to come home. I decided I'd leave right after the final exams the next week. There was nothing keeping me here anyway. After exam week, there was a big football match between our school and Nova's, and I made sure to sit far behind on the bleachers so he wouldn't spot me. The match was an intense one. Dmitri and Nova kept butting heads on the field and almost broke into a fight, but our team won by a large margin, and Nova stormed off the field furiously. Dmitri looked so happy, and I wanted to congratulate him. I thought I'd catch him outside the locker room, but I walked into the building to find 2 guys pinning him against the wall as Nova punched him. Stop it, Nova! Don't hurt him! Nova turned to me with crazy eyes. Oh, how worried you are now. But you didn't care when you hurt me. I know you broke up with me because you have feelings for this worm. After all that money I spent on you, I thought because you were rich once, you'd have some class. But you're just cheap. You're a psycho. And yeah, I like Dmitri a lot. Now I understand why your dad likes him better. You'll pay for saying that. I'll make sure Dad stops giving them any money. I'll convince him, you'll see. No, you won't, Nova, because I've seen everything I needed to. And I am so disappointed in you. We turned around to see Nova's dad, who'd come to see the match, and he looked furious. He grabbed Nova's arm and led him away. Dmitri, are you okay? Your face. I'm fine, Vanya. I should have listened to you about Nova. No, I was unfair and mean to you, and I'm really sorry. About what you said back there, is it true? Which part? The part where you said you like me a lot? Yeah, I like you. Big deal. Like me? Because I like you. I guess it's just you then. He grinned and pulled me in for a kiss, and it was perfect.
Where is it? Turning my whole closet upside down looking for my black top. It was literally the one cute thing I had. Just then, Mom walked into my room, all dressed up for a night out, in a shirt 2 sizes too small for her. Mom, that's mine. Give it back. I have to wear it to a party. Don't be such a baby. Wear something else. Then she picked up my earrings from my dressing table and was off before I could even protest. Living with my mom was like living with an out-of-control, greedy, stupid teenager. As if she didn't have enough things of her own, she was always stealing my stuff too. And Dad's. One time, when I was about 6, I remember she was about to go out wearing Dad's black shorts as a dress. I giggled because she looked so funny, but Dad was furious that she was going out looking so ridiculous. As I grew up, I started to find her silliness less funny. Once, I had friends over, and it was so embarrassing when they walked past Mom's room and saw boy band posters plastered all over the walls. We were listening to some music in my room, and she came and joined us and wouldn't stop dancing like crazy. Mom always wanted to hang out with my friends when they were over, all except Brittany. For some reason, she just seemed to hate her. No matter how nice or polite Brittany was to her, she couldn't even get a decent hello out of Mom. Once when we were in the 4th grade, Brittany and I were having the time of our lives when Mom walked in. She went absolutely insane on Brittany for teaching me how to make all this junk food and for turning me into a cow just like herself. Brittany just stood silently. What's wrong with her? I should report her to Child Services for being so mean. I'm so sorry, Britt, I said after Mom had walked off. It's okay. My dad's kind of like that too. Don't be mad. She's your mom after all. Fine. I won't report her. I'll just choke her in her sleep maybe, I said, and we both burst out laughing. Of course, Brittany didn't come over much after that, and that wasn't even the worst of it. What I found the most annoying was how much she gossiped. I'm sure her neck had stretched a few inches from always peeking over the garden fence to see what our neighbors were up to. She was in everyone's business. Dad hated it, and they were always fighting. Just the other day, I came down to breakfast to this conversation. Why were you looking into our neighbor's bathroom while he was showering? Dad was asking Mom, sounding disgusted. That wasn't the bathroom, you idiot. I don't know what your problem is, she shouted back. I sighed and left for school without breakfast. I was so sick of all this fighting. I was her complete opposite, so we didn't really get along. She kept calling me a nerd and a freak, which really pissed me off. One day in school, as I was putting my stuff away, someone came by and leaned against the lockers. I looked up, and all of my notebooks went crashing down on the floor. It was Peter, the one I'd been dreaming of every day and writing about in my diary every night. And he was looking right at me. He laughed and helped me pick up my things. I'd turned as red as a tomato. I don't remember what I managed to say, but I definitely just stared at him with my mouth open when he said these words. So, Mandy, would you like to go watch the game with me tomorrow? I looked around as if I was expecting another girl named Mandy to be standing right behind me. He knew my name? I managed to stutter out, yes? He said a casual, pick you up at 6, and walked off. I just stared at his back, and then I ran off to tell Brittany. We were both screaming and jumping up and down with excitement. The next few weeks seemed right out of a fairy tale. He was so charming and cute. He gave me flowers and took me out on intimate picnics and to baseball games. But of course, I wouldn't invite him to my house. My crazy mom would freak him out. As I was admiring myself in the mirror in this really cute dress he'd bought for me, Mom walked in. I could see her greedy eyes taking in my dress. That would look so much better on me. Red's really not your color, honey. I just rolled my eyes and ignored her. But what she said next left me in tears. I have no idea why the most popular boy in the school is suddenly into a nerd like you. You're really not his type. She laughed and she walked away. Ouch! I brushed away my tears angrily, but felt better when Brittany said that I looked hot. I ran out when I heard Peter's car outside. He looked really distracted at dinner and was constantly texting. He got up to go to the bathroom, but his phone kept pinging. I turned it around and the name Jenny kept popping up, but I decided to let it go for now. He was supposed to come over for a study date the next evening, but he said he had football practice going on till late. An hour later, I logged onto Instagram and saw that Peter was at a party at some girl from our school's place. Was Mom right? He didn't really like me? No, that crazy woman could never be right. I decided to confront him in person the next day. The next day, after his football match, I stormed onto the field, but when I got there, I saw him walking off the field towards me, looking mad as a raging bull. Just as I was about to shout at him, he shouted first. Can you believe it? I've been kicked off the team. I fell silent as he went on and on about how his stupid friend had insulted him and they'd gotten into a fight and Peter had punched him. The idiot coach refused to even listen to me and has disqualified me for the rest of the season. I can't afford this, Mandy. I need that sports scholarship for college. With angry tears in his eyes, Peter grabbed his things from the locker and left school early that day. I tried to call him a few times, but he just wouldn't pick up. The next morning when I went to school, I noticed that everyone was gathered outside, talking in hushed voices. I could smell smoke in the air. Brittany said that the sports complex had burnt to the ground last night. The firefighters had managed to put out the fire completely, but everything was ruined. Oh, all my precious things. Just then, Peter joined us, looking shocked, and said he'd heard the awful news, but he was definitely having a hard time keeping the grin off his face when he saw Mr. Jenkins crying. Geez, what a loser, he said in a low voice and walked away. I followed him out after class to talk. A few steps behind him, I saw him take his phone out and make a call. Yeah, I know. Really burnt everything to the ground, didn't we? That was fun. I turned back around, feeling a bit sick and really alarmed. Was my dreamy boyfriend a psycho who had set the sports complex on fire? Peter was either a cheater or a criminal or both. I needed to know more, and for that, I had to recruit a Class A snoop. My mother. I wanted to smack her face because she looked so smug as I told her everything. Once she was done putting nail polish on, she looked up at me and said, "Okay, sure, honey. I'll see what I can find." Wow, that was easy and kinda sweet. It's gonna cost you. How much will you pay me to watch your boyfriend? Of course. I said she could have half my monthly allowance now, and I'd pay her more later when she found something out. Oh, and I'm going to need that red dress, too, she said, winking at me. The next week, I played it totally cool with Peter. He was being nice to me again. As he kissed me one day, I just felt myself melting. Maybe I'd just made a big deal out of nothing, I thought. Or maybe I hadn't. It turned out to be even worse. When I got home from school one day, Mom was waiting in the kitchen for me, almost hopping with excitement. She told me she was friends with Peter's dad, and he'd invited her over when no one was home. She winked as she said this, and I cringed. Ugh. And she had excused herself to go to the bathroom and snuck up to Peter's room instead. Mom said, I looked under his bed and found some things. A huge poster of Dr. Phil, a can of kerosene, and, oh, some pages from your diary. I read the first line and fell off my chair. I stared at them in horror. They weren't the actual pages torn from my diary. These were photocopies, and they were all from the days before Peter had asked me out. My face burned as I thought about how he must have laughed at me as he read them. I saw Mom's face, and it made me even angrier. She was trying very hard not to laugh. Of course, she had read them too. Furious, I grabbed the pages and headed over to his house. I walked into his room and slammed the door shut, but he still didn't hear me over all the things he was blowing up on the screen. I reached over to him and snatched the headphones off his head. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He yelled, jumping from his chair. What the hell is this? I spat, throwing the pages at him. Oh, poor Mandy. You really were so easy. I guess there's no keeping secrets now since you've been a little snoop and found it all out. I stood frozen on the spot, not sure what he was even talking about. He told me that someone had given him the diary pages and begged him to ask me out in exchange for doing all his assignments, projects, and college applications. It was a great deal for him and he needed to focus on his football. You're lying, I shouted. Who else would be able to take my diary? Think hard, Mandy. Think real hard, he said, grinning. Mom? My mind was racing. No, she was crazy all right, but she was too dumb to do his schoolwork. I could only think of one other person who could have sneaked out my diary. I gasped. There was only one person. Why? I managed to say. She really seems to hate you. She told me to ask you out, make you fall in love with me, and then dump you publicly. I snatched back the papers and threw the glass of soda sitting on the table at him. I'm not gonna let you off the hook. I'm reporting you to the police. I screamed furiously. For what? Making you think I was in love with you? I'm sure they'll slap on the handcuffs for that, he roared with laughter. For burning the building down, you psycho, I said. He stopped mid-laughter, looking at me stupidly. I heard you talking to someone about how much fun it was to burn the place down, I said. He was in fits of laughter again, wiping tears from his eyes. He told me I was the dumbest spy on the planet, pointing to his TV screen. He said that the video game is what he had been talking about on the phone with his friend, and the can of kerosene was for cleaning paintbrushes. I stormed off, feeling utterly humiliated and stupid. I had to talk to the person who wanted to humiliate me, my best friend, Brittany. When I rang the bell at Brittany's house, she didn't look surprised to see me. "Let's talk outside, shall we?" she said. With tears rolling down my cheeks, I waved the pages at her and asked her why she would hurt me like this. What had I ever done to her? What she said left me in complete shock. "It's your dad." Or should I say, our dad. Brittany looked furious as she explained that she had recently found out that we were half-sisters, and our dad had abandoned her mom. "You got the chance to live with your real parents, while I lived with a man who never loved me and always abused me. Mom was too weak to do anything. It's not fair. I hate you." I couldn't believe a word of it. There had to be some mistake. I ran back home and barged into Dad's study. "Tell me the truth about Brittany." He stared at me, turning pale. He started crying and explained that he and Brittany's mom used to work together and he fell in love with her because she was so lovely. But Mom couldn't take care of herself, so he couldn't just leave her. He had to choose my crazy mom. Just then, Mom came in. She looked at our faces and was immediately dying to know what was happening. Dad and I stared at each other silently, not sure how to break it to her. "I want to know what the two of you," but suddenly we were interrupted by the sirens of a police car right outside our house. We went out to take a look, and suddenly, two policemen walked straight up to Mom and told her she was under arrest. We were all shocked to find out that one of our neighbors had reported her for trespassing. Their security cameras had caught her breaking in and snooping around their rooms. Mom kept protesting that she'd been hired by someone as an investigator, as if. While she was being dragged away, she looked back at us and screamed, "At least tell me what you guys were talking about." Jeez. Dad walked up to one of the officers, gave him some money, and said, "Keep her in there for a few days, will ya?" He turned around to me, smiled, and hugged me. "Now we can finally have some peace."
Hi, I'm Amika from Houston. Before you listen to my story, please like and subscribe. My dad left us when I was 5. Mom took up a job in a restaurant and was always working hard for us. I felt really bad, so I decided I was going to get us a dad again. One day when I was in the restaurant, a boy my age came there with his father. I saw the man holding his son's hand, laughing and giving high fives. I wanted him to be my dad. When he went to the washroom, I walked up to the boy who was eating ice cream. "Hey, you like that ice cream? Want to have more? My mom works here, so I'll give it to you for free. But can you give me your dad instead?" The little devil yelled. Mom rushed in, and so did the man. Mom then apologized and took me to the kitchen. "What was that, Amy? Just go get your things. We're going home." Years passed, but my mission of finding a new dad never stopped. One day, I thought of doing something big. I told Mom I'll take charge of distributing the menu cards. I went from table to table giving the cards, but not just that. I whispered something to every man I saw. "Please, marry my mommy. She's over there, the tall, cute one." Some smiled, some ignored, but I didn't stop. There was a big crowd for lunch, and I went to a rich-looking man and said the same. But he lost it. He immediately called the manager and complained about Mom and me. And then everybody else joined him. "Yeah, this girl asked me the same stupid thing. I'm married. We're leaving. Me too. This place is crazy." What a mess. Mom got fired instantly, and she went bonkers at me. "Enough, Amy. Just stop all of this. I don't want another man." "Okay, Mommy, not another man. Let's get back the one who left then. My own dad." "Gosh, Amika, how do I tell you this? He's not even your dad. Wait, what? Are you serious? So, who's my real dad?
I don't think you should know that now. Not ever, actually. Just go to bed. For weeks, I tried asking Mom about my real dad, but she wouldn't budge. So one night, when she was asleep, I snuck into her room and started searching all around for some clue. Then I found an old photo in a drawer. It was a picture of Mom with a man, and next to it, there was a locket that said, "Forever yours, Richard." Now, I gotta find this Richard, because it was quite likely that he was my dad. I took the photo and the locket and left for my room. I didn't ask Mom again. I'd just have to find Dad myself when I was older. I decided to put my head down and focus on studies. And in the 8th grade, I got a scholarship to study in a fancy private school in town for free. That was awesome. I sat in my new class with so much excitement. But then the teacher asked me to make an introduction speech in front of the class. I hated public speaking. My hands started shivering when suddenly a boy held my hand. "Hey, chill. You somehow remind me of my dad. He always says it's okay to be afraid. You know what I did on my first day? Just peed my pants." "Go, say anything. I'm gonna clap for you anyway." Wow, that was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard. With that, I made my speech really well, and everyone clapped, but only after him. His name was Justin, and I felt some instant connection with him. And we sat together and shared lunch that day. We became friends and only got closer over the years. Also, he said he didn't have a mom, but was really close to his dad. And then once at the parent-teachers meeting, Justin took me to the cafeteria to meet him. When I saw him, I noticed he had flaming red hair, just like me. But the shocking part was, he was the guy from Mom's album, and his name was Richard. Could he be my real dad? This was unbelievable. He left soon after, but I couldn't get him off my mind. As I saw him leaving, Mom walked in and they almost bumped into each other. And then they started talking like old pals. They knew each other. This confirmed it. So Justin's dad was totally my real dad? I knew Mom wasn't going to tell me anything. I had to see Justin's dad again and try to find out the truth. Just when I was thinking how I'd get myself an invitation to Justin's house, I saw him coming out of the basketball stadium with bruises on his knees, and I suddenly had an idea. "Hey, Justin, I think you're hurt. Please, let me walk you home?" He said he was perfectly fine, but he invited me over for dinner that evening anyway. Now, I was so excited to meet my dad. The moment I reached his place, though, Justin said his dad was out of town on business for a week. Oh no. He then took my hand and led me to the dining hall. And I was in shock. There was slow music, candlelights, and flowers. Oh no, this sure wasn't right. I was about to drop his hand, but then he pulled me closer and we started dancing. Oh my God, this had to stop. But then he came forward to kiss me and I screamed, No, we can't do this. You're my brother." "Wait, what? If you don't like me, just say that. You don't have to call me your brother." "I don't hate you, but I can't like you either, because you probably are my brother." I explained everything that was running in my head about his dad and my mom, and he looked like he was going to be sick. "Yeah, maybe that's why you both are similar in a few ways. But how can you be sure with just a photo? We need solid proof." That was right. The one thing that would really help would be a DNA test. We looked around for his dad's comb so we could get a few strands of his hair, but none of his combs were there. Maybe he took them with him on the trip? After hours of searching, we were unable to find a single strand of Dad's hair. So for now, I had only one option: to confront Mom. But when I got home, a bigger shock was waiting for me. Mom had left a note saying she was going abroad on a sudden trip for a week. Her too? This made my doubts about Justin's dad and her even heavier. I called Justin and told him the news, and he said he was coming over. We talked about our parents for a while and then started watching a movie together. Titanic was the only one playing. I made sure to get the popcorn tub between us while we sat on the sofa, but sometime later, the popcorn was gone, and I realized we were somehow sitting very close to each other now. And when Jack kissed Rose, Justin looked at me with the cutest puppy eyes. Oh no, this wasn't happening. I closed my eyes and started chanting, "Brother, brother, brother." Ew, heck no. He jumped up from the sofa and left. This was getting embarrassing for both of us. We had to set boundaries if we were going to hang out together. The next day, before I went to meet Justin, I bought some customized t-shirts for both Justin and me. His shirt said, "Amika's brother," and mine said, "I am Amika." Better always wear this, so we don't confuse our emotions. He didn't look that happy, but wore it anyway. That evening, as I was cooking dinner, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a man outside who said he was looking for my mom. When I asked him his name, he said it was Richard. Gosh, Mom, another Richard? I wanted to get some more details, so I invited him in. "Hey, listen, Mr. Richard, you might want to sit down for this. You see, the thing is, it's quite possible that I'm your daughter. You're probably my dad." He leapt up like he had an electric shock. "What? My daughter? No, it can't be." And with that, he pushed me aside and ran out like crazy. I ran after him shouting, "Hey, wait, I'm not crazy. I'm pretty great once you get to know me. Just stop, Dad." He didn't, but at least I managed to get his car's license plate. I told Justin about this, and he was even more eager than me to find out about this new Richard. "So it's possible he could be your dad too then? If yes, then we're not siblings." That's amazing. I'm gonna pray for that now. Justin and I worked hard to trace this new Richard and finally got his address. We went up to his house that evening and sneaked in. We were looking around for clues in the master bedroom when suddenly we heard footsteps outside. I quickly pulled Justin into a small closet. God, how long do you think we'll have to hide in here? I'm sorry to drag you into this. I don't mind doing anything for you, Amika. Also, your hair smells really nice. Justin, would you cut it out? You could be my frickin' brother. Just then the closet door opened, and Richard was staring at us in shock as we stepped out. And then he saw our t-shirts and nearly fainted. "Oh my God, are you two twins? This is a nightmare. You have to leave right now. If my family finds out about you, they'll kill me." "Oh, so you have another family, huh? But you abandoned me, Dad." "Shush, don't call me that. They'll hear you." Dad, Daddy!" He shushed me again. "Don't shush me like I'm a kid. I'm 15 and I deserve to know the truth." "Oh, thank God. You're 15? I left your mom way before that, so you can't be my kid. I only came to your house the other day because I found an old diary of your mom's and I wanted to return it. But then you called me Dad and I freaked out. But I am so relieved now." And he started doing a happy dance. Seriously? So it was back to Justin's dad again? We walked back home to my place in silence, feeling upset. As we sat down for dinner, the door lock turned and Mom let herself in. Finally! And right behind her was Justin's dad. Dad? So we were right about you guys? But wait, there was another man who stepped in just then, and Mom took his hand. "Mom, I am so sick of this. Now don't tell me you brought another Richard." "Yes, but how did you know?" "If you don't tell me who's my real dad right now, I'm gonna run away." "Me too." "Calm down, darling. Let me tell you everything." And finally, she did. Turns out, the new guy who Mom had brought was my real dad. He'd been at war when I was born, and then he'd gone missing. So Mom remarried after some time and kept the truth about my real dad from me. But what about Justin's dad? I saw him with you in a photo, and there was a locket too. Isn't he your Richard forever? No, Justin's dad is just my college friend. The three of us studied together. He heard your real dad had been found, and we went together to get him. This is my Richard forever. Oh my God, I'd finally found my real dad now. I looked at him awestruck, and he came forward and hugged me tight. I then turned around and saw someone looking even happier than me. Justin, I think you can take that t-shirt off now." I went near him and he pulled me closer to kiss me. And finally, I let him.
I was in 4th grade when the teacher asked me to present my poem in front of the class. I was doing so well when suddenly the whole room started to stink. Goodness, that fart could ruin lives. Someone from the back jokingly said, "I bet it's Nina." "What? No, it's not me. Look at her face. Of course it's her." I kept protesting, but no one believed me. The teacher told me to leave the class and sent me to the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, it suddenly hit me why everyone thought it was me. Hi, my name is Nina, and I have something called idiopathic craniofacial erythema, or simply put, I blush a lot. It might sound cute, but I turn crazy red whenever I feel anything. Whether I'm embarrassed, guilty, stressed, angry, just name an emotion and I'm a tomato. Please like and subscribe before I tell you how this condition changed my life forever. It was never easy to have everyone know what I was feeling, but it got even worse when Dad started working as a janitor at a posh private high school and I got enrolled for free. But Dad, I don't think I'll fit in. They're all probably billionaires, and they'll just turn up their noses at me when they find out you work there. I don't want you to tell anyone that I'm your dad, okay? I don't want anything to be harder for you. And you're just as smart and deserving as any kid out there, so don't let anyone make you feel otherwise. But as expected, school was a nightmare. On my first day, the school queen, Ashley, and her gang immediately noticed me. Their eyes were scanning me up and down, and it was really freaking me out. You're pretty, but do you own a private island? Oh, is that a requirement here? Not really, but everyone here is rich, so I'm just checking which richness level you belong to. I felt so annoyed. I turned as red as her lipstick, but they thought I was just embarrassed. Aw, you're blushing. Don't worry, I'm the only one who has a private island. But at least tell me you have a private jet? One of her minions butted in. I don't think she does, Ash. Look at that cheap secondhand bag from Walmart. Ashley looked horrified, like I had bugs crawling all over me. Yes, of course I do. Who doesn't have a jet these days? She narrowed her eyes, so I backed it up. I came in the limo because the jet has gone for maintenance. Just then, I saw my dad mopping the floor nearby, and even though he was poker-faced, I'm pretty sure he'd heard me. Boring! But since you're pretty, you can join our gorgeous gang. We'll make your school experience beautiful like me. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Good luck." I turned around and instantly started blushing. Oh my! He was the cutest guy I'd ever seen. Hi, I'm Julian. He held out his hand, and I could feel the blush spread down my neck and chest. Ew! Why are you so red? You look like a stupid tomato. Forget about the gorgeous gang. I don't want a freak with us. She's probably simping hard on Julian. Well, Julian is only available for me, right, babe? Come on, Ashley. How many times do I have to tell you that we're not together? Yeah, I hear you. Babe. I was so relieved to hear that Julian didn't like Ashley, but I was sure it was becoming way too obvious to him that I was crushing hard. So I excused myself and ran away. I knew I'd have to avoid him, but that wasn't easy when we had all our classes together. And during chemistry, he sat down next to me. Just then, the teacher started demonstrating sugar dehydration and asked us why sugars turned into black toothpaste after sulfuric acid is added. Everyone looked at her like she'd spoken Chinese, but I knew the answer. Because the sulfuric acid removes water from the sugar, releasing heat, steam, and sulfur oxide fumes. It also smells like caramel. Everyone looked uber impressed. Just then, Julian scooted closer to me and whispered, "I didn't know your brain is as pretty as your face." Immediately, I turned horribly red. Ew, what's wrong with you? Is that thing infectious? Julian moved away immediately, and I could see the girls snickering. What a total jerk. My blushing disease wasn't the only thing that was ruining things at school. It wasn't long before Ashley realized I'd never worn anything that screamed $1 million. One day in the canteen, she suddenly came up to me and knocked my lunch tray off the table. "I've been watching you go to school every day and you're just walking." I instantly turned red, totally furious. Before I could attack her, Dad was suddenly by my side. "That's an awful thing to do to a new student, miss." Ashley looked like she was about to explode. "Excuse you? Who are you, her dad? Just do your job, you stupid janitor. And that's to clean up our mess. Here's some more for you." And with that, Ashley suddenly kicked the cart and spilled all the chemicals and trash onto the floor. "Do your work properly or I'll tell my parents. They can easily get you kicked out of here." How dare she treat my dad like that? That's not how you should treat janitors, Ashley. They work really hard to make sure the school is nice and clean for us. In fact, you shouldn't be allowed to speak like this to anyone. Aw, so am I supposed to cry and hug him for giving me his lame opinion? No, but you're supposed to treat hardworking people with respect. Imagine how you'd feel if someone treated you that way. And why do I need to imagine that? I'm pretty rich. I'm never going to be a janitor. I'm going to be sitting in a nice big office one day running Daddy's business. The principal, Ms. Sheldon, suddenly arrived and asked what was going on. Ashley immediately transformed into an angel. "Oh, nothing. The janitor just spilled his stuff and I was helping him." She's lying. She kicked his things on purpose and was being horrible to him. I was sure Ms. Sheldon was going to tell her off, but she just looked uncomfortable and told everyone to go to their classes. I was so angry that she didn't stand up for Dad. just because Ashley's richy rich parents gave a lot of donations to the school. That night, Dad surprised me with a beautiful birthday cake. Happy birthday, sweetheart. I'd completely forgotten I was turning 17 today. Thank you, Dad. I'm really sorry about how horrible Ashley was to you. I wish I could just punch her in the face. Even the principal didn't do anything. I'm sure she didn't have a choice, honey. She can't afford to make someone like Ashley's parents angry. But that's so unfair. Well, I'm sure when you're rich one day, you'll treat people around you much better. Now don't worry about it anymore and open your gifts. I was shocked to see some branded bags, shoes, and clothes. How did you afford these? I had some money saved up. This will hopefully get those girls off your back for a while. I hugged him and promised myself that someday I was going to spoil him and make him proud. But a few months later, my world turned upside down when he suffered from a heart attack and fell into a coma. I didn't know what to do. And how was I going to pay the hospital bills? When I told the principal, I broke down into tears and she comforted me. You don't have to worry about anything, Nina. I'll talk to the school board and we'll still keep you in school free of charge. That's really kind of you, but I have another favor to ask. Please hire me in Dad's place. I really need his salary. Nina, I'm not sure you want to work here. Maybe I could lend you some money? Thank you, Miss Sheldon, but I'd rather work for it, please. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed to hire me. And she was generous enough to double Dad's salary. When Ashley saw me in my uniform for the first time, she cackled with delight. I knew it. You're the janitor's daughter. It's a shame to have a poor freak like you here in my school. The only thing that's a shame is that there are people like you in the world. Now please get out of my way. In between classes, I'd mop the floor and clean everyone's trash. And whenever I did, she'd be there to mock me. One time she peeled a banana and threw the peel right at my face. Oops, sorry. I mistook your face for a trash can. One day we were in the middle of an exam and she excused herself to go to the bathroom. When she came back, she complained that the toilet was clogged and I needed to go fix it. But I'm still answering my exam. You're the janitor here, right? Do your work now. I was furious when I checked it. She purposely stuffed a lot of tissue paper in the toilet. And even worse, she'd written the worst possible things on the bathroom walls. The next time Ashley complained about the clogged toilet, I finally spoke up. Ugh, how long should I suffer from your constipation, Ashley? I'm dying from the smell. She was surprised with my comeback and looked furious when others laughed. I didn't poop, dummy. Then why is the toilet always clogged? It was now her turn to blush and walk out. In your face, you stupid witch. One day when I was in the janitor's closet, I was surprised to see a boy coming in with a paper bag on his head. But I knew exactly who he was. Julian, why are you wearing that? Because you blush hard every time you see my handsome face? Oh, wow. Not only was he a little jerk, but he was also really full of himself. He got rid of the paper bag and held my hand. Surprisingly, I felt nothing. Listen, what you did with Ashley a while ago was so cool. It was the first time someone stood up to her and I'm impressed. Do you want to hang out sometime? I was about to say no when suddenly he leaned in for a kiss. I was blushing now, but in panic. Before our lips touched, the closet was suddenly opened by a super jealous Ashley. You're going to pay for hitting on my future boyfriend, Nina. You'll see. One evening when I was studying for a big test, the principal called me. I'm really sorry, Nina, but the jocks and the cheerleaders had a big party at the gym, and we need the place clean for an assembly tomorrow morning. It shouldn't take too long. But when I got to school, I realized to my horror that not just the gym, but the whole school was a total mess. There was trash everywhere and stuff written on the walls. All the toilets were also clogged with tissue paper. Of course, I knew the culprit. I had to finally teach Ashley a lesson. I took pictures of all the mess. Then I went to her locker and opened it up using a hairpin. I grinned when I saw what was in there. There was still a room for a few things, so I took out the tissue papers from all the toilets and stuffed them in her precious locker. Perfect. Then an idea came to mind. I sneaked into the laboratory and mixed up a few chemicals together. I put my formula on a sponge and wiped it across the wall. The ink came off instantly. I sat down to rest for a while and I just fell asleep there. The next morning I woke up to everyone gathered around me and Ashley was screaming. That freak ruined my locker. She did it. What's all this commotion? The principal walked into the scene and I jumped to my feet as Ashley screamed about her locker. It's true I did that, Miss Sheldon, but look at what she and her minions did to the school before I cleaned it all up. Miss Sheldon looked horrified to see the pictures on my phone. She turned angrily to Ashley. Ashley, you have no respect for the people who work here or for the school property. If you think I will keep tolerating such behavior, you are very much mistaken. Miss Sheldon, you know who my parents are, right? Yes, I do, and I will be calling them right now. I'm going to talk to the school board about having you expelled. Everyone around us erupted into cheers as Ms. Sheldon and a very furious Ashley walked into our office. She had been bullying everyone way too long. Long story short, Ashley was expelled, and even her minions were suspended. I was about to graduate high school in a few months, and I kept thinking about the formula that I tried in the school lab. I continued testing it at home, and after a few weeks, I felt I'd really perfected it. I set up a website and put up a small video of me cleaning the toughest stains with my invention. And to my surprise, it went viral. I had orders pouring in so fast, I was working day and night to meet the demand. 2 weeks later, an investor contacted me. And fast forward to a couple more months, I was earning millions. I transferred Dad to a better hospital, and just a month later, he finally woke up. I told him everything that happened, and he hugged me tight. I'm so proud of you, Nina. I went off to college, but Dad and I continued my business together and moved into a mansion. We supply our invention to a lot of schools for free to make the jobs of janitors easier everywhere. Oh, and I also found out that my condition could be easily fixed by a small surgery, and I could certainly afford it now. Finally, I could keep some secrets.
Hey folks, my name is Violet, but you can call me Vi. I live in New York with my mom and my non-identical twin sister Rose. My mom used to be a famous supermodel before she had us. Growing up, Mom fulfilled all my wishes. I just had to name it and I would get that thing. But for some reason, she was always a bit mean to Rose. Even friends at school teased Rose about being adopted, because every time there was an event at school, Mom would be there for my performances and then leave before it was Rose's turn. Once, I decided to ask Mom if she didn't like Rose because she was adopted, but Mom went berserk. Where did you get that stupid idea? No one is adopted, and I like Rose just fine. It's just that you're my favorite, and I know one day you'll make it big in the modeling world. Yeah, I sure did. I was only 6 when I did my first advertisement, and nailed it. After every successful campaign, Mom would spoil me rotten. Like when I was in the 5th grade, Mom took me shopping for Christmas, and there I saw the most amazing pink-colored hoverboard. But just as I reached for it, another girl grabbed it. Oh my God, how dare she? It's okay, Mom, I'll get something else. But before I knew it, Mom was running after that girl and saying she'd buy her anything in the store in exchange for that pink hoverboard. Everyone was watching Mom buying that girl everything she pointed her finger at. And in the end, she gave me the pink hoverboard. Mom was a bit crazy. Afterwards, we left the store happy, but a guard came running after us as we were about to get in the car. You left her. She's with you, right? OMG! We both were so busy shopping that we forgot Rose was with us. Yes, she is. Where were you hiding, silly girl? Come on, get in the car. But what about my gift? Just get in the car, Rose. I'm getting late for my shoot. I always felt bad for Rose when Mom ignored her. So growing up, I always shared my gifts with her and gave her half of my stuff. Once in the 7th grade, Mom bought me a beautiful red jacket. While I was trying it on and looking at myself in the mirror, I saw Rose watching me. I knew she liked it, so I gave it to her. You sure, Vi? Come on, Rose. Yes, I'm sure. But the moment Rose wore it, Mom walked into the room. Look, Mom, doesn't it look great on Rose? I bought this for Vi. Why are you wearing it? But Mom, I gave it to her. It doesn't even fit her properly. You can't even button it up. Ugh, she's just like her dad. She even looks like him. What did she even mean by that? Seeing the hurt look on Rose's face, I hugged her. But to my surprise, she pushed me away roughly. You did it on purpose. You knew Mom would get angry. What? No, I didn't. She was so angry at me. She ran to her room and slammed the door shut. Later, when I walked past her room, I was shocked to see what Rose had thrown on the floor. It was the jacket I gave her, cut up into tiny little pieces. After that day, Rose started to hate me and ignored me everywhere, even at school. When we were in the 10th grade, there was a new guy at our school, and we instantly became friends during recess one day. Brad was an amazing skater, and he taught me how to skate every day after school. He was also a cute guy, and I kinda had a crush on him. One day, I was practicing with him and fell from my board. Though Brad patched up my knee, at home, Mom went crazy seeing my leg. What have you done? Do I need to get your legs insured now? This is gonna leave an ugly scar. Geez, Vi, you have a shoe commercial coming up, and you will go there with this ugly wound on your knee? It's not such a big deal. Please, just chill out for once, Mom. Mom insisted I stay at home for a few days, but I refused. I didn't want to be cooped up at home with her talking about modeling and ads all day long. The next day, I needed some books, and when I entered the library, I was stunned to see Rose and Brad sitting together. But what they did next shook me. Brad leaned in and kissed Rose on her cheek, and she blushed. What in the world? When the two saw me, Rose smiled at me sweetly, and Brad looked excited. "Hey, Vi, glad you're here. I've been wanting to introduce you to my girlfriend. This is Rose." "Girlfriend?" "And Rose, this is Vi. She's my best friend." OMG. I just couldn't bear the smug smile on Rose's face, so I ran out of the school, crying angry tears. When I reached home, I wanted to confront Mom. It was her fault that Rose hated me and was now taking it all out on me. But before I could enter Mom's room, I heard her yelling at someone over the phone. "Yeah, I know she isn't my daughter. Thanks for the reminder. It's not like you can prove anything, so just buzz off." What? No way. That's why Mom treated Rose so badly, because she was not her daughter. I couldn't remain angry at Rose after knowing this, and I just decided to let the whole Brad thing go. But a few days later, I came home one evening and saw Brad sitting in our lounge, and he was shocked to see me. You live here, Vi?" "Vi, your boyfriend sure is funny. Of course she lives here. Darling, I saw him at the door with some flowers, and I just knew that he was here for you." "No, Mom. Brad is here for me. I know Vi's been drooling over him, but he chose me." Mom suddenly turned to Brad. "Are you crazy? Why would you choose Rose over Vi? Vi likes you, so go out with her." And with that, she snatched the flowers from him and gave them to me. "Mom, what are you doing?" But before she could even reply, Rose pounced at me and knocked me to the ground, pulling my hair. "I hate you! You ruin everything! What did I do? Get off me, you psycho!" Just then, we saw Brad fleeing out the open door. "Oh my God, he saw all this! He saw what an awful family I have! He left because of you guys!" The next few days, Rose stopped eating at the table and would always be locked up in her room. Though I was angry at her for overreacting, I was even angrier at Mom. She'd been a jerk that day. One day, Mom came home and told me she'd entered my name in some really big pageant that would be amazing for my modeling career. But lately, I'd been enjoying skating, and modeling just seemed something that was being forced on me. "Mom, no. I don't want to. I'm done with modeling, etc. I want to be a skater." Suddenly, Mom started yelling at me for the first time in my life. "You're done? How dare you, you ungrateful brat! You'll be grounded if you don't participate in this pageant." "Oh yeah? Then ground me. I won't participate, and I won't do any ads or photo shoots from now on, because I want to focus on being a professional skater." And then, just as suddenly, her tone changed completely. "Oh, Vi, my love, you know, I made so many calls, asked a lot of people to get you in this pageant. If you back out now, hun, it will be so embarrassing for me. Can you do this one for me, for your mom?" Though I hated it, I agreed because of all the guilt tripping Mom had started. But this was the last time. At school, I was glad to see Rose and Brad had made up. But one afternoon, as I was headed home, I spotted them parting ways. And a minute later, a car stopped in front of Rose. She first looked around as if to see if she was being watched. And when she was sure, she got into the car. Huh? What was she getting herself into? I was so worried for my sister that I decided to follow her on my skateboard. A while later, the car stopped near a park, and Rose got out with a lady and went inside. I can't prove it now, but soon I will. Don't worry. Perhaps this will help. Rose then got up and hugged the woman, and after a while they both left. What was going on? Back at home, I decided I needed some answers right away, so I barged into her room. "What are you doing? How dare you come here?" "Cut it out, Rose. I saw where you went today. Who was that woman?" She looked shocked for a second, but quickly recovered. She was a fashion designer. Look, see all these designs? I was pitching my work to her. Come, sit. I'll show you everything." I knew she was lying, but decided to play it cool for now. I sat with my sister and looked at all of her designs. They were so good. Rose told me how she'd always wanted to be a model. She was so much like Mom. If only Mom would take the time to see. It was at that moment I decided to give Rose the break she needed. "Are you sure? Do you really think it would work? Will it make you happy to be there? It would be a dream." "Then let's get started." Rose and I spent the entire night finishing the dress she was working on, and when it was done, it looked amazing. The next day, it was the beauty pageant, and when we reached the venue, I set my plan into motion. One by one, all the contestants were being called on stage, and when the announcer called my name, I saw Mom rise to her feet and clap. But when Rose appeared instead of me in her beautiful dress, Mom's jaw dropped open in shock. Rose was slaying the catwalk, and she won every round until she was standing in the final 3. And when the announcer said that Rose was the winner, I burst into tears. But her victory didn't sit well with the other contestants. Why? She isn't even Violet. I know her because we go to the same school. Her name is Rose, and she's Violet's sister. This is so unfair. After the management found out, we were both banned from competing in any beauty pageants for 5 years. And Mom just lost it. She came on stage and started shouting at me. "You little brat! I made you who you are, and you embarrassed me like this. I made your career, and you gave it away to her. Now look at what she did." Mom, why can't you see that it's Rose who wants this, not me? Oh, you skateboarding punk. I've done so much for you, but you've just wasted all my hard work. Right when she gripped my arm, someone slapped her hand. Don't you dare touch my daughter. Wait, what? I'm here, and I have the cops with me, and you're gonna pay for stealing my daughter. Suddenly, the cops came in, but Mom grabbed me tight. Don't listen to her, she's lying. Lying? Well, here's the DNA proof that shows Violet is my daughter. Can someone please tell me what on earth is going on here? Rose then explained that since she always thought she was adopted, she did some research and found out that the day we were born, a baby was stolen from the same hospital. The news article had a picture of the woman whose baby was taken away, so Rose contacted her. But it turns out Rose wasn't the stolen one. I was. Yes, and when I reached out to this horrible woman, she said I didn't have any proof. But Rose got me some of your hair for a DNA test, and now I can prove that you're mine, love. But why would you do that? Because I gave birth to an ugly brat, and I wanted a daughter who could be an amazing model like me one day. You were beautiful even as a baby, but you've turned out to be so stupid. You're a crazy, horrible human being. You just used me and mistreated Rose our entire lives. You don't deserve to be anyone's mom. The cops then took her away, and as I stood there in shock, my real mom hugged both me and Rose. I'm here now, and I'll make sure you both feel safe and loved, always. I hugged Rose really tight and whispered, "Thank you."
Hi, my name is Bella, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. Back in the day, it was just me and my awesome mom having a blast together. She was a super cool private investigator, and we were obsessed with Sherlock Holmes. We couldn't get enough of his detective adventures. We'd watch movies, read books, and totally geek out. I wanted to be just like her, solving mysteries and cracking cases. But being an only child, I sometimes felt a tad bit lonely. Hey, Mom, wouldn't Christmas be like a gazillion times more awesome if we had some fam to hang with? Why don't we have more family members around? Who are they? Where are they? Why don't we talk about them? Don't you think it's weird? Bella, trust me. Family can be like that yucky fruitcake that looks good on the outside, but one bite and you're like, nope, I can't handle this. Come on, forget about that. And let's binge watch some Sherlock, or Nancy Drew, or Enola Holmes. But I couldn't help wondering about my mom's family. Like, why was she so hush-hush about them? No matter how hard I dug, I got no clues. So instead, I channeled my detective vibes elsewhere. My school. I was the go-to person when there was a mystery to crack. Bella, my bag disappeared. I think someone stole it. Hold on, I'll get to the bottom of this. Did you leave your bag outside the gym? And doesn't Ashley have the same exact bag as you? I'm pretty sure she picked up yours by mistake. And I saw her going into the locker room with Mike 10 minutes ago, so probably that's where your bag is. Wait, she went in the locker room with Mike, as in my boyfriend Mike? Yeah. Sheesh, you've got things to work out with those two. I'll take my payment later. Bye! Barry and Ashley, why are your homework answers exactly the same? Who copied whom? Allow me to investigate. Let's examine the evidence. Oh, I see. The ink is still fresh on this one, so it appears that Ashley borrowed a few answers from Barry's homework. Nobody likes a Miss Know-It-all, Bella. Just doing some social work. By the way, is it true you wear wigs? Oh, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. As long as you share those cookies you keep hidden in your drawer. I knew everything in our neighborhood, too. I knew Mrs. Roberts had a crush on her gardener. I knew Mr. Cavill's sneaky dog was stealing Mr. Garfield's dog food. And I knew the thief who was stealing Mr. Andrews' newspapers every morning, a raccoon. One mysterious place that always caught my attention was the spooky mansion 2 blocks from our home that I'd cross on my way to school. Mom had strictly forbidden me from going near it, but one day, when I left school early due to a stomachache, I saw someone staring at the mansion. Mom? OMG, you gave me a heart attack. What are you doing here? Oh, I was out for a jog and stopped to catch my breath. I hope this place gets demolished. If it were up to me, I'd wreck it down in an instant. What? Who's gonna demolish it? No one, but I hope one day someone does, because it's ugly and it gives off bad vibes. Saying that, Mom picked up a stone and hurled it at the mansion, breaking a window. And then she grabbed my hand and we ran as fast as we could. I kept asking Mom why she hated that mansion so much, but she never gave a straight answer. So I decided to sneak in and see if I could find out anything more about the place, or whoever used to live there. The next day, I skipped school to act on my plan. To get inside, I had to climb over the gate, and as I did, I got scared and froze just a few feet up. Luckily, a man and a girl in a car came to help.
Are you all right?
No. Just jump. I'm scared of heights. You're literally just 2 feet off the ground. Here, I'll help you. The girl helped me get down the gate, and as I thanked her, she noticed I had a long scratch on my arm. Aw, you're hurt. Come in, let's take care of this cut. Her name was Anne, and it turned out she and her dad had just moved into the mansion as the new owners. Anne and I instantly clicked, and when I learned she loved mysteries, I was ecstatic. Every afternoon after school, I'd swing by her place and we'd explore the huge mansion, while her dad would be busy with renovations. We even found a secret door to a dumbwaiter right inside Anne's room. Some weeks later, when she joined my school, I was super happy. We stayed together all the time, except for gym class. Anne wasn't able to play sports because of a condition called hypotension, but she would always cheer for me. Soon after, we had a big sports day at school, and my volleyball team lost. After the match, I went inside the school building to use the bathroom, but as I entered the main hallway, I was shocked to see the trophy display case was broken and the cup was spray painted. And before I knew it, some students walked in and they immediately called in the teachers and principal and pointed fingers at me. I swear I didn't do it. Let's not jump to conclusions, everyone. Anne carefully examined the scene for any clues using my magnifying glass. Aha! You see this piece of torn fabric on the display case? It's blue. It's from a boy's uniform, so the culprit has to be a boy. And considering how much Dave is sweating here, and his hands have some paint on them, and he lost the race today, I have my suspicions set on him. Admit it, Dave, you're the culprit. Dave's eyes were darting nervously, and then he tried to run away. I couldn't believe it. Anne's detective skills were incredible. Anne, I can't thank you enough for clearing my name. Aw, Bella, I just did what needed to be done. Remember, I'll always be on your side no matter what. You're my BFF. In just a few weeks, our friendship got even stronger, and I knew she was gonna be my ride-or-die friend forever. Little did we know that everything was about to turn upside down. On my 15th birthday, Mom made a cake. Normally, we always had birthdays where it was just the two of us, but this time, I invited Anne and her dad too. Just as the doorbell rang and I opened the door, Mom took one look at Anne's dad and shrieked, You have some guts showing your ugly face here.
Mavis? Bella, she's your daughter?
Mom? Dad, what's going on? You both know each other? Used to. Not anymore. Get out, now. With that, Mom slammed the door in my guests' faces. She banned me from seeing Anne again, and her dad did the same. Even though we pressed and begged our parents a million times to tell us what was going on, they both refused to answer. But it wasn't like I was just gonna dump my bestie because of Mom, so I hung out with Anne secretly. One time, Anne and I went to the movies together, thinking we had it all figured out. When we came back, we found our parents arguing. Get lost, Asher.
I'm here for Anne. She never leaves without telling me. But since Bella has entered our lives, Anne's been acting out. Your daughter ruined everything.
Oh, just like you and your mom ruined everything when you both came into our lives? And then you went ahead and even stole from me.
Stole from you? Are you crazy? Look, I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a kid, like you. I know you hate our dad for marrying my mom and having another family, but it's not my fault. Why can't you stop blaming me and move on, Mavis?
Anne and I looked at each other in shock. Wait, did he just say, did that mean, could it be? Whoa, my mom and Anne's dad were half-siblings? Just then, they spotted us listening to everything, and Anne's dad whisked her away while Mom dragged me inside the house. He's your brother? I heard everything, Mom. I had an uncle, a cousin, and you never told me? How could you? Half-brother, that man is a greedy person. He and his mom broke my happy family apart. What the heck? I'd never seen my mom cry before. Mom, are you all right?
Bella, Asher was our maid's son. And yes, there was a time when Asher and I were close, like best friends. But everything changed when I found out we were half-siblings. The truth led to a family split, and I ended up living with my mom, while our dad married Asher's mom. The final straw was when he turned Dad against me, and Dad gave him that mansion as an inheritance.
OMG, I can't believe this.
Please, just listen to me. Stop hanging out with that girl. Promise me, Bella, that you'll stay away from that family. Please, promise me.
Mom, okay, I promise. The next day at school, I stayed away from Anne as much as possible. She followed me closely, eager to talk, but I ignored her. It really pained me to do that, but I had to keep my word to Mom. But then one day, just before school clocked out, Anne swooped in and cornered me in the bathroom, locking the door behind her. Bella, why are you ignoring me? I miss you so much. We need to clear the air about that night. We're cousins. Isn't that wonderful? I wish our parents could move past their arguments. They used to be such good friends once. It was circumstances that turned them against each other. No, Anne, your dad's the reason my mom's family broke apart. He's a greedy man. What? My dad... He tried reaching out to your mom so many times to give her, just stop with the blabbering. Anne, I don't want anything to do with you. Not after the way your dad has hurt my mom. You can't possibly mean that. I truly do. Now please, get out of my way. I ran home and cried my heart out. I wanted to tell Mom everything, and I went to her room, but she was on the phone, and what I heard her say shook me to my core. I've sent the papers to Asher's lawyer. I can't believe Asher tried to offer me 50% of the inheritance. I don't want half of it. I want it all. Soon, Asher will be out on the streets and I'll be the sole owner of the mansion. I'm gonna tear it down and destroy it completely. Mom! Oh my God, that's what Anne was trying to tell me. Her dad did reach out to you to give you your share, but you want it all just to get your revenge. Listen, Bella, please. No, please, I need some time alone. I ran to my room, feeling a whirlwind of anger, confusion, and sadness. My relationship with my mom felt shattered, and that hurt, and I had to apologize to Anne too. I climbed out my window and went to Anne's place and told her everything, and she hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're here, and our parents are family. They have to mend their differences. Yeah, but Mom is not in listening mode. Same with my dad. I've never seen him so angry. Just as we were talking, there was a hard knock on the door.
Anne, is Bella there? I told you you're not allowed to meet her.
Oh my God, it's your dad. He'll definitely tell Mom about me coming here. He'll be in so much trouble. I have an idea. I followed Anne, and we both entered the dumbwaiter and slowly went down. But suddenly, the floor beneath us gave way, and we found ourselves falling into darkness, landing with a thud. Anne, are you okay? Can you hear me? Bella, where are we? Oh my God, it's so dark. I'm scared. No need to be scared. I'm here with you. Your dad will come and get us soon. I tried to get the stupid dumb waiter to work and take us back up, but it wasn't budging. It looked like we'd just have to wait for help. But when I turned around, I saw Anne on the floor. What happened? Anne, are you all right? I think it's my blood pressure. I'm feeling so dizzy. Oh God, I had to find a way to get out of here. Fast! I'll be back, Anne. I promise I'll find help. Just hang in there. I started climbing the walls of the dumbwaiter passage, praying for a miracle. Each step was a struggle against my own fear of heights, my hands gripping onto any foothold I could find. I pushed all thoughts aside and just focused on reaching the top. Finally, I saw a glimmer of light above me. I shouted even louder for help, hoping Anne's dad would hear. Anne's dad opened the window to the dumbwaiter and reached out, but I could feel myself slipping, and just as I was about to fall, he leaned and gripped me tight.
Hold on, Bella. I've got you.
Once I was outside, I took a deep breath and saw Mom was there too.
Oh my God, Bella, are you okay? Where's Anne?
She's down there. She's not doing so great. I think her blood pressure is dropping. We need to get her fast.
Oh God, I can't just sit and wait for the rescuers to come. I have to get Anne.
Wait, I'll go. It'll be easier for me to fit inside and grab Anne.
Mom quickly descended into the dark passage and climbed back up with Anne on her back. Anne's dad quickly gave her the medicine she needed, and the rescuers arrived at the scene.
My girl, you're safe. Oh, I can't thank you enough, Mavis.
No need to thank me. I should be the one apologizing, actually. I was blinded by my need for revenge. Growing up, I had so much hatred in my heart that I pushed my only family away from me. I realize my mistake now. I'm so sorry. Mom and Aunt's dad got talking, and I was so relieved to see them hug. Bella, you climbed up for me. Facing your fear of heights, I'm so lucky to have a BFF like you. I'll always be there for you, Anne. We're not just BFFs. Hey, we're family. From that day forward, our connection became even stronger. Mom accepted her share of the mansion, and her relationship with her brother repaired over time. During summer break, Anne and I even worked as interns at my mom's detective agency. She told us that we both had great potential. You two could be just like Sherlock Holmes and his companion, Dr. Watson. I'll be Sherlock. No, I'm always Sherlock. Please? Pretty please? Okay, fine. I'll be Watson, but as long as we work together as a team. Hi, I'm Giselle, and I live with my parents in France. Please like and subscribe. My dad named me Giselle, which means beautiful like a star. He never loved anyone in the world as much as he loved me. And I guess this is why my own mom never liked me very much. Once in second grade, my geography teacher, Miss Diana, started screaming at a poor girl, and I just hated that she was such a bully. When she was done, she turned to us and said, "Okay, class, so now I think I should jump off a bridge?" And the whole class laughed. "Giselle, what is this behavior? I'll send you to the principal."
And I'll send you to Antarctica. My dad is a travel agent.
"How dare you threaten me? You should never threaten people like that."
Sorry, Diana. I thought it was funny.
"You should never call your teachers by their first name. This isn't funny." And the complaint letter was sent to my parents. Mom was furious, but Dad couldn't stop laughing at the statements I'd made in class. "Giselle, I know you were defending a girl, but we should always respect our teachers, darling. You shout at me if I spill coffee by mistake, but anything Giselle does is fine by you. You'd forgive her if she ever killed someone." Oh God, honey, do you always have to be so melodramatic? How can you compare yourself to a kid? And she's really funny. Mom just stormed off angrily, and since that day, I started noticing that she'd always talked to me rudely. A few weeks later, it was Dad's birthday, and I went down that evening in a beautiful new dress. The minute Dad got home, I ran towards him. Dad, my new dress. Am I pretty?" And then Mom pushed me aside and showed Dad the watch she'd bought for him. But Dad ignored her completely and picked me up instead. "My princess, no one can look more beautiful than you. Look what I've brought for you."
Chocolate? Barbies? Wow! Mom, see the gifts Dad got for me?
But Mom angrily turned away and left. Why was she always like this? I forgot all about her as soon as Dad and I started to play, and we played a lot. The next day at breakfast, Mom came downstairs wearing a bikini, and she walked in front of Dad. "How do I look, darling? Come, let's dance in this romantic weather." Dad spat out his coffee and burst out laughing. That was a really good joke, but can you please go and put something on? It's freezing and you'll get sick and cause trouble for everyone. He just went back to reading his newspaper, and I saw Mom's face turn red. I felt a bit sorry for her, but why was she acting so silly? She was obviously furious at Dad, but she took it out on me by not giving me dessert that day. And this time, I was angry at her. "Give me dessert, now!" "Nope, don't feel like it. Go ask your dad." I went to the kitchen and climbed onto a stool to reach the cookie jar on the top of the fridge, but I accidentally knocked it down and broke it with a loud crash. Mom came rushing in and started shouting at me. "You're such a brat. Look at this mess you made. You're going to clean it up." But I just ran out of there and headed straight to the phone. "Hello, Dad? Mom is saying that she hates me and I look like an ugly panda." Dad called Mom back and yelled at her, and I did a happy dance. Years passed, and I grew up to be a beautiful girl. Every time Dad or anyone praised my beauty, Mom looked jealous. By now, it was clear. She completely resented me. By the time I reached 11th grade, I'd discovered my love for acting, and I'd taken part in all of the school plays. But there was a mean girl in my class who was always competing with me for the lead roles, Ashley. I'd usually beat her to them, and she wasn't very fond of me. One day in the cafeteria, I saw Ashley bullying this shy kid named Sam. She walked up to him with her boyfriend and took off his thick glasses, snapping them in half.
Oh, look at him crying like a kid. Mommy, save me from Ashley.
Sam's eyesight was so weak that he couldn't see anything. As he tried to get away, Ashley stuck out her leg and he tripped. He would have landed on his face, but I caught him just in time. Then I picked up a chair and shouted at Ashley, "You! Touch him again and I'll hit your head so hard your tiny little brain will come out. How dare you threaten me, witch?" And suddenly she jumped on me and we broke out into a huge fight. Some teachers came running and pulled us apart, and their moms were called to the school immediately.
These girls were fighting like wild dogs. It's unacceptable behavior.
My daughter could never do this. She's the greatest child in the world. Oh yes, I'm sure it was Giselle's fault. She's the worst child in the world. You poor baby, how badly hurt is she? Giselle should definitely be punished.
This is the last warning to you girls.
Don't be weak. Why are you letting Giselle off with a warning? You should suspend her. You can even throw her out of school.
Mom?
The principal actually suspended me for 3 days, and I was furious. When we got home, Dad was already there, and she started complaining to him immediately.
See what your amazing daughter has done. She's suspended from school because she beat a girl so badly for no reason. She nearly sent her into a coma.
Shut up. Don't talk rubbish. Giselle isn't crazy enough to hurt someone like that.
Yes, Dad. Mom is lying. And she told the principal to suspend me. Ashley jumped on me and I just pulled her hair. How could she go into a coma from that?
Hearing this, Dad was furious at Mom and they broke into the worst fight of their lives. Mom smashed half the plates in our house. She was crazy. A few days later, something was published in the news that left everyone really surprised in school. It was a picture of Sam with his dad, who happened to be a world-famous movie director. Everyone knew Sam's dad, but until now, no one had known Sam was his son because he'd never mentioned it. And suddenly, everyone's attitude towards Sam changed completely. He was surrounded by girls all the time. I also liked him, but I'd just see him from a distance. Even Ashley the witch apologized to him one day. He forgave her, and after that, the two would be hanging out together so often. A week later, it was Valentine's Day, and I came to know that Ashley had dumped her boyfriend. She walked over to Sam in the cafeteria and said,
"This rose is for the most handsome boy in the world. Will you be my Valentine?"
No boy ever refused Ashley because she was so pretty. But to my shock, Sam just took the rose from her and walked over to me. I've been waiting to do this since the first time we've met. And what day is better than Valentine's? You're the prettiest, loveliest girl ever. Will you go out with me, Giselle?
Yes, of course, yes.
Then he lifted me into his arms and twirled me around as everyone cheered for us. Ashley was so embarrassed and angry, she ran away from there crying. I started enjoying my relationship with Sam. He'd pick me up from my place, and then we'd go to parks and malls. I could see Mom's jealous face whenever I'd come back with gifts. One day she said, "Is this what you go to school for? Focus on your studies. Don't I already get the highest grades? That boy Sam isn't good for you." How can you say that? You don't even know him. His dad and I were in the same college, and he is a horrible, dishonest man. Wow, you'll just make up anything, won't you? You know what? I think you're just jealous because you never got what I have. I started ignoring Mom completely after that. She couldn't stand to see me happy, and that was her problem, not mine. I graduated from high school, and Sam and I decided to get engaged before we both headed off for college. We had a small engagement dinner with his parents and mine, but just as he was about to put the ring on my finger, Mom suddenly jumped up from her seat. No, I can't stay quiet and just watch, Giselle. I have proof that this boy is no good. Look at this picture of him kissing this girl. Won't you believe me now? I warned you about him and his whole family. Mom, just stop. That girl is Sam's cousin, and I know her. You've proved nothing, except that you're a crazy psycho who's been stalking my boyfriend. Everyone was staring at us, and the whole evening was ruined. When we got home, I turned to Dad. She ruined one of the happiest days of my life, Dad. Thank God I'm leaving for university tomorrow. Not just you, darling. I'm leaving too. I've stayed with this mad woman just for you, but now you're all grown up and ready to go, and so am I. I need some peace in my life.
And with that, we both left home the next day, hoping to never see Mom again. A few months later, Dad told me he was getting married again, and I was really happy for him. After Sam and I graduated from university, we decided to get married. I didn't want Mom to ruin my big day, so I didn't invite her. But to my shock, Dad didn't come either. He just sent me a huge wedding present with a note, "Sorry I couldn't make it, honey, but I can't leave my wife and newborn son alone right now. Love you and hope you have an amazing day." That was a big blow to my heart. He'd never ignored me before, and I was so angry at him. I called him, but he didn't even pick up. Sam's dad soon signed me on for a movie, and the very first one was a success. I shot to fame fast and was soon traveling all over the world for shootings and premieres. I was away often, and over time, I felt Sam was growing really distant from me. Like once I was in town on my birthday, and all he did was laze around on the couch as usual and watch football all day. "Sam, today's day is over. It was my birthday, and you didn't even wish me a happy birthday."
Oh, I forgot. Happy birthday, dear.
And then he just turned his face to the TV again. This kind of stuff happened all the time, and I felt invisible. And sometimes it made me think of how Dad must have made Mom feel, and how I'd never realized it before. To distract myself, I worked even harder, and within a year, I was nominated for a big award. But Sam didn't even show up to the award ceremony. And when I got home, I found him having a huge party at our place.
Oh, I thought you were out of town, babe. Come, meet my friends.
Out of town? I was at the award ceremony, and you weren't there.
That was today. And why did I need to be there, Giselle? Did you need me to carry around that tiny award for you?
Do you even care about me? Or am I just a money-earning machine for you? You don't even have a job, and all you do is spend my hard-earned money.
Your hard-earned money? Anything you are today is because of my dad and my connections. And look at you now, acting all high and mighty with your award and your expensive dress, which, by the way, looks awful on you.
Everyone in the room looked at us. I was embarrassed like never before. Suddenly, the scene of Dad laughing at Mom and insulting her flashed before my eyes, and it was the worst feeling in the world. Really? You made me? Then why couldn't you make something of yourself, you useless potato? Saying that, I just pushed him aside and stormed off to my room. I could hardly sleep that night. I was so angry at Sam and at Dad. The next morning, I woke up to a message on my phone. It was from my bank, saying that all the money from my account had been withdrawn. What the heck? Sam, you took all my money? Why did you even need such a big amount?
I had some debts to pay off. Partying can be expensive, man. You'd know if you ever had fun.
What? You're the biggest jerk ever! I wish I'd let Ashley have you. You deserved her.
Yeah, she was prettier, but whatever. Get lost now.
I grabbed him by the collar and punched him hard. Just then, the cops arrived at our door because I'd already called them and reported him for theft. He left shouting and screaming, and it was the best I'd felt in years. And then I left to see my mom. When I arrived at my old house, Mom was completely stunned to see me. "Oh my God, Giselle, it's been so long. You're even more beautiful than I remember." And suddenly, I just burst into tears and ran to hug her tight. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her everything. "I'm so sorry, Mom, for never realizing how Dad made you feel, for not listening to you about Sam. You warned me, but I grew up never trusting you to be happy for me." "It's not really your fault, Giselle. All those years I was angry at your dad, and I took it out on you by never showing you affection. It's taken me years to get over my resentment and realize I should never have ruined my relationship with you over someone who never loved me at all. I'm here now, Mom. Do you think we can start over? I've been waiting to hear those words for so long, my darling." Hi, I'm Isabella from Tuscany, and this is my story. My parents were super wealthy, strict people who had everything, but they longed for a second child. I was born 5 years after my older sister Abigail, and my parents instantly fell in love with me. Abigail took one look at me and made a face. "What's the big deal? She looks like a potato." "A very cute potato. Look at those cute curls." Growing up, Abigail really hated how I was always the center of attention. When I started crawling, she pushed me under beds and sofas. She would hand me chocolate-coated peas and sprouts. On my 7th birthday, Mom and Dad got me a beautiful Barbie doll. I was so happy, but Abigail just couldn't stand my happiness. When I came back from school, my doll was ruined, and she had a friggin' mustache. I was about to cry, but seeing Abigail at the door, I saw red. "Abigail, I'll end you!" "Why? I made it look so pretty, just like you." That was it. I lunged at Abigail and pulled her hair. Mom and Dad came and pulled us apart, and as a punishment, Abigail had to give all of her toys to me. So I kinda won that one. Then when I turned 12, Abigail got her ears pierced, and Dad bought her giant diamond earrings to go with it. I wanted my ears pierced, but my parents refused. But I was determined to get them. I broke my piggy bank and got my ears pierced from the mall. Though I was grounded for a week and made to write an essay on disobedience because of it. Worth it! You're so careless and stubborn, Isabella. A few days after my 15th birthday, our cook came to see my parents. She wanted her daughter Mia to work for the family as a maid. She's lived most of her life in the village. I want her to go to a better school, but I don't have enough money. So I thought she could work here and help me. Please, give her a trial. She's really smart. Mia was my age and looked sweet. It would be awesome to have someone my age around the house. I can't believe I'm here. Finally, my life will get better. She told me that her life in the village was difficult and her dad was a jerk. We became close after that. Though she was assigned to organize my closet and pick up after me, she wasn't very good at it. But at school, teachers were impressed by her intelligence. She was a genius. And I hated studying, so I made a deal with her. "Hey, listen, I hate school. What if you do my homework and I won't tell my parents how much you suck at cleaning?" You got yourself a deal, bestie. This girl was amazing and treated me better than my own sister. But I guess Abigail was jealous because we were both so close. One day, she tried to warn me about Mia. "Hey, you should set some boundaries with that maid. She's always snooping around in your room." Duh, of course she is. She has to clean it, so she has to be there. Mia is totally awesome. Ugh, whatever. One time at school, we were having a spring dance, and I was really hoping Zach, the hottest guy in my class, would ask me out. I have had a crush on him since kindergarten, and when he did, I felt over the moon. That day, Zach offered to walk me home, so here we are, your place. So, goodbye. "Hey, Zach, wait." When he turned around, I rushed and kissed him on the cheek. He smiled and walked away. I felt like there were 1,000 butterflies in my stomach, but the moment I caught Mia grinning at the front door, my smile dropped. "You kissed a boy? Wow, I was wondering, can you set me up with his friend? I always wanted to have a boyfriend." "Shh, we are going out together. Just don't tell my parents or Abigail. You know how strict they are, and I can't just ask him if his friend needs a girlfriend. It doesn't work that way." "Oh, yeah." And then Mia actually rolled her eyes at me and walked away. What was that attitude? Soon after that, I began to notice that my things were going missing. First, my favorite lipstick, then an expensive serum, and finally a Gucci backpack. I asked Mia if she'd seen it anywhere, but she said she hadn't. "Maybe you left it at a friend's house. Come on, you can be pretty careless. Like the time you kissed a boy at your doorstep in broad daylight." Since the day she had seen me with Zach, Mia was being super weird. Sure, I could be a little careless, but I'd never misplaced anything in my life before, especially a whole frickin' backpack. On the day of the spring dance, I was getting ready, and that's when I noticed my favorite top was missing. "Mia, have you seen my tweed top? The pink one?" "Yeah, have you... Why are you crying?" "I'm so sorry, Isabella. I borrowed the top last week and I fell and it tore up along the side and I tried to fix it, but I couldn't. Please don't tell anyone or Mom will send me back to the village." "I know you won't tell. Look, I guard your secrets too. Like you kissing your boyfriend and how you make me do your homework. Remember? Are you, threatening me? Perhaps. I was shocked that Mia could go so low. After that day, Mia only got bolder. She kept taking my stuff without telling me. Not only was she taking full advantage of my things, she didn't clean my room either. She even told Mom that I trashed my room on purpose to make her do more work. And it was no shock that Mom believed her. Isabella, you're almost 16. Get your act together. Clean your room now. Ugh, I was so mad at Mia. I had been nothing but nice, and she'd taken advantage of me. I started cleaning my own room and locked it every day before I left for school. It was hard, but soon I got the hang of it. If it weren't for Zach, I would have gone crazy. The guy was like a ray of sunshine in my boring life. One time, we went out on a date, and Zach gave me the most precious gift ever, a set of pearl earrings. OMG, these are so pretty. Not prettier than you. Saying that, he kissed me. Zach was so perfect, and I was so in love with him. The next day, when I woke up, I felt sick. Mom and Dad took me to the doctor, and I learned I had some viral infection and needed complete bed rest. I was literally knocked out cold because of the meds and stayed in bed for days. But when I finally felt better, I tried calling Zach. His number was unreachable, and he had blocked me everywhere. He even changed his school. But he left me a message on Insta. Good luck with your new life. I am moving out of town because of Dad's work, but I'm sure you must be happy. When I tried to reply, I couldn't. What was that even about? I was sad for weeks. One day when I stepped into my room, I saw Mia in front of the mirror trying on the earrings. Hey, get those off. Zach gave those to me. For God's sake, stop touching my stuff. Zach, the same guy who royally dumped you, still hoping he'll come back to you? You are very naive. Here you go, your ugly earrings. I am so gonna tell Mom. Good luck convincing her. Your own family will never believe you. The careless liar of the family. She was right. She had Mom and Dad fooled. A few weeks later, I saw Abigail flaunting her new hair, and so I wanted to do the same. That's what girls do, change their hairstyle after a breakup. But when I asked Mom and Dad to let me have the treatment, they refused, saying I was too young. Well, they were wrong. I watched some YouTube videos of the treatment. It looked easy, but I didn't have enough money to afford it. I snuck into my mom's room and pulled out a credit card from her wallet. A few days later, my package arrived. I made sure everyone was busy before I set everything up. After hours of work, I took the towel off the mirror to look at my new and improved hair. What the heck? My hair was curlier than before and clung to my head like a furry cap. Abigail heard me scream and rushed into the room. Oh my God, what happened? Oh, Abby, it went all wrong. Calm down. Take a deep breath. How did this even happen? Yes, how did it? But one look at Mia's evil grin, and I had my answer. You witch. You did this. Why are you this way? What did I do to you? I was always nice and treated you well. It just annoys me to the core that a dumb witch like you is living this perfect life while someone like me is just a maid. You have a serious problem. You're so sick. I knew it was you who did this to me. Me? That's enough, Isabella. It's your own fault. I have the credit card receipts. I can't believe you've been stealing from us. Oops, told you so. You just wait, you witch. I'll expose you for who you really are. Best of luck. A few days later, we had a huge party at our place. I felt so sad that I couldn't attend because of my hair. But then I found a box near my bed. A beautiful wig was inside, from Abigail. I suddenly had tears in my eyes. Abigail had always loved me, no matter how much we fought. I quickly got ready, and as I was having some soda at the party, I spotted a familiar face. It was Zach. So, you finally showed your face. I didn't want to come. My dad made me. How could you leave me like that, Zach? Did I never mean anything to you? I left you? Last time I checked, you dumped me because one of the jocks had gotten you pregnant. You told me to stay away because you wanted to be with him, whoever the jerk was. Where is he even? Hearing his words, I felt the ground shake. Pregnant? Me? Seeing me shell-shocked, Zach realized I really had no idea what he was talking about. He then showed me Insta messages from me telling him to back off. Checking the dates, I realized they were sent when I was sick. And then It all clicked. By any chance, did you talk to my maid, Mia?
Actually, yeah. I called your number and she picked up and said you asked me not to call you ever again.
Oh my God! That psychopath witch! The moment I spotted her among the guests, acting as if she were some supermodel, I slapped her. Seeing Zach next to me, her eyes widened. You crazy evil psycho! You went too far this time! Our shouting attracted everyone from the party. Zach, you should be thanking me. I was saving you from this freak. Yeah, I told a small lie, but it was so worth it. I felt my cheeks turn red and I just wanted to hide. I had never been this humiliated, but before I could run, Abigail came forward and pushed Mia away from me. How dare you treat my sister this way?
Wait till you hear what she actually did.
Zach told Mom, Dad, and Abigail the whole lie Mia told, and they were stunned.
Mia, how could you do this? We thought you were a sensible young girl.
Sensible girl? I don't want to be a sensible poor girl. I'm too smart. No, I'm a genius. That's how I ruined your daughter's life. Yeah, I hacked your phone, Isabella, you dumb, useless girl, and sent Zach everything. Someone like him can't be with someone like you. I want your life. Why should I have to work for all the things I want? I won't be a loser like my mom.
Don't talk to my mother that way.
And calling your own mom a loser?
Mia, you are pathetic.
As if you could. Before she could even finish, someone grabbed Mia's arm. It was her mom. Mia, you are a disgrace. This family took you in, treated you as their own, and this is how you repay them? I'm sorry, Miss Isabella. My daughter is out of control. I knew she had some problems, but I never expected her to go this far.
Oh, Isabella, we're sorry, darling. We should have believed you. Mia, you are no longer welcome here. Get out, now.
Hearing this, Mia went completely bonkers and suddenly jumped over the tables and set the curtains on fire with some candles. You stupid rich people, treating poor people like trash. I hate you. You should all die. If I can't live this lifestyle, no one can. The fire instantly spread all across the house and everyone ran out screaming. I felt my feet glued to the floor, but thank God, Zach held my hand and dragged me out. Watching my house burn was a scene from a nightmare, but the main thing was that everyone was safe. Soon the fire brigade and the police came, and they took Mia away.
I'm so glad you're okay, Isabella.
I'm glad you're okay too. You were totally right about Mia being a psycho. I should have believed you. I kind of made your life a living hell when we were living together, so I don't blame you for not believing me. I was about to answer, but just then I felt someone's arms on my shoulders.
I am so sorry for ever doubting you. I can't believe I fell for those stupid lies. Isabella, I love you so much.
Shh, it's all in the past, Zach. I love you too. I always have. Hi, I'm Nicole from Canada. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. My parents are both successful lawyers who graduated at the top of every class ever. University, school, and probably preschool. Education was everything to them. It was so important that they had me registered in a really fancy school before I was even born because it had a long waiting list. Before I started, my parents wanted to make sure I knew all the basics. A is for astronaut and Butterbug! Look, Mommy! I made a butterbug! That's a butterfly with a B. Why is it so hard for you, Nicole? From the moment I joined kindergarten, I hated school. I couldn't sit still and focus on the lessons like the other kids. And it was so dumb that we couldn't talk to each other in class. Even when I silently sent paper airplanes to my friends, it made the teachers mad. They started making me sit outside the class often, and I loved it because I would draw in peace. It was the only thing I wanted to do. Once in 4th grade, my math teacher, Mrs. Mueller, was going on and on about frickin' fractions, and I started doodling. I drew her in my notebook with a horse's head on top of her body. It was so funny, I giggled. And the next second, she was glaring down at me.
Are you drawing in my class, Nicole? What's this? A horse's head on a woman's body? That's so stupid.
I think it's you, Mrs. Mueller. The whole class burst out laughing. I was immediately sent to the principal's office, and my parents were called in. My teachers had tons of complaints, but my parents wouldn't hear it.
This is ridiculous. Nicole is probably bored because the teachers are boring. It's their fault.
Well, it turns out it was my fault because I left that school and went to 3 others, but I wasn't doing much better. And when it was time for high school, my parents decided to send me to a normal one.
Why spend money on a fancy school when you don't even care? You want to waste your time drawing? Fine by us.
I felt bad for letting them down, but I was relieved I was going to an easier school now. On the first day at recess, I just sat down at an empty table when suddenly someone grabbed my arm. I looked up to see a girl with purple hair.
Get up, punk. This table's mine.
Maybe we can share it.
Can't you see? There just isn't enough space for my friends. You're sitting in Luna's spot.
Who's Luna and where is she?
She's standing right next to you, dummy.
I couldn't see anyone next to me. Was she crazy? I left the table, and as I was walking away, I saw her take out a chocolate bar and start eating it with a knife and fork while she talked to her imaginary friends. Just then, I heard someone call my name, and I turned to see Darren. He was Dad's best friend's son, and I had no idea he was at the same school. I joined him at his table and asked him about the purple-haired girl.
Ella? She is trouble. Apparently, she's been to juvie twice. I don't even know why she comes to school. She's never been to class. Such a weirdo. Just stay away from her.
Darren and I were in different classes, but we started hanging out whenever we could, and I was really glad to have a friend here. A few days later, I was sitting out on the bleachers and drawing when suddenly I heard Ella screaming in a megaphone at the football team.
You guys suck. My grandma can play better than you, and she's dead. Why don't you let me play with you, huh?
Oh, do I scare you, you little scaredy cats? Afraid to get beaten by a girl?
Shut up, Ella. Unless you want to be a cheerleader, just buzz off.
All the boys laughed and went back to practice. Suddenly, Ella dashed onto the field, grabbed the ball, and ran away. The whole team started shouting and running after her. One boy caught up to her and pushed her to the ground, and I jumped up as the two struggled over the ball. Hey, knock it off! Don't hurt her! I pulled the boy away and helped her up, and she instantly kicked him in the knees. He was about to attack her when the coach arrived on the scene and the boys left grumbling.
I could have handled that myself.
Oh, I'm sure you're a superhero who could have fought 10 boys alone. Or were your imaginary friends gonna help you? She looked at me and suddenly burst out laughing.
I have 3 stupid foster brothers, so I know how to deal with boys. Also, I don't have imaginary friends. People think I'm weird, so I act weird.
She sat down on the bleachers and suddenly noticed my sketchbook.
You drew this?
Yeah, drawing's the only thing I love. I hate attending classes.
Me too. How about you don't go to class and we'll draw each other?
I gave her a paper and some pencils, and we sat there drawing for a while, our shoes touching. As I looked at her closely, I realized she was actually beautiful. When we exchanged our sketches, I burst out laughing. She just made a stick figure.
Yeah, I lied. I can't draw. But wow, Nicole,
you're amazing. I love it. I was so happy to hear that. But just then the bell rang and I had to go. We agreed to meet at the same spot the next day. As I was walking down the hallway, Darren caught up with me.
Hey, what are you doing with Ella? I told you, she's bad news.
I don't think she is, Darren. Maybe you shouldn't believe everything people say.
Listen, I'm just looking out for you because you're my friend. Don't hang out with her, okay?
He was starting to annoy me a little. If I wanted to hang out with Ella, I was gonna. So I kept coming up with excuses to ditch him and see Ella after school. And each day with her was an adventure. She showed me the best viewpoint of the city, and we went swimming in a gorgeous lake. We also had some of the fanciest free food in town because Ella was friends with the chef. One afternoon, Ella took me to some house and told me to hide in the bushes. Then she took off her backpack, which was full of rocks, and started hurling them at the windows. Oh my God, what are you doing?
That's my last foster mom's house, and she's horrible. You gonna help me or not? Without another thought,
I started picking up rocks and throwing them too. Just then, someone spotted us and started yelling. I grabbed Nicole's arm. Time to run! We ran like crazy till we left the house far behind, and we collapsed on the ground laughing. We lay on the grass for hours, and Ella told me about all the foster homes she'd been in. My current foster parents aren't great either. They hardly do anything for me. If I need new clothes, I have to shoplift them. It's why I've been to juvie twice now. Wow, that sounds tough. It's okay. I'll be out of here someday, and I'll do something amazing with my life. But for now, I'm really glad I found a friend. She pressed my hand gently, and I felt all warm inside. Later that night when I got home, I almost screamed to find Darren in my room. Jeez, you scared me. Why are you here?
Why were you not here? You've been hanging out with that weirdo, haven't you?
Darren, it's none of your business.
Don't be mad at me. You know I only care.
Yeah, so I'm fine, right? Happy? Now please, go away. I practically pushed him out of my window. This boy was getting on my nerves. And the next day when I met Ella outside of school, Darren appeared out of nowhere and said he was coming along.
Nicole, why did you bring this extra package with you?
I didn't.
I don't want her to be alone with you, weirdo.
Are you her watchdog? You sure smell like one.
I'm her boyfriend. Nicole, I've been looking for the right time to say this. I know you like me too.
And with that, he suddenly kissed me. I instantly pushed him away. Are you crazy? Why would you think you're my boyfriend? Just stay away from me, loser. We were walking off when suddenly he grabbed my hand, and then Ella punched him in the face. We left him crying in pain on the ground. I didn't know what Ella had in store that day, but soon I realized where we were. Isn't this Principal Trent's house? Yeah, girl. Now tell me, how much do you hate him? A lot. Everybody does. But what are you planning to do, Ella? I thought we could be creative. You can draw whatever you want with this spray paint, my artist friend. I tried to talk her out of it, but she wasn't listening. She started without me, and it did look like a lot of fun. I joined in, and we both went crazy on the walls. Wow, what a thrill. This was so much fun, Ella. You are so much fun. She smiled at me, and she looked so lovely in the moonlight. Feeling impulsive, I leaned forward and kissed her. Then realizing what I'd just done, I pulled away.
What was that?
I'm so sorry. I don't know why I kissed you.
No, I mean, why did you stop?
She liked it. I pulled her close and kissed her again. It was the most amazing night. But the next day at school, I got a huge shock. I was called into the principal's office, and my parents were already there. And I was suspended for a month for spray painting his house. He had a video of me and Ella in action.
If it wasn't for Darren who gave me this video, I would have never had the proof to expel Ella.
Darren had followed us? Wait, Ella is expelled?
Yeah, she's been a problem since forever. You're lucky you're only suspended. I'm going easy on you because I know she's such a bad influence.
I got such a scolding from my parents, but all I could think about was Ella. Just when I was thinking of sneaking out to see her, I heard a tap on my window and Ella jumped in. Gosh, I'm so sorry you got expelled. Never mind that. Listen, my foster parents are kicking me out, and I'm gonna be sent to some other home far away. Ella, you can stay with me. No, I can't. I'm running away, and I want you to come with me. What? Just think about it. We'll never have to go to school. You can draw all day and… Ella, I can't just leave. I have my family here. But I don't have anything here. Nicole, why can't you just do this for me? I care about you so much, but I just can't. Just then we heard Mom's voice by my door, and Ella pushed me away and left. Mom came in to talk to me, and by the time she left, Ella was long gone. What if she couldn't find anywhere to go and ended up homeless on the streets? Without any hesitation, I sneaked out to the nearest police station. My friend ran away from her foster home, but she has no money. Do you have a shelter that can take her? She has long purple hair. I gave the police all the information I could about Ella so they could help her. They assured me that they'd keep me updated. But before they could, someone turned up at my doorstep the next day. Darren, what are you doing here, jerk?
I thought you might not have heard the news yet. Ella got arrested.
What? Why?
Apparently, someone reported her missing to the police, and when they found her, she had a bunch of stolen money and clothes in her bag. I told you that chick was trouble. It was stupid of you to reject me and go around kissing that weirdo.
I couldn't stand him anymore, and I gave him a hard slap. You never had a chance with me, Darren, because you're a creep. I slammed the door shut, but I could hardly believe it. Ella had been arrested because I'd reported her. She would never forgive me, and I'd never see her again. Seeing how miserable I was, my parents went easy on me, and I barely came out of my room the month I was suspended. But then one night, I suddenly got a text message from Ella. Sorry I've been missing. It turns out someone told the police my whole situation, and they're finding me a nice family for adoption. No more foster homes. And I know that someone was you, Nicole. Thank you. Can't wait to see you again. I saw Ella after a month at her new home, and she looked really happy. She lived an hour away from me, but I took a bus to see her on the weekends. And by the end of high school, I had hundreds of drawings of Ella. After graduation, I went to my parents with an admission letter to an amazing art school. I'd gotten in on full scholarship. I know you guys are disappointed that I'm not like you, but this is what makes me happy. Don't you want me to be happy? And suddenly my parents hugged me.
Of course we do, Nicole. Your happiness means the most to us. We're sorry we haven't said that before. We're really proud of your talent, honey. And we love you.
I love you guys too.
Hi, my name is Summer. I have the weirdest family. My dad was a funeral director, and not just any funeral director. He was passionate. So passionate, he made ads for his services.
Here at Clever Coffin, we believe your final rest should be your best rest. Our coffins are so roomy and plush, you'll hate having to get up. Take 5.5 feet and get 50% off every additional foot because you deserve to stretch out forever. With Clever Coffin, death will be the best experience of your life. And hey, for just a 10% fee, we offer a wake-up service, just in case. Holiday special, Christmas and Thanksgiving deals available now. What are you waiting for? Die before it's too late.
Although he was a weird man, he was a good father, generous and kind. Unlike my mother, who's cheap and annoying. She worked as what she called an experimental scent maker. She made scents no one asked for. Fresh divorce, library basement, and regret on a Tuesday. I made a scent that only suits a poor high school girl, one who's smart enough to get a scholarship to the best university. Divorced women couldn't wear it. It would smell wrong on them. But my best scent yet? A perfume for a widow in her 30s. I actually got inspired by one of your father's customers. Her dad, brother, and boyfriend all died on the same day. So I named it the Atom Killer. Yeah, business is doing good. And me? I had a bad temper. Like, really bad. And I think it had something to do with how stressful my dad's job was. Or maybe how vain my mom was. Or maybe it was just life in general. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Even school was kinda dumb. Didn't have the best grades, never stood out to teachers. But you know who was even dumber? My best friend Carmen. Too soft for this world. I'd made myself her full-time bodyguard. Got into 3 fights last month alone, just trying to protect her. You look troubled. Everything okay?
My little brother is really sick. He has a fever.
How high is it?
I put the thermometer under his tongue and pulled it away when it reached 102 degrees. I got scared it might get higher.
Yeah. And in case you're wondering, they didn't have a mother. She and her brother lived with their dad and a stepmother, straight out of a Grimm Brothers fairy tale. She was walking proof that fairy tale villains grow up and move to the suburbs. She wasn't just wicked, she was weird. A self-proclaimed psychic with 0 clients and way too much time. Mostly, she just scared the neighbors and set off the smoke alarm.
You're dismissed. I expect the house to be spotless, and no vacuuming after sunset. It disturbs the ancestral spirits.
So, being the kind friend I was, I invited Carmen and her brother to spend a couple of days with us until he felt better. When we got closer to the door, we heard Mom laughing. My mom is laughing? Why?
Maybe your father made extra money?
Yeah, still, not that laugh level money. We walked in and found a handsome boy who looked 2 or 3 years older than us, sitting all comfortably with Mom. Oh, Summer, honey! Come say hi to your cousin Kevin. He's from France.
You never mentioned we had a French cousin.
Oh, I didn't know he existed. His mom is my mom's fourth cousin, but who cares? He's staying with us for a few weeks until she joins him and they settle here in the US.
Mom, you hate guests.
Not the ones who pay for their visit. Also, Summer, you should call him Brother Kevin.
No? Why would I call him that?
To show respect. Some cultures appreciate that.
He's French, Mom, not a priest.
They invented the French kiss. Just once. I'd love to hear you say, yes, as you wish, Mother. Is that too much to ask? Listen, the more you say brother, the more he pays. Brother equals euro. And did you bring guests without my permission?
We're just here to help host our brother Kevin.
Yeah! Long live our brother Kevin! Long, long, long live!
That's more euros for you. As you wish, Mother. Amazing investment. Let's go to my room, Carmen. And nice to meet you, Brother Kevin.
The pleasure is mine. I would like to extend my thanks.
Yeah, whatever. I took Carmen's hand and headed inside. I have a bad feeling about all this. Who is this guy, and what does he want?
He's a cutie. Would it make me a weirdo if I had a crush on a guy I'm calling brother?
Are you smelling this? Is Mom cooking? Since when? How much is this Kevin guy worth?
If she used the oven, he's worth more than the electricity bill. He must be rich. Rich and hot and cute and polite. Probably noble blood. Oh, brother Kevin, soon to be my boyfriend.
You need help. Like, actual professional help. For the following days, Kevin was acting like he owned the place. He even started calling Mom Auntie and Dad Uncle, like he was the long-lost favorite nephew. We were eating his favorite food, even though everyone secretly hated it. He hogged the only bathroom for hours. He watched TikTok on full volume, sprawled across the couch with his legs stretched on the coffee table like it was his personal throne. He was so annoying. Every time he opened his mouth, I lost 1 year of my life.
Hey, Samuel, come, watch this short. It reminds me of you.
Oh, you subscribe to MSA. Nice. And it's just the first slice of bread in the loaf. Crying?
Exactly. Technically part of the family, but no one really wants it.
Can you move aside? He scooted over, and I just rolled down onto the floor. See? RDL. Rolling down laughing. You're so funny. And just as I was fantasizing about smothering Kevin with a throw pillow, Mom walked in. I wonder why God didn't give me a son like you, Kevin, instead of her. A son is more helpful than a daughter. Girls just spend your money, then marry some man and work for him. In what century do you live?
Essentially, well, people build palaces to show their gratitude. But since I can't do that right now, here, Auntie, I got you a new Tesla. It looks weird, but it's really cool.
Are you kidding me right now? Kevin was insanely generous. A vacation for my parents, a golden rice cooker for my mom, and bikes for Carmen and her brother, with their names engraved on the tires. Once, he even got my dad a set of fancy coffins as a gift to support the business.
I wish I could do more to help your business flourish, Uncle. Maybe if I got more people killed. More dead, more money.
Now that you mention it, that's a brilliant idea. Dear God help me. Then, Mom made me move out of my room so Kevin could sleep there. I got the couch. Why can't he just stay in a hotel? He's rich enough.
I'm afraid of sleeping alone. Plus, I got used to my uncle's snoring. It's like ASMR before bed.
At least school was okay, and Carmen was being Carmen. Until one morning, I came in and found her surrounded by a group of the meanest girls on the planet. Hey, leave her alone.
And what are you gonna do about it? Call your dad to bury us alive?
The girls around her started laughing. I lunged at her and pinned her down. I'm Dad's assistant. I work for Death undercover, and I'm here to collect your soul. Want to say anything before I drag you to the other side?
Help! Help! Take this psycho away!
No one dared to get close to me. The same girls who were laughing a second ago were now frozen, staring at me like I'd grown horns. Just then, the principal walked beside us and noticed the commotion. He rushed over and pulled me off, but something in me just snapped. All of it. Every little thing I'd been swallowing, bottled up and burst out. I looked at him, and his face turned into something monstrous, like the devil himself. I wasn't in control anymore. I started hitting him. He was an old man, probably in his 70s, but I just kept attacking, throwing bags, books, even a random chair I found nearby. I was completely gone. Everyone around me froze. No one made a sound. Some students ran to call the teachers. Others just stood there, wide-eyed. It took 4 teachers to pull me away. One of them grabbed my shoulders and shouted my name. And just like that, I woke up, suddenly aware of everything. The fear, the silence, the chaos I'd caused. Everyone was whispering. Everyone was watching. And Carmen? She was still standing there, just staring at me like I was someone she'd never met before. I knew I was in big trouble, and I found myself calling the last person I wanted to see right now. But he was the only one who could get me out of this. Kevin. I was sitting in the principal's office while 2 nurses hovered around him. He was supposed to go to the hospital, but he insisted on dealing with me first. Just then, Kevin walked in.
Kids nowadays. Back in my day, no one even dared to breathe next to a teacher.
And exactly how old are you?
Why, sir? Age is just a number. You know when numbers actually matter? Money. Darn right they do. When I got into the school, I noticed your digital locks are trash, so I already got someone working on that. And don't get me started on the cracks in the front yard. So dangerous for the kids. They are our future, sir. But don't worry, we're fixing that too.
That's generous. But what Summer did is absolutely unacceptable.
Indeed it is. Hey, Summer, you little gremlin. Apologize to your principal.
I'm sorry, sir. I assure you this won't happen again.
That's it? Get up. Go kiss your principal's hand. Actually, go for the legs too. God knows that might make him forgive you.
That's all right, son. Apology accepted. But Summer will still need to be suspended for 2 weeks.
Great. I called my doctor, by the way. He'll stop by and check you out. Speedy recovery, sir. Come on, child. Get up.
Oh, by the way, when you walked in, did you see the corridor closets? Too old, right?
Yep. Make hay while the sun is still shining, sir. Leave that to me. Have a great day.
On our way to the car, Kevin started scolding me like I was 6.
Is something wrong with your head? You need to be checked into hospital.
And you need to check out already. Why don't you just leave us alone?
Whoa, that's so mean. I just saved your ungrateful butt.
Thank you for that. But this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for you. I just want my own life back. And are you even really my mom's cousin?
I am your mother's cousin.
And he just walked toward the car. Ugh. And to make things worse, I had to spend 2 weeks at home. Maybe that would give me time to figure out who this Kevin guy really was. Dad, does he not have school or college or a job? Where does he get all this money from? And wasn't his mother supposed to come too? It's been 5 weeks now. She hasn't even called. What's his story?
Summer, honey, I love you, but whatever he is, at least he's not the girl who hit her principal like a maniac. Everyone in town's talking about it. It might even affect my business.
Oh, yes. The dead will rise and say, oh no, don't let him bathe me. Choose the other guy with the perfect daughter who gets straight A's. Oh wait, there is no other guy. It's only you in this town. Just then, someone knocked once and barged in without waiting. It was Carmen's little brother. Carmen isn't moving. What? Where is she? Dad and I ran to Carmen's house. It was completely empty. And there she was, collapsed on the ground. We rushed her to the hospital. At the hospital, after what felt like forever, the doctor finally stepped out.
She's stable for now, but her appendix is basically ticking like a time bomb. We need to operate immediately. We can either take her in now, or you can start planning a funeral playlist. Your call.
We tried contacting Carmen's father, but he never responded. Her stepmother came to the hospital, wearing all the accessories she had and a skirt, looking like some gypsy.
Oh my god, why didn't anyone call me earlier? I was literally in the middle of my crystal cleansing. I felt something in my aura shift. I knew it was Carmen. Look, doctor, can you just, give her some antibiotics or something? I have a spa appointment in an hour and I cannot cancel again.
She has to undergo surgery, now.
We mustn't panic. I brought my healing amethyst. Place it near her head. The universe will guide the surgeon's hands. By the way, she has no insurance.
So, are you going to pay for her surgery?
How? Child, I'm a fortune teller. What do you think my crystal ball does? PayPal me?
Your crystal ball didn't tell you your stepdaughter was gonna end up in the ER?
Who even are you?
7 years. I've been there for Carmen for 7 years. But I guess your almighty disco ball forgot to mention me, huh? Honestly, do us all a favor and crack that thing over your head. Maybe then it'll actually work.
Excuse me? My crystal ball did warn me, said Carmen was surrounded by a toxic, ill-mannered force pretending to be her friend. Guess who just confirmed it?
Did you just... I snapped. I threw every paper I could grab at her, then took the cup my dad was holding and threw all the water on her. Dad quickly stepped in between us before I could go full WWE on her. And just then, the doctor returned.
Kevin Pate, we're doing the surgery. Carry on with your meltdown after. God, I do not get paid enough for this.
Long live Brother Kevin!
The surgery was successful, but Carmen had some complications, so she needed to stay for another week. I stayed with her at the hospital the whole time. I didn't want to talk to anyone or see anyone, except for Kevin. He came by every day with food because Carmen hated hospital meals. I still ate them anyway, and also whatever Kevin brought. No shame. Hey, I never got the chance to thank you for what you did for Carmen.
Oh, you look so ugly when you're grateful and emotional. Now I get why you chose this snarky, angry persona.
Ha ha. I didn't choose it. I was born like this.
Imagine if everyone said that. No one would work on themselves. We'd all still be living in a jungle.
Wise words, Sir Kevin Tuttle. Since we're being philosophical and genuine, maybe it's time you say who you actually are.
For the 1000th time, I'm your mom's cousin. A distant one. And yes, I am waiting for my mother to come. I'm losing patience too, trust me. You're not the only one stuck here.
Aw, poor kid. And here I was thinking you were actually enjoying my company. So why do you keep coming every day? And then, with the most serious face I'd ever seen, he looked straight into my eyes, sighed, and said,
Oh, I wish I could tell you somehow. I really do.
He looked so genuine, and I chose to believe him, at least for now. That night, he stayed with us. We played Would You Rather, acted out fake hospital traumas like we were on Grey's Anatomy, and tried to build a tower out of soap bars and tongue depressors. We laughed so hard, the nurses came and kicked us out.
Some of us are trying to keep people alive, not babysit 2 gremlins acting like the hospital bill's not growing by the minute. One more sound, and I'm sedating both of you, and I'll enjoy it.
Dang, so snarky. Are you sure he's not your dad, Summer?
Later that evening, after Carmen had fallen asleep and the hospital halls went quiet, Kevin and I were near the vending machines when a juice box smacked me in the ankle. I turned around and saw a toddler in full goblin mode, barefoot, sticky, and aggressively licking the vending machine. Then he tripped, hit the floor, and started wailing like a siren. Nobody came. I walked over and gently helped him up. Okay, little maniac, maybe sit down for 1 second and stop attacking gravity? He handed me a melted gummy bear in gratitude. Just then, a mother started screaming.
Excuse me? Did you just put your hands on my child?
Yeah, he fell. I picked him up. It's called helping. Ma'am, he was licking the floor and crying for ages. Where were you?
Are you judging me? What kind of person judges a mother? A widow, no less.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I didn't know you just lost your husband.
I didn't lose my current husband. I mean, it was my fiancé. 5 years ago. But that doesn't change the fact that you're being rude and insensitive. You know what? I'm calling security.
I wanted to yell at her. But just then, her other kids showed up. They looked exhausted, like they'd been crying for hours. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't know you had a lot going on. She blinked and then started crying.
Mothers have to do everything now, and barely anyone asks how we're doing. Is it too much to just want someone to say, how are you?
No, it's not a lot to ask. So, how are you, ma'am? Just like that, the walls came down. We talked, we laughed. I helped her feed her kids. When I finally returned, Kevin was just standing there, arms crossed, eyebrows raised.
Wow. I mean, I'm still processing the fact that you didn't choke her for yelling at you, and then you chatted with her? Helped her? Who are you? You handled that like someone who has been through 3 therapy sessions and read half a self-help book.
And you, Kevin, you're not what I expected, you know. I hated you when you first showed up.
That's shocking. You really hit it so well, with your eye rolls, death threats, and savage burns.
Shut up. I'm being serious. I was angry at everything, all the time. At school, at home, at, I don't know, life. But lately, I've started thinking before I punch people. That's growth, right?
Huge growth! The monks will call soon!
He paused, then added quietly,
You know, I envy kids. I don't think I ever had a real childhood. My life's complicated. Sometimes I wish I had one of those crazy remote-control cars, or play in the sand, or jump on one of those giant bouncer castles.
Then he caught himself.
Ugh, wow. Why am I talking like this? Am I possessed?
It was the first time I'd seen this side of Kevin. He looked embarrassed, like he'd said too much. So I didn't push it. We just walked in silence, and it was peaceful. On Carmen's last day, we were waiting for Kevin to pick us up, but he was running late. So we headed to the hospital cafeteria to kill time. That's when I saw the news playing on the wall-mounted TV. The volume was low, but the image was enough to make my stomach drop.
This young man, identified as Stephen Heaven from England, is wanted for armed robbery and attempted murder of 2 people during a bank heist. He was arrested, but escaped custody 2 months ago. Authorities believe he may be hiding in the U.S. under a false identity. If you have any information, please call the hotline immediately.
Then the photo flashed on the screen. Blonde hair, green eyes, but the face? He looked exactly like Kevin, just with different hair and probably colored contacts. My blood went cold. Carmen, do you see what I'm seeing?
Stephen Heaven? What kind of name is that? Sounds like he's already booked a seat in heaven.
No, Carmen, look at his face. She looked again. Her expression changed.
Wait, that really looks like Kevin.
We didn't say another word. We grabbed our stuff and called an Uber. Fast. The whole ride home, my mind was spinning. Mom, Dad, did you see the news? The house was eerily quiet. Too quiet. I had a bad feeling. Carmen and I searched every room.
I'm gonna check the basement.
She went down and didn't come back for a few minutes. I got worried, so I followed her, calling out. Carmen? Carmen, you there? If you're in danger, say the secret word. You remember, right? It starts with S. Sen. Come on, Carmen. You know the word. Senorita. Say it. Just say anything for God's sake. I crept toward the basement and carefully opened the door. Then suddenly, a hand yanked me inside.
Get in, senorita.
Inside, everyone, my parents, Carmen, her little brother, was sitting on chairs looking terrified. I froze. How did you even get Mom to sit still? That's actually impressive. Kevin, listen, I don't believe a word they say about you, okay? I know you're a good guy. Let's just talk this out like adults.
That's very calm of you, considering your usual temper.
Well, people change. You changed me, Kevin. You made me better. Since the day you came into my life.
Sit down, Summer. Don't make me use violence.
Wow. I'm actually disappointed in you. He lunged toward me. I backed up fast. Okay, I'm sitting. Jeez. Kevin turned to the room, like a showman on a stage.
Listen up, everyone. I'm not here to explain myself. Am I guilty? Yes. Am I planning to run? Also yes. How am I gonna do that? The hard way, the dramatic way.
And with that, he grabbed Carmen's little brother. Everyone screamed.
No, put him down!
But in seconds, Kevin was gone, like he was never there. Carmen shot to her feet, trembling but furious.
No more. I'm done letting people walk over me. If someone hurting my little brother doesn't wake me up, then what will?
She charged toward the door like a hero in a movie, only to miss the frame entirely, slam into the wall, and drop like a sack of potatoes. Well, at least the spirit was willing. Soon, we were all upstairs in the living room. Carmen was crying nonstop. Everyone looked like they'd been hit by a truck. Remind me again why we can't call the cops?
We just can't. For heaven's sake, I don't have to explain everything.
But we'd probably get a reward. Let's just do it.
If we don't, no one's gonna look for my brother. My stepmom doesn't care, my dad doesn't react. He keeps his head down like none of this exists. If we don't act, no one will. It's just us.
You don't understand anything. None of you do. Let's all just calm down.
Before anyone could answer, someone knocked on the door. A heavy knock, followed by a voice.
This is the FBI. Open the door, Mr. and Mrs. Cleaver. If you do not open the door in 5 seconds, we will break it down and enter by force. 5, 4, 3, 2.
And just like that, they were inside.
Mr. Cleaver, we know you had knowledge of Kevin's true identity and chose to protect him. You're under arrest for aiding and abetting a fugitive. You have the right to remain silent.
What? What are you doing? Let him go! For the first time, I didn't feel angry. I didn't yell. I didn't explode. I just felt empty. I watched them drag Dad away. Mom was crying. Carmen was losing it. And me? I sat down, stared at the wall, didn't blink, didn't move. And then, it hit me. I knew exactly where Kevin was. I went to the beach, and from afar, I saw a kite floating in the sky. I knew it was Kevin and Carmen's little brother.
All hail, Brother Kevin! Long live! Long live!
You came?
Well, yeah. After I checked the amusement park, the toy store, the aquarium, and the ball pit in the supermarket where toddlers scream and throw lettuce. So, what's going on exactly? You robbed a bank and almost killed people?
I'm a distant relative of your mother. I came from a rich family. My dad co-owned 3 banks, but recently he started falling apart. After my mom got sick for months, and it wasn't getting any better, he fell into this deep depression. He refused therapy. He stopped talking.
That's really dark.
I found out that he was planning to rob his own bank. Maybe as a thrill? Or just a way to go out?
He looked away, watching the kite dance against the sky.
I followed him that day. I wore a mask and glasses, thought maybe I could talk him down without him realizing it was me. But it was too late. It happened so fast. Alarms, screaming.
Wait, you were there?
I tried to get him to stop, but people thought I was part of it. We ran. A couple of security guards caught up with us, and we fought them off to escape. We only found out later that they were critically injured. Dad got away with the money, but right after, he crashed and fell into a coma. And everything, the evidence, the footage, pointed to me. I was arrested. The lawyer said my case looked bad, so I panicked. I ran, came to the US to stay with you guys, just until I figured out what to do.
Kevin, you were trying to stop him, and no one cared. They just saw a guy in a mask. Yeah, I'd run too. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out. I'm sure we can. But before I could finish, I heard footsteps behind me. In a matter of seconds, the police and FBI agents surrounded us. Kevin didn't even try to run. He looked calm, almost relieved.
You were the best part of all of this.
After that day, I did everything I could. Dad got released with a warning, and a lifetime ban from ever accidentally harboring a fugitive again.
He told me everything a few days ago, but there was this spark in his eyes, the kind I only see in people who died with nothing to hide, pure, unafraid. So I decided to give him a chance.
I called those fancy lawyers Kevin used to mention, but their prices gave me a nosebleed. So I fired them and found someone who works for free. He's spiritual. Used to be a monk or something. Jesus Christ, give me patience. I sold our TV, Mom's precious Tesla, even begged Dad's coffin clients on his weird blog. Carmen's stepmom gave me a sacred psychic stone to sell. I sold the gold necklace my grandma gave me. I think she'd be proud. Somehow, it worked. We got a real lawyer. A few months later, Kevin walked out of court free. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. You owe me so much money, therapy, and sleep.
I'll start with the money.
Start by staying. Some people run away from their past. Others run towards something better. I think Kevin did both. I think maybe I did too.
Hi, I'm Olive. I was adopted by my foster parents when I was only 4, and ever since then, I lived with them in India. Both of them love me to bits, but just as I turned 5, my foster mom died of some illness, and 2 years later, Dad married another woman who also had a girl child named Ria. She was 2 years older than me, and I was excited about finally having an elder sis. But for some reason, we never got along, and even my stepmom totally hates me. On my 10th birthday, I woke up to find party preps going on in the house. I ran to my stepmom to find her busy putting makeup on Ria. OMG, Mom, I can't believe you're throwing a birthday party. Can you put some makeup on me too? I love you so much.
Throwing a party? I won't even throw garbage in your name. All this is for my own beautiful daughter.
Just then, Dad came in and hugged me.
Well, my beautiful daughter never needs makeup. She's an angel already. Happy birthday, dear.
He gifted me a beautiful necklace, and then we both baked my birthday cake together. Dad was literally the best. One day in the 7th grade, as Ria and I were walking to school, a boy jumped in front of us with a rose.
You're so beautiful, Olive.
Ria snatched the rose from his hand and crushed it under his feet. As soon as we reached home, Ria fed lies to her mom, and she turned into an angry goddess.
So, you're planning on spoiling my name? You ugly brat, talking and hanging out with boys. Do you think you're Miss World? You're not going to school anymore.
Mom, wait, just listen, I didn't...
What, you mean Ria is lying?
My stepmom took my hand and tried to lock me in my room, but just then, Dad came in and saved me.
That's enough. This is not how you treat my girl.
Dad took me away and told me something really shocking. He said he'd track down my real mom and I could go see her. Dad, no, I love you, and no matter what, I'm not leaving you. A few weeks later, he went abroad for a business trip. and I was dreading being left alone with my stepmom and Rhea. But the very next day, my stepmom woke me up with a coffee and a smile. Something was wrong. She even gave me Rhea's makeup kit and asked me to put it on. But when I went downstairs, there was a big group of people in my house. She then whispered to me, "Listen, behave well. That's the groom's family. For God's sake, make them like you. I just want to get rid of you as soon as possible." What? Are you talking about marriage? Mom, I'm not even 16, and I know this is illegal. So if you all don't want to end up in prison, please leave. After they left, my stepmom went crazy. "Have you lost your mind? How long do you want to stick with us? The foster care paid very little this time, and your dad is spending everything for you from his pocket. Gosh, you really suck." She then blocked Google so I wouldn't email my dad, but I used FireGuard VPN and unblocked Google and Gmail. I decided I couldn't stay here anymore. I wrote an email to Dad telling him everything and left home that night with the address he gave me. And man, LA was like a whole other planet. Everything was so different. The people, their speech, food, everything. And my real mom was an actress, a big shot celebrity, and I had no idea about that. When her guards introduced me with the adoption papers, she was shocked, but the next second, she hugged and kissed me like she loved me so freaking much. "Oh, Oliviana, my baby." "It's Olive, Mom. You would have known if you cared." "It's not Mom, Oliviana. Call me Sandy, just like my fans do. And trust me, baby, I gave you up only for your good. But I'm sorry, okay? I couldn't take it all in one go, but life there did seem nice. Mom gave me more than enough of everything. She appointed 3 maids personally for me, and my food came from different 5-star hotels every day. She also put me in the best school in LA, and I was getting a royal treatment there. Right from day one, all the kids were trying to be friends with me. "Hey, Olive, I'm the cheerleading team captain. You can have the seat next to me." "Hi, can I show you around the school? I'm pretty much the popular guy here." Well, I soon knew it wasn't for me, but my Rolls Royce and my mom's money. But I loved it anyway. However, I found the school totally weird. All girls had boyfriends and nobody punished them for it. I even saw some girls and boys kissing in the hallway. It took me some time to adjust, but slowly I started to feel lonely inside. Mom was always busy with work and she barely had time for me. So I decided to make it up with cooking. Yes, I started taking cooking lessons and it was so much fun. Once I saw Mom saying in a TV interview that she loved shrimp salad. So I learned the recipe from YouTube and made it for her. I was so excited for her to taste it, but she acted so weird. "Darling, what's this? Is that thing moving? Gross." "But you said shrimps were your favorite in the interview last night." "I did? Oh, then it's a lie. Don't take my words seriously, sweetie." She left without even touching the food that I cooked for her. I felt so bad. The next day at school, I was surrounded by so many boys wanting to take me out on a date. Gosh, I really wish I could disappear for some time. Just then, a boy named Elon came to me and said, "Hey, you're Olive, right? The principal is calling for you right now." I went to the principal's office, but just as I was about to enter, he held my hand and stopped me. "Well, she didn't call for you. I just saw your sullen face when those kids were pestering you. So I just lied to help you escape. Don't be mad, all right?" Oh my, why would I be mad? He was so charming and his dreamy eyes. I could feel butterflies in my stomach. Afterwards, we had lunch together and he seemed so different from the others who were constantly trying to flirt with me. In no time, we became quite close and he was literally the best person I have ever met. Then one day, I took him home with me. But for the first time, Mom was at home and sitting in the drawing room. "Sandy, what are you doing here?" "What am I doing here? This is my home, sweetie." "OMG, that's your mom? I can't believe it. I'm a crazy fan of yours, ma'am. Can I have your autograph?" "Oh, please, call me Sandy." What? Did he just say he was a crazy fan? And why was Mom acting like that? Ugh, stardom sucks, but whatever. I left the two of them alone and went to grab something to eat. But when I returned, I saw Mom hugging him. Oh dear, I wish I had a son like you. What? Wasn't I enough? She kept chatting and laughing with him for hours while I just fell asleep on the sofa. And when I woke up, the weirdest thing happened. The maid told me that both of them went out for dinner without me. What in the world was going on? The next day at school, I was looking for Elon when I heard some strange giggles and talks behind my back.
Oh, Olive, I can't believe your mom is dating Elon. Is he gonna be your dad now?
Shut up. What's wrong with you? Elon's about to be my boyfriend, so stop spreading lies. Seriously? You didn't see the newspaper today? Or Facebook or Instagram? Their lovey-dovey pics are viral everywhere. What was happening? I immediately grabbed my phone and saw the breaking news on every social media page. Hot young actress dates a schoolboy. OMG, I nearly fainted. I thought Mom would be so upset, so I rushed home, but to my shock, she behaved like nothing had happened. Oh, this is very normal for a famous celebrity like me, honey. And this kind of publicity is good for my career. But don't you worry. I heard the boy has no parents and is living in a shelter. And I'm adopting him next week. Then you'll see how everything changes. What? You're adopting Elon? You can't do that. I was just gonna ask him on a date. And you want him to be my brother now? No way, Sandy. Mom just smiled and walked away. What on earth was she thinking? The next morning, she came to my room and talked as if nothing happened yesterday. Oliviana, today is the last day of my shoot for this movie. I knew you wanted to see my world. Come on, honey. She was absolutely crazy. But I met so many stars whom I've only seen on TV, and it was just awesome. Then someone asked Mom if I was her daughter, and she said, "Daughter? Are you freaking mad? Look at my body. So stunning. I would never spoil my youth and my career by having a child. She's just my maid's daughter. And since I have such a huge heart, I decided to adopt her." Gosh, what kind of mom was she? I didn't talk to her all the way back home. But worse, she didn't even try to apologize to me and kept on giving excuses. Darling, this is how my life is. I can't survive in this field for long if everyone knows I'm getting old and I have a child. So, enough, Sandy. God, how can you be so untrue every minute? You've never been genuine to me, and I completely hate this life, and you. The next day, I went to school and asked Elon if he knew about the adoption thing, and to my worst nightmare, he just hugged me and said, "Hi, sis. How are you doing?" What? Did you just call me sis? Weren't we kind of together? You're so funny, sis. I'm so glad I'll be having a famous mom and a wonderful sister like you. He was such a jerk. I gave him a tight slap on the face and went back to my class. But even there, the kids gathered around me asking for Mom's latest movie premiere tickets. Gosh, everyone here was so freaking crazy. I couldn't handle it anymore and went straight home. I packed my bags, and as I was leaving the house, Mom called out to me, "Oh, honey, be back home by 7. We'll be going to Elon's home today to sign the adoption papers. All the media will be there." She was such a selfish person until the very end. Of course it hurts so much to think that I've never had a true loving mom in spite of having two. Afterwards, I found myself a shelter home and emailed Dad telling him how much I missed him. Thankfully, he replied and said he was coming to see me soon. Meanwhile, I registered for MasterChef USA, and for the final round, I made the signature dish, the Beef Wellington by Chef Gordon Ramsay. And luckily, I won! Yes! With the grand title and the prize money, I opened my own restaurant in LA, and Dad was my first customer.
Hi, my name is Daisy, and I live in Vermont. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both astronauts, so they spend most of their time in space. I grew up with my aunt, who was a space research scientist too. She was mostly busy with her work in the lab, and that left me with none other than Sarah, my childhood friend. I met her when I was 5. My aunt threw me a huge birthday party, but just as I was about to blow out the candles, another girl jumped in and spoiled my moment. "Hey, you! Why did you do that?" But she just looked at me and smirked. I got super angry and smashed her face into my cake, and a war broke out. She jumped onto me and grabbed my hair. And that's when Sarah came to my rescue. She was like an angel. She held that mean, witchy girl by her hair and swung her into the swimming pool. "You just saved my life." "Oh, she deserved it.
And she did the same thing to me on my birthday. This was it. I felt like I'd found my soulmate, and that's how we became besties. We played together all day long and even went to school together. And life was pretty much fun until the 9th grade, when a new guy, Jeff, transferred into our class. Once, Sarah and I were getting some lunch in the cafeteria when she tripped over something and her food tray fell straight onto Jeff's face and clothes. All the kids in the cafeteria burst out laughing and his face went all red. And then he came charging at Sarah like a mad bull.
How dare you? Do you have a death wish?
Stop! Don't you dare touch her! I went in and pushed him aside and he fell straight to the ground on his butt.
You'll have to pay for this. I'll make sure.
Before he could even finish that sentence, I tossed some coins at him and said, "Will that be enough, or do you need more tips?" I took Sarah's hand and we both walked out of there. But little did I know that this was the beginning of a never-ending war. The next day, as I walked into the class, I could see Jeff with a wicked smile on his face, and I knew something was off. Just then, Sarah saw me and got off the seat. "Hey, Daisy." Suddenly, there was a loud ripping sound across the room. It was Sarah's skirt. Those evil morons put super glue all over her seat. She looked super embarrassed, and Jeff and his minions were laughing like crazy. I quickly went in and wrapped my jacket around her skirt, and then I walked towards that moron Jeff. "You did this, didn't you?"
"Oh, did you see me do it? Wait, you didn't. And it's best that you don't come to me with false accusations like that, you know. I'm a very dangerous man."
Just then I stomped on his feet and he yelled in pain.
"Dangerous? Look at you whining like a puppy.
You better remember this and stay away from my friend, or I'll—
Oh, such a deep friendship. I've got tears in my eyes. But don't you worry. I'll stay away from her, 'cause now you're my target, and I'll come for you next time. Just you wait and watch."
I was about to punch him in the face when the teacher entered and all the kids ran back to their seats. Later, while we were walking home, Sarah told me she was worried about me. "You know, you shouldn't mess with him. His dad is the richest man in the city. What if he— Oh, he's just a loser who's insecure about himself, so he picks on other kids. And he messed with you today. I can't let him go just like that. He's a jerk who needs to learn his lesson. But you're not. You're better than this. Let it go. I made a mess out of him in the cafeteria and he pulled a prank. Not a big deal." But before she could even finish, a car flashed past us and all the water by the roadside splashed on us. The car stopped a few steps ahead and that jerk Jeff looked back at us out of the window.
"Oh, shoot. I told the driver to ride over you, but he missed. I guess you just earned a few more hours to live."
I was so gonna kill him this time, but Sarah held me back. "Why did you do that? Why didn't you let me go?" "'Cause he's crazy, but you're not. You want to teach him a lesson? Use your mind, not your hands." Well, maybe she was right, but what I saw the next day at school shocked me. Jeff was leaning over at Sarah's desk like a lost puppy.
"Oh, Sarah, I'm so sorry about yesterday. You see, you're so pretty, and I didn't want to hurt you. But that witch, Daisy, she made me do it out of anger. You forgive me, right? I really want to make it up to you. Would you go out with me tonight?"
OMG! He was such a jerk. I went ahead and kicked the desk and he fell to the floor. "I think I told you to stay away. What are you doing here being all cheesy with her, huh?" "Daisy, it's okay. He was just saying sorry for what he did." "Really, Sarah? You think a jerk like him can change? Why don't you ever see the bad in people? Why don't you ever see the good in people?" I looked at that jerk and saw his devilish smile and almost felt like killing him, but I was so mad at Sarah now. And then she said something I had never imagined in my worst nightmare. "I'm going out with him for a movie tonight, and you have to accept that." What? My best friend was siding with some jerk against me after I took her side? She was out of her mind. Fine, do what you want, but just so you know, he's a jerk. He's just playing some game here, and I've warned you. But she kept staring at me like I was some crazy person. I stormed out of there in anger. The next couple of days, we didn't talk much. And now she would hang out with that moron most of the time. Then one day, while I was sitting in the cafeteria all alone, Jeff came there with Sarah, and his arms were wrapped around her.
"Guys, we have an announcement to make. Sarah and I are officially dating."
"What the fish?" No, that can't be true. Sarah would never— "Oh, Daisy, it's true. It took me some time to realize that Jeff is such a nice guy. He's super rich and super smart. And now that I know him, I'm not leaving him, ever. Saying that, she hugged him tight, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I was so freaking furious. But what about me? What about us? Oh, honey, there is no us now. And don't act like we broke up or something. It was just friendship, and I can make lots of friends, you know? But guys, how often do you find such a perfect guy in your life, huh? He's not perfect. He's an evil jerk who's playing you to get back at me.
Ugh, you're so full of yourself, Daisy. I really love Sarah, and I can smell the burn. You're just jealous of my beautiful girlfriend and her choice of men.
Choice of men? Ew! I almost puked right then and there. I couldn't stand to see that moron even for a second more. I pushed him aside and went away. The next day at school, I was on my way to class when suddenly someone pulled me into one of the empty classrooms.
Looking for me, baby? I know I'm irresistible, and the way you were looking at me yesterday, well, it's not your fault. I'm just so
stupid. You're stupid and arrogant. Now let go of me before I could even finish, he started kissing me. Ugh, get away from me, you loser. I pushed him away and slapped his face. How dare you? I swear I'm gonna kill you.
Whoa, easy there, baby girl. The fun has just begun. Remember, I told you I was coming for you. Well, here I am. Your friendship, your pride, and your stupid arrogance, I'm gonna take and crush them one by one. And you'll be able to do nothing at all, but just watch from a distance with tears in your eyes.
Saying that, he pushed me aside and left the room. God, now I had blood on my mind. I literally wanted to crush his teeny tiny brain with my bare hands. But first, I was gonna file a complaint against him with the principal about what he did. Before I could do that though, he had already made his next move. A few minutes later, I received a message on my phone, and when I checked it, I was shocked to see our pictures together where he was kissing me, and it was captioned, "Daisy, the boyfriend stealer. If you don't do as I say, I'm gonna make these pics go viral, and imagine what's gonna happen to you and your reputation next." I couldn't believe this guy. He was playing so dirty now. The next day at school, he called me and said,
"Oh, hey Daisy. You know, I'd really love for you to come to my birthday party and serve some drinks there tomorrow. It'll be an honor for someone like you to even be there."
I so wanted to punch him in the face, but then I had to teach him a lesson he'd never forget in his life. So I agreed with a smile.
There, that's my girl. That's how I want you to be in front of me, following my orders. Now get out of here.
I was keeping note of every word, and he was gonna pay big time. The next day when I reached the party, I could see Jeff standing between the girls. I went ahead and held his hand. "Happy birthday, Jeff."
"Oh, but you came empty-handed? Where's my gift?"
"Right here." Just as I pointed in the other direction, the lights went off and a video started playing on the big screen behind him. It was the video of the day he pulled me into the empty classroom. Suddenly, I could hear Jeff screaming,
"Stop it! Stop it! It's not me! I swear! Daisy, this witch, she's trying to frame me. It's a fake. She made that up."
"No, she didn't. I recorded that." Just then, Sarah came forward and slapped him hard in the face.
"What? What are you—"
Then she put another slap on his face and continued, "The day I saw you pulling her into that empty classroom, I knew something was up. So I recorded it to show it to the principal, but after you blackmailed her, we decided you deserved a grander audience, Jeff."
"We?"
"Aw, looks like you're a real moron, Jeff. Did you actually think that Sarah was on your side? Aw, you poor little thing. She's been my best friend for the last 10 years, and you really thought she'd give up on me for a filthy rat like you? You're not the only one who knows how to act, Jeff. The day you almost crushed us under your car was the day we planned to get back at you. And this ain't the only birthday gift for you. We have your cell phone and all the pictures and messages in it, and everything you have ever done to bully the other kids."
"You? How did you get that?"
"The same way she got that video up on your private projector. Of course I helped her, you dummy. Remember, I asked you to throw this party? And why do you think I became your girlfriend in the first place? Feeling the burn, Jeff?"
"You witch, I'm gonna kill you. That's enough."
Suddenly, his dad came rushing out and said,
"I can't believe you're my son." You have let me and my reputation down. I'm disowning you and sending you to a boarding school forever. Dad, no! Please! Dad, no!
He kept holding onto his dad's feet and crying like a little baby as he walked back into the crowd. And I couldn't help but say, "It was an honor, Jeff." Then I looked at Sarah and she had this awesome smile on her face. Told ya, use your mind, not your hands. You slapped him twice.
Oh, you got me there. I love you.
I love you too. Hi, I'm Nadia from Georgia. Please like and subscribe. When I was 5, Mom shook me awake one night and whispered, "Come, Nadia, we're leaving."
Why, Mommy?
She just told me to be quiet and spat on Dad's sleeping face before we left. I wasn't too sad about leaving because those two fought like crazy. Maybe things would be better now. We went to live with my grandma, who wasn't happy to see us at all.
Ugh, you're back. You could have brought me a boy at least. Girls are useless.
But Grandma, you're also a girl. A really old, smelly one, but still.
I escaped her flying shoe by an inch. Grandma made Mom work 2 jobs to provide for us, and we never did anything fun. So I was really excited when my friend Irene invited me to her birthday party. As we were gathered around the table, Irene's mom suddenly came in screaming, "Where's the freaking birthday cake? It was in the kitchen 2 minutes ago." Someone suddenly pointed to the window, and to my horror, I saw Mom sneaking off with Irene's cake. Was she crazy? Irene's mom ran out like a bullet and snatched the cake from Mom, but she wouldn't let it go. And suddenly it went flying and landed on the ground. Irene burst into tears, and I just wanted to disappear. But Mom wasn't even embarrassed. She said she felt like taking it, so she did. Mom was crazy. Some months later, I told Mom how a parent had donated this awesome computer for our class. And the next day, we walked into our classroom to find it missing. As the principal was investigating the matter, a janitor suddenly pointed to me.
I saw a woman take away a computer yesterday. I've seen her with that girl before.
Oh my God, Mom? And sure enough, when I went home with the principal and the police, we found Mom playing games on the computer. She was in prison for a week, and the police officer said she needed therapy for her stealing problem. Everyone was mocking me at school, but Mom came home dancing with joy a few days later, holding the handcuffs that she stole from the police. I'm getting married, and I never have to see you suckers again. I'm rich, rich, rich. And just like that, she left me with Grandma. When I was in the 5th grade, Grandma made me go with her after school to sell vegetables. But one day when I got to our booth, I saw an ambulance there, and Grandma was being carried away. It turned out she'd died from a heart attack. I wrote to Mom, and she came 2 days later, her eyes swollen from crying. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry you're so sad about Grandma. Sad about Grandma? Not at all. I'm crying because of you. Me? What did I do? I'm back to take care of you because my husband won't keep you. Couldn't you have grown up faster while I was gone? I was so mad at Mom, I just stormed out of the room. She was so selfish. We got back to selling vegetables soon, and Mom kept stealing from people. I told her I would work more hours and miss school to make more money if she just stopped stealing. She agreed, but I was sure she still stole money from our clients. One day, a beautiful woman stopped by and asked me why I wasn't at school, and I said I was helping my mom. The woman looked at Mom sternly. This girl belongs in school. If I see her here tomorrow, I'm calling the cops. Suddenly, Mom went bonkers on her. Oh, you think I belong here on the street selling rotten vegetables? If you're Mother Teresa, give me some money and take her. She's all yours. The woman looked angry, but she turned to me and said she'd send me to a really good school if I promised never to miss it. Mom wasn't happy at all, but I was ecstatic. When she left, I saw that Mom had stolen the rich woman's diamond bracelet. I tried to snatch it from her, but she threatened me that she wouldn't allow me to see the rich woman. So I let it go. The rich woman even bought me fancy clothes for school, and everyone thought I was cool, even the snottiest girl in class, Anastasia. All was good until one day I was waiting for the rich woman to show up to my parent-teacher meeting, and I saw Mom walking down the hallway.
What was she doing here? I hid behind the lockers so she wouldn't see me when suddenly I caught her staring at Anastasia. Seconds later, Mom charged straight at her and grabbed her glittery pink hairband. Oh my God, what are you doing? I want that hairband. Gimme it. Are you crazy? Someone get this woman off my hair! Mom managed to pull it off, but she went stumbling to the ground, and so many pens and calculators that she had stolen came flying out of her bag. Just then, she spotted me. Oh, Nadia, come help your poor mommy up. What? Is this crazy trash bag your mom? Just then, the rich woman came walking down the hall. I'm her mom. She glared at Mom and told everyone she was just our crazy maid. She apologized to Anastasia and even arranged a party for all my classmates at her mansion a few days later, just to convince them that she was my mom. But when I got to the 9th grade, the rich woman gave me some really sad news one day. Her husband had lost all his money and she could no longer pay for my school. But even worse, she told me they were moving away. I felt heartbroken. Mom didn't take it well either. She started calling the rich woman bad names for abandoning me. Oh, you think she is bad for leaving me? How about when you left me, Mom? I'm your daughter. Ugh, don't remind me. I'm so sick of you. Mom, you're awful. Do I look like I care about your opinion? And tomorrow you better pack your stuff from that school. It's back to the veggie stall for you. I just skipped dinner and went to the park. Moments later, I saw a woman running around and crying like crazy. Have you seen my little girl? She was next to me a minute ago and I can't find her anywhere. Please, help me find my baby. I ran everywhere looking for this woman's baby. Just then, I saw a small figure by the edge of the river. She smiled at me and waved goodbye, then jumped into the water. The woman screamed and I jumped after the baby and saved her. The woman couldn't stop thanking me. She told me the baby's name was Zoe and offered to pay me some money. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly take it. I only did what I had to. The woman then offered me a babysitting job and said she'd pay me $3,000 a month. I couldn't believe it. I accepted and went home with a big smile. I told Mom about it, but I said it was only $1,000 so I could save the rest for my college. She started jumping and dancing and said I was the best child in the world. Yeah, right. The next day after school, Mom insisted on walking me to my new workplace. It was even bigger than the rich woman's mansion. I was scared that Mom might steal something, so I gave her $200 and told her to leave. I followed a maid to the living room where I found a guy kissing some girl on the couch. Just then, the woman came in with Zoe, who jumped into my arms immediately. This is my stepson, Joseph. He'll be leaving now with his girl, right, Joseph? When he finally broke apart and got up, I saw that he was a couple of years older than me, and so darn gorgeous. But then I saw the girl with him. It was freaking Anastasia, but she had a boyfriend in school. The rich lady introduced me as Zoe's babysitter, and I could see Anastasia's lip curling into a grin. Oh, this was bad. The next day at school, she pulled me into an empty classroom. Well, look who's a big fat liar. I knew you were poor and that psycho was your mom. How do you think everyone in school will react when they find out you've been lying all these years? Oh, how do you think your boyfriends will react when they find out you're a two-timing witch? You wouldn't dare. Fine. I'll keep your secret if you'll keep mine. Deal. I didn't care about her love life as long as my secret was safe. 3 months passed with me being Zoe's nanny, and I was loving it. But I'd also become really good friends with Joseph, and now I was hating myself for lying to him about his girlfriend. One time when Zoe was asleep, he slipped into the nursery and showed me this beautiful necklace. Hey, what do you think? Anastasia will love this, right? Oh, yes, she'd be crazy not to. I felt awful, but suddenly he came closer, and my heart started beating faster. He brushed away my hair and said softly, "You've got some ketchup on your nose, silly. Looks kind of cute, though." Just then, Zoe woke up and started crying. Oh, thank God. Before I got to her, Joseph picked her up and started singing. Okay, another cute scene like this, and I will marry him right now. Later that night,
I decided I would tell Joseph about Anastasia, even if it meant my secret would be out in school. But the next day when I reached the mansion, the maid took me to the living room where I found the whole family waiting for me. It was my first time meeting Zoe's dad, and he looked mad. It turned out that a really valuable antique vase was missing, and he was accusing me of stealing it. I didn't. Why would you think I took it, sir?
Oh, isn't this your mother?
And then, to my horror, he showed me security footage, and it was indeed Mom sneaking out of their house. I tried explaining I had nothing to do with it, but Zoe's dad fired me on the spot. When I got home ready to kill Mom, she wasn't there. I marched up to her room and looked through all her stuff and found nothing. Just as I was leaving, I noticed that a shelf was placed in front of a door. I pushed it aside and walked into a freaking museum of stolen things. Oh my God, Mom had stolen so much stuff over the years. Thankfully, the vase was there, but I couldn't help going through everything else too. As I was searching the drawers, I came across a paper that left me shook. It was Grandma's will, and it said that she'd left her house to me. What? And Mom knew? And she was hiding it? By the time Mom got home, I was waiting for her on the porch with her bags packed.
What's going on here?
I handed her an envelope with a train ticket and some of my savings. You're going back to your husband, Mom. You're going to leave this place before Zoe's dad sends the police after you. And I don't want you living in my house anymore. Yeah, I found Grandma's will. Please, go away, Mom. But who'll take care of you? You don't need your mom now? I've been taking care of myself since I was a kid, and I do need a mom, but I don't think you know what it means to be one. Just leave and live your life. It'll be better for both of us. Mom just stared at me, then looked inside the envelope, picked up her bags, and left. I sneaked up to the mansion the next day and gave the vase to a maid to return to the owners. I also gave her a note for Joseph, telling him everything about Anastasia. And the next day, I got attacked by her the minute I entered school. You witch. I had 2 boyfriends, and now because of you, I have 0. I'm going to tell everyone you're poor. I don't care. At least my lies didn't hurt anyone, but yours did. We both ended up in detention, and well, everyone did drop me like a dead fly when they found out I wasn't rich. Then one day when I got to school on graduation day, I noticed it was awkwardly silent, and even the gate was closed. What was going on? Suddenly, strong lights came from behind me. I looked around and saw a helicopter with a poster saying,
Natia, will you be my girlfriend?
Then Joseph showed up from the helicopter grinning down at me. Oh my God, just get down here, Joseph.
No, not until you've answered my question.
Yes, I'll be your girlfriend. Get down, dummy. Minutes later, Joseph was kissing me deeply, and everyone showed up from behind us, cheering and clapping. I'm so glad that my hard work has paid off. Remember to always believe in yourself.
Hello, I'm Laura from Denmark. Please like and subscribe. I don't remember much of my dad, but Mom always told me he was a horrible person. Apparently, when I was just a year old, he said one day he was going to buy milk, and he never came back. And since then, Mom really had issues trusting people. Like once when I was 4, Mom and I were in the elevator at a shopping mall, and there was a nice lady who kept smiling at me. And Mom freaked out.
Why are you staring at my daughter? Because she's so adorable. Keep your eyes to yourself, lady.
Mommy, she didn't do anything.
You can't trust anyone these days. What if she wants to snatch you away? Although Mom was kind of boring and strict, she tried her best to give me a good life. She worked as a banker, and we lived in the same apartment building as my favorite Aunt Lily. Since Mom worked long hours, I'd stay with my aunt, who only worked night shifts at a restaurant. Aunt Lily and I looked a lot alike with our blonde hair and green eyes, and she adored me. I loved her too because she was so much fun. But her daughter Emma, who was my age, didn't seem to like me much. Maybe it was because I had better grades or was more athletic than her. Or maybe she hated that Aunt gave me so much attention. Once in 1st grade, our moms took us to a Mother's Day function in the neighborhood. There were so many fun activities like the mother-daughter sack race, but Mom complained that her leg was sore,
So my aunt took turns racing with me and Emma. Emma was so slow, but I ended up winning the race with Aunt. When we received a gold medal for winning, Emma went ballistic and pulled it right off my neck.
This is mine because she's my mom.
No, it's not. I won the race. We both started fighting like crazy over the medal, and our moms had to separate us. It was an ongoing battle between me and my cousin, and she could be really evil when she got jealous. Like once in 4th grade, we were on our way to the hairdresser with Aunt when some lady stopped her and asked if I was her daughter. Emma looked at me angrily and then tripped me when I wasn't looking. At the salon, the hairdresser went to get her tools, and Aunt left us for a moment to go to the shop next door. Suddenly, Emma crept up from behind me and chopped off my long ponytail.
Now you look like a silly boy.
Emma, why would you do this?
Because my mom is my mom, and you need to stay away from her.
I pounced on her and pinned her down, and then I chopped off her hair too.
There, now we're even.
When my aunt and the hairdresser returned, they were shocked, and Aunt was scared to face my mom, since Mom always called her irresponsible. Gosh, Lily, I can never trust you to do anything right. All I wanted was for her to have a fringe. This is a disaster.
It's okay, Mom. It'll grow back.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. Mom refused to hear my aunt out, and she left looking upset. Why did Mom always have to be so uptight? Aunt Lily understood me better than my mom. We liked the same jokes, movies, and many other things. And sometimes I wish that Emma had my mom and I had hers. Like once in 8th grade, I wanted to go to my classmate's party, but Mom flatly refused. I don't know this girl or her family. How do I know what kind of people they are? And why is this party so late at night? No, you're not going. But Aunt Lily spoke up for me. Come on, she's a good kid. You can't lock her up forever, you know? Let her go have some fun. Okay, but if anything bad happens, it's your fault. I was having an amazing time at the party until someone suddenly fell from the balcony. Luckily, the person ended up on the trampoline. But as she stood up, I saw to my horror that it was Mom. To make things worse, she got off the trampoline, lost her balance, and crashed straight into a food table. OMG, who are you? You lunatic! I'm gonna call the cops on you for breaking into my house. Do I look like some criminal, you foolish girl? I'm Laura's mom. Oh, there you are, sweetie. Mom, what are you doing here? I was just checking if you were safe. I was the laughing stock of my school after that, and Emma enjoyed every moment of it. When we were in 10th grade, I started noticing that Emma never went straight home after school. So one day, I decided to follow her. She went to the park and sat on a bench. And sometime later, a man wearing a cap turned up and sat next to her. What on earth was she up to? This guy looked really shady, and I had to do something. Emma? Laura, what are you doing here? I was just passing by, and I saw you. What are you doing? Oh, please, Laura, you can't tell my mom about this. And then she revealed something shocking. The man was her father. I'd never met him before, but I knew Aunt hated him. Emma, your mom will be pissed if she finds out. I know. That's why you can't tell her. I tried to stay out of it, but I couldn't help noticing that Emma was acting weirder by the day. She was often sneaking out of classes and missing school. And one day when her bag was slightly open, I saw that she had a lot of food and some money inside. It looked like she was stealing from Aunt for her dad. I couldn't keep the secret anymore, so I ended up telling Mom. Oh no, that's bad news. He's not a very nice person. What do you mean? He has a gambling problem. That's why Lily kicked him out. I must tell her about this. Not just yet. Maybe I can stop her from seeing her dad. I'll talk to her. My cousin was stubborn, and I knew she wasn't going to listen to me. So the next day after school, I decided to get to the park before Emma. And luckily, her dad was already there. Listen, mister, I want you to leave Emma alone. And who are you to tell me what to do? I'm her family, and you have to stay away from her. Sorry, no can do. She's my daughter, and if you try standing in my way, I'll come after you and your mother. I can make your lives miserable. He looked really threatening, but I bravely stood my ground and told him I'd report him to the police. He looked at me furiously before he walked off. When I told Mom about what happened, she freaked out and insisted that we tell Aunt. But when we went to see Aunt Lily, we found her crying with a letter in her hand. Emma is gone. What do you mean, gone? Emma had written in her letter that she was going to live with her dad because she felt that my aunt loved me more. I was speechless because I didn't know that her jealousy towards me affected her so much. We went out searching for her and had no luck for weeks. One day I went over to cheer up Aunt Lily, but to my shock, she told me not to visit her anymore. But why? You knew all this time that she was seeing her father, but you didn't tell me, and now I've lost my only child. Please, just go away. It broke my heart that Aunt hated me now, but I had to give her some space. Months later, I came home from school one day and found a hair clip in the elevator that I knew belonged to my aunt. I decided to slip it under her door, but when I reached her floor, I saw Aunt in the corridor being robbed by a masked man. He pulled Aunt's bag and started running away, but I chased him and knocked him down. And when I pulled his mask off, I saw that it was Emma? Well done! You just saved your favorite aunt. Where would she be without you? Emma, I've been looking for you everywhere. Look, if you want money, I'll just give it to you, but please, just stay. Why should I? You already have your perfect daughter, and my dad loves me like you love her. She grabbed a handful of cash from Aunt's bag, threw it at her, and fled. Aunt and I just stood there in shock. And then she turned to me. This is all your fault. What? Aunt, can you please? But she walked off and slammed her door shut. And after a few weeks, she moved out for good without even telling us where. I was devastated, but Mom didn't seem to care. Good riddance. I always felt she was a bad influence on you. And clearly she's a bad mother. She just had one child to raise and she couldn't even do that. No, Mom, she raised two. And she's amazing and understanding. And sometimes I wished she was my mom instead of you. I regretted my words instantly, but I couldn't take them back now. Even though I apologized to Mom later, our relationship was more awkward than ever. After completing school, I started college and found a part-time assistance job at a company so I could move out of my house. One morning as I was getting coffee, I saw Emma dressed in ragged clothes walking across the road, and I went after her. Emma! She looked shocked at first, and then to my surprise, she hugged me. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Laura. What happened to you? Soon after I started living with Dad, he stopped caring about me. I even dropped out of school because he wouldn't pay for it. Because I had to rush off to work, I gave her my address and the keys to my apartment and asked her to wait for me there. But when I got back home, all my things were gone. She had stolen everything from me, even some furniture and all my electronics. Since I hardly had anything at home, I decided to stay at Mom's for a few days. I'm so glad to see you. You hardly even call. I know, Mom. I get busy sometimes. I need to sleep over. Sure, that would be lovely. She cooked my favorite pasta, and I actually found myself enjoying my time with Mom. Somehow she just seemed lighter. With you all grown up, I figured I didn't need to work so hard all the time. I joined a women's group, and we do so many fun things together. Also, I've learned so much talking to my new friends. I realized something. I've never made it clear enough that I think you're an amazing kid, Laura. I'm proud of you. It felt good to hear Mom say that. I think you're a pretty good mom too, and I'm sorry if I ever made you feel otherwise. I then told her about what happened with Emma, and she immediately called Aunt Lily. When Aunt Lily came over, I took her to the street where I'd met Emma, and when we got there, I saw her again. But this time, she was dressed in nice clothes and was walking into a fancy restaurant. Gosh, she stole all my stuff and bought herself new clothes. I'm sorry about what she did, but I have to see her. When we walked up to her table, Emma looked shocked. Emma, please, don't go. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. Can you guys please leave? I have a meeting with someone. Oh, who do you have a meeting with? Another thief? What did you do with my stuff, witch? Why were you so stupid to give me your keys? I sold your stuff and my dad has the money. So, too bad. You had a good family and you threw it all away to become a criminal. You people are not my family. My dad is. And I'm not a criminal, just street smart. Aunt tried her best to talk some sense into her, but she refused to listen. But just as Aunt and I were leaving, suddenly a rich-looking woman barged into the restaurant with cops and pointed straight at Emma.
There she is. She came to work for me as a secretary for 1 week and stole thousands of dollars. I have proof. Arrest her.
Aunt and I were horrified as the cops took Emma away, and we followed her to the police station. Emma tried to call her dad, but he wouldn't pick up. The cops looked for him, and it seemed like he'd just vanished. They realized he was the real criminal, and Emma was only his accomplice. But she was still given 6 months in prison. Aunt visited her every day, and one day she came to see me too.
I'm sorry I blamed you all these years for Emma. It was wrong of me to place such a burden on you.
It's okay, Aunt Lily. It's all in the past. After she got out, Emma went back to living with Aunt. I heard she'd started school again, and I was glad for her. Months later, I was sitting in my half-furnished apartment. The bell rang, and I found Emma outside. Hi. I have a surprise for you. When she took me outside, there was a truck full of all the stuff she stole from me. Wow! How did you manage to get it all back? Mom helped me get a part-time job, and I saved up for this. It was the least I could do for you. I'm really sorry that I was always jealous of you, Laura, and I took advantage of you when you were just trying to help me. I'll be better, I promise. I think you already are. Now help me get this stuff into my apartment. Hi, my name is Tara, and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small village by my amazing single mom, who was a farmer. We didn't have a lot, but we were really happy. She was my best friend. Once when I was 5, Mom and I were at a funeral when suddenly I yelled,
Ew, Mom, did you just fart?
As I turned around to look, Mom turned red. Of course not. This child is so silly. I've never in my life.
You're such a liar, Mom. I hear you do it all the time.
Tara, stop it.
Stinky liar, pants on fire.
By now, everyone was roaring with laughter as Mom chased me around and I ran ahead singing,
She farted, she farted.
I was in a lot of trouble later, but I realized something. I'd made people laugh, and I really enjoyed that. After that, I became the joker of the village. Mom thought I was hilarious too, as long as I wasn't joking about her. Once when I was 14, I'd taken my cows out for grazing in the fields when suddenly I saw a bird drop to the ground. I ran to it and saw that it was hurt. As I tried dressing its wound, 2 strange girls came running up to me. Hey, cow dung, that bird is my prey, so back off.
Yeah, do what my boss said.
You hit this poor creature? Pick on someone your own size, witch. Okay, you asked for it. And with that, she jumped on me and we broke into a fight. I kicked her in her stomach, and as she howled in pain, I ran to my cow and went back home. Soon after I got there, I realized the 2 had followed me. They started complaining to Mom that I'd beat them up. She started it. Oh, you horrible girl. I think you burst my appendix. Yeah, Auntie, I saw how your daughter kicked my boss. Wait, I'll show you. She took some steps back and ran straight to the mean girl, kicking her hard in the stomach. Ow, you moron. Boss, I'm sorry, so sorry. As the 2 ran out, Mom and I were laughing our heads off. What idiots. I found out later they were some city brats who'd come on a school trip to the village. Thank God I wouldn't be seeing them around again. A few days later, when I got back from school, I was surprised to see a big car outside our house. I stepped in to find a wealthy-looking man talking to Mom.
The doctors think it's safe for Tara to move back to the city now. I can never thank you enough for taking care of my child.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Oh, Tara, how lovely and grown up you are.
Who are you? And what's going on? Mom? And what she said next turned my world upside down.
He's your real dad, Tara. And your real mom died soon after you were born. You had some mysterious disease, and the doctor said you had to be raised in the village till your teens. So your dad left you with me, and now he's here to take you.
You never thought of telling me this? And what am I? Another animal on your farm that you keep and give away whenever you like? I thought you were my mom.
I'm sorry, Tara, but you're not my real daughter. Your dad has been giving me money to take care of you, and now you must go with him.
Her words were a big blow to me.
I had to leave, and I did with a heavy heart. But my dad seemed really nice, and I felt myself warming up to him. He dropped another bombshell on me, though. Apparently, I had a sister too. Her name was Rita, and she was a year older than me. A few hours later, I arrived at my new home in the city, which was a huge mansion. As Dad led me inside, he told a servant to go get my sister, and when she walked in, I nearly had a stroke. It was one of the girls I'd met in the village, the mean girl's minion.
Cowdung? What are you doing here?
You two have met?
Yeah, I met Cowdung on a school trip. Why is she here, Dad?
Stop calling her that. Her name is Tara, and I told you I was getting your sister.
Yeah, but I thought you meant you were getting me a cute little puppy.
Dad warned her to be nice to me, but the minute he left the room, she whipped out her phone and called the mean girl.
Hello, boss. I've got some really gross news. Dad got me a sister, and it's Cowdung. Yeah, the same girl from the village. Okay, I'll keep reporting. Over and out.
Gosh, of all the people in the world, I had to have this mad girl as my sister? It was summer break and school hadn't started yet. I thought I'd get to bond with Dad, but he wasn't around much. He was mostly away for work and would give us gifts when he returned. But otherwise, it was just me and Rita at home, and I tried to avoid her as much as possible. A few weeks later, Dad hosted a grand dinner for some guests, and it was the first time I'd ever been to a party like that. Suddenly, Rita came running in with some things Dad got on his last trip.
Dad, your gifts are always so cheap. Why did you get me a calculator when I asked for a new cell phone? You wait till I steal yours.
A cell phone won't change your math grade from an F, but a calculator might help you get a D. Now go away and let me introduce Tara to everyone. Come here, love. Meet my daughter, guys. This one's really smart.
For the first time, I felt bad for Rita. Dad had basically just called her dumb in front of everyone. A week later, I joined Rita's school, and as soon as we entered the building, she ran to her boss, whose name was Diana. She smirked when she spotted me. Well, you turned out to be really lucky, didn't you? But don't think for a second that you actually belong here. You will always be the uncivilized monkey whose best friends are cows. That's a compliment because cows are amazing. And yes, I'm quite lucky and rich enough to have a private zoo for donkeys like you. The kids standing around us snickered and Diana looked furious. Apparently, lots of people in school didn't like her because she was mean, and they warmed up to me instantly. I made plenty of friends in no time because I could always make people laugh. Soon I found out about a stand-up comedy contest at school, and I immediately signed up. Just then, Rita came running and pushed me aside and wrote Diana's name on the sheet too. Jeez. The night before the show, I was rehearsing my script in my room when I noticed Rita peeking through the door. Hey, you can't steal my jokes for Diana.
As if she needs your jokes. She's gonna win anyway.
How can you be so sure?
My cat told me. Cats are really good at predicting the future.
Okay then, tell me something. Why do you like being Diana's minion? You're just as pretty and rich as she is.
Are you crazy? Diana's so much prettier than me.
Says who?
Diana does. She's been saying that since we were kids, and she would never lie to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to practice my clapping for the show tomorrow.
This girl was mental, but I'd started to realize that she wasn't evil like Diana, just really dumb. On the day of the contest, I gave my best on the stage and got quite a few laughs. And then it was Diana's turn. She stepped up in front of the mic and said, "Hello, judges. Before I begin, I'd like to tell you that I'm the most beautiful comedy queen of the school." Suddenly, Rita laughed out loud. Wow, very funny. Diana glared at her. Where was I? Yeah, so all my friends say I have the best sense of humor.
Oh my God, what a joke.
You're killing me, Diana. And she laughed so hard, she fell off her chair. Everybody started laughing too, and Diana looked super embarrassed. She screamed and jumped off the stage after Rita, who yelled, "What, boss? You told me to laugh!" But later, when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I ran home happily to tell Dad, but he wasn't home as usual. So I called him up.
Dad, you won't believe this. I got first place in the comedy contest. You should have seen how everyone laughed at...
Oh, that's great, honey.
Yeah, it's... Dad? Hello? Can you hear me? He just hung up the phone. At that moment, I really missed my mom. She would have been so proud of me. Probably not. She said I wasn't her daughter and made me leave. She wouldn't care either. As I was going to my room, I walked past Rita's room and saw her sitting on her bed, crying like a baby. Hey, what's wrong? Can I sit here? Yeah, sit, but a little away from me because boss says cow dung stinks. Oh, come on. Now tell me, why are you crying? It's about Diana, right? Yeah, I did what she told me to. I laughed at her jokes to make her win, but now she's mad at me. She didn't even post my video on her TikTok account today. What video and what account? She showed me Diana's TikTok account where she uploaded Rita's videos doing absurd things, like standing on a table and doing a stupid dance, jumping like a frog on the street, even acting like Diana's puppy in one video. What the freaking fish? Diana has been using my sister as a joke to get followers? Don't you see the problem with this, Rita? What? Diana is making me popular. Maybe I'll get so famous, I'll be cast in comedy movies one day. Rita was just watching the views on her videos and smiling. This Diana was a jerk, and I had to think of some way to teach her a lesson. And the very next day, I walked into the cafeteria with Rita, and we found Diana bragging loudly to a group of girls. This is your first time going to Europe? Loser. I've been there so many times. Actually, I was planning on seeing the fashion show in Paris this coming weekend, but my old grandma passed away last night. Just ruined my plans. And Rita started to wail. Oh my God, what? Granny died last night? But wait, I spoke to her this morning when I called your house. This doesn't make any sense. And she said you guys were going to the village on the weekend. As Diana's lie was caught and everyone started to laugh, she looked livid. You don't know anything because you're a complete moron. Why can't you just keep your mouth shut? Diana raised her hand to slap her, but I stepped in and pushed her back. Don't you dare touch my sister. Stay away from her, and you're not using her anymore for stupid videos or anything else, you black-hearted donkey. I knocked her down to the ground, and Rita jumped in too. While the two wrestled and screamed, I grabbed Diana's phone and deleted the TikTok account and all the videos. We got suspended for a few days for attacking Diana, but it was totally worth it. Dad wasn't mad at me when he found out, but he went totally bonkers on Rita. You already don't do much to make me proud, and now you've gotten yourself suspended? I don't know what I've done to deserve a dumb daughter like you. Rita went crying to her room, and I felt terrible. Later that evening, I decided I'd talk to Dad about not being so mean to her all the time. I went into his study, and he wasn't there, but I found his laptop open with an email from his lawyer that left me shook. The will left by Tara's mother cannot be changed. She is the sole heiress of all her mother's wealth, and you as the stepfather get nothing. We will have to find some other way to get a hold of that orphan's money. Wait, Dad was my stepdad? My mother had left me money, and he was trying to take it?
Why are you snooping around?
Can you explain this email, Dad? Or should I say stepdad?
Yeah, I'm not your father. Your mother left me for someone else and had you. But then they both died and the police left you with me because there was no one else. I left you in the village with some poor woman who wanted a child so badly. She didn't even take any money. I only brought you back because I needed you to sign some papers, but it looks like it's no use. So you can just go back to your idiot mother while I figure something out.
And what about my money? You can't have it.
Oh, yes, I can. And I will. What are you gonna do about it?
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This man was pure evil. I ran upstairs and started packing my things. I wasn't staying here another minute. But as I was leaving, I heard police sirens, and there were cops at the door to arrest Dad for theft and fraud.
You called the police, Tara?
No, I did. I heard everything you and Dad were talking about, Tara. And then I snuck down to his study and sent his emails to the police.
How could you do this to your own father, Rita?
Because you're a crook, and you're not a good father either. My whole life you've told me I'm stupid and not good enough. Well, I deserve better than you. Take him away. The cops took him away, and I turned to hug her tight. You're amazing, Rita. But
You're still leaving me to go with your mom, right?
No, I'm taking you with me. Mom said she took money to keep me, but I just knew in my heart that wasn't true. Your dad made her say that to make me leave with him. She's the most amazing mom, Rita, and she would love to have you too. Are you sure? 100%. Let's go! Many children's first words are mama or dada, but mine was action! Mom is a famous actress, so I grew up in the showbiz, like literally into it. Hi, my name is Phoebe, and before I tell you more about my life under the spotlight, please hit like and subscribe. My parents divorced early, but instead of leaving me with the nanny or grandpa all the time, Mom brought me to the set of the new King Kong vs. SpongeBob remake.
Mom, I'm tired. Do we really have to go on set today too?
Great actors are never tired.
But I want to go to Grandpa's place. He's always got some great stories about his time as a cop. Did you know he stopped 10 robberies?
So, his stories are fun, but not my movies? Fine. This small acting job here, and then I'll drop you off at Grandpa's place, all right? A few years later, Grandpa was gone, and I missed him terribly. When I turned 13, Mom got a lead role in a cop show, and this time, I was more than happy to be dragged to that set. On the first day, I was utterly starstruck. I snuck into the costume department and tried on uniforms, pretending I was fighting crime. But then, I heard someone shouting from the cafeteria.
Someone needs me.
I sprinted there and my phone, it was right there. You took it.
I haven't!
This right here is my detective moment.
Before I could step in, an older man with a donut in his hand swooped in like an eagle.
Why don't you check under the bananas?
I raised the fruit basket and Mom's phone was right there.
Whoa, how did you know it?
She's got banana residue on her fingers, combined with the slightly tilted angle of the basket. Also, I saw her drop it in there by accident. By the way, I'm Tom, the police consultant on the show.
So, you're a real cop? That's amazing! Can I see handcuffs? When he did, I snatched them and tied them around his wrists.
Aha! I knew you were an extra, pretending to be a cop like me. A real cop wouldn't have fallen for that.
Which is why these are fake. Those, however, are not.
Is this guy a cop or a magician? So cool. I want to be like him one day. Phoebe, the super cop.
I started following Tom around, asking him a million questions. Can I see your car sirens? Do you have a dog cop? Is Terminator a good guy or a bad guy? Tom was more than happy to answer me, and he even shared his secret to success: food.
Never solve a crime on an empty stomach.
So he ordered food to show me how to eat like a cop.
The best Chinese in all of LA.
Come to Mama. But as I was about to dig in, Mom pushed Tom away, and what's this? Ugh. Where's the chef's lunch? This? It's like ants' food. I'm a human. Mom dragged me home, and that night I only had soup for dinner. The next few days, I could feel her watching Tom and me, until one evening when I was changing for bed. Eek! There! What? Where? Get it off me! But it wasn't a spider or a mouse, because Mom grabbed my belly and pinched it. Fat! At your age? Gosh, Mom, I thought it was something serious. It is serious. It's because of that cop. I've seen him stuffing you up. Do you know how hard I have to work to keep this body in shape? It's literally your job. But I want to be a cop when I grow up, like Tom. What? I just blurted it out, but it was a fact. Mom blamed Tom for my fat attack, so she made a big stink with the director, who fired him the next day. Please, Mom, Tom has done nothing wrong. He takes care of me and makes me laugh. Please don't make him go away.
Little Nugget, it's fine. She's your mom. She's looking out for you, in her own way.
Ugh, why does everyone always do what Mom wants? Tom left, and I decided that the only way I could be free of her meddling was to run away. So I got into a cab, but I realized I didn't have any money to pay. Ugh, I forgot my card.
Please get out.
Phoebe, come on. Think. But this is an emergency. My poor parrot caught parrotitis, and only my loving touch can save him. And if I don't get there in time, he might start squawking, and it could lead to an epidemic of man flu, you know, where guys are pooping like birds.
Ew, no time to waste, let's go!
But when I stepped out of the cab near Grandpa's house, Mom was waiting for me. You didn't really think that would work, did you? I'll run away again until you won't catch me. Mom looked at me all seriously, and even her curls seemed to deflate. She wasn't the superstar, just my mom. I'm sorry about Tom. I'll ask the director to hire him back. And what about acting? It's your dream, not mine. Fine, no more acting for you. But promise never to run away from me again. You really scared me. Wow. I was wrong about her. She really cares. To show me she was serious, Mom organized a lunch at this 10 Michelin star restaurant the next day. But as we were on our way, the car banged, stopped, and started smoking.
smoking. I played a mechanic once, and I'll have it fixed in no time.
That's not even where the engine is. Since Mom was useless, I called Tom, but when he arrived, he wasn't alone. This god just stepped out of the car and...
This is Robbie, my son. He's only 15, but there isn't a car he can't fix.
How can this make that? Robbie was way hotter than any actor I'd ever met, and I'd had a mani-pedi with Timothy Chalamet. Hi, I'm Phoebe, and...
You're beautiful.
Am I? OMG, he's walking to me. What do I do? But Robbie just passed by me and went straight for Mom's car.
What happened to you, beautiful?
Yeah, he's a teeny tiny bit obsessed with cars.
Okay, Phoebe, don't get a crush on the hot guy who ignores you. Don't get a crush. Then he used his shirt to rinse dry his face and... Oh, right, too late. I forgot everything and spent the next couple of years finding any excuse to hang out with Robbie. But he stayed completely oblivious. Even when I gave him chocolates on St. Valentine, he thought they were for his mom's birthday.
Oh, you saved me. I'd completely forgotten about it.
After I enrolled in the same high school as him, we became friends. So I decided to confess at my 16th birthday party. Robbie, I like you.
I like you too.
So, will you be my boyfriend? Worst timing ever! Wait, Mom's agent? He never calls unless...
I'm sorry, but there's been an accident during rehearsals.
Oh no! As Robbie was driving me to the hospital, I didn't care that we were together alone. I was just worried about Mom because she insisted on doing her own stunts. I was relieved to see only her leg and arm were in a cast. Everything else seemed fine. Mom, you're okay. Okay? I can't act anymore. Can't they cast someone else? The show hasn't even started. For the first time ever, Mom looked a bit unsure. They can't. The producer convinced me to put a lot of money into this show. If the investors realize I'm not on set, the show will be canceled, and how much? We'll lose everything. I'm sorry, Phoebe. It's okay, Mom. I don't care about the money. I'm just happy you're fine. I thought the scary part was over, but the next morning, Robbie told me he was going to Europe for his auto project. As if that wasn't enough, Mom's hospital bed was empty. We're higher. No, not like that. I looked out the window, and Mom had convinced all the nurses to be her extras. She tried to do a high kick and just fell down. But even if she was clearly in pain, she got up and tried again. She'll never give up. I have to help her. That's enough, Mom. I'll do it. What? We already look alike, and with a bit of makeup, I can age myself. I'll pretend to be you. The production will continue. Doing my stunts is not easy. You taught me when I was little. It will all come back to me, I'm sure. And so, Operation Double began. Mom had me learn all the names of her friends, copy her, move her voice, even brush my teeth with the same toothpaste. Come on, who's gonna smell my breath? The art is in the details, but it wasn't enough. For the first couple of shooting days, everything went fine until...
The next scene is the roof jump. We're so lucky to have you. You've done this a million times.
Sure. But as I looked down the roof, everything went woozy, and I slipped. Help! Get me down!
Are you sure you're okay? You don't look like, yourself.
Oh, no. No, I just had a bad day. I'll do better next time. But I could see the suspicion in his eyes. This is too much. Let's call it off. And no, I said I'll help you, and I will. That night, I went online and found Mrs. Krugel, Coach to the Stars. Will it be horrible? Yes. But it will be worth it. She seems like a lot, but I don't really have any other choice if I want to help Mom. So I sent Coach a text, and the next morning, I was woken up by Coach playing a full set of drums in my room. How the devil did you get in here? Did you want to give me a heart attack?
No time for it. You've got laps to run.
And push-ups and high kicks, and, of course, jumping from a 6-story building onto a net. I want a parachute! But the worst was the food. Coach had me on this crazy strict diet, and she weighed every bite of food before I put it in my mouth. I started stashing snacks under my mattress and bribing the staff for candies, but she was always a step ahead of me.
We can't afford anything less than perfection.
Can't you hear my stomach? It growls so much it sounds like a lion.
And as with any wild animal, we tame it.
I had pizza delivered through the bathroom window, then chicken nuggets hidden inside my gym shoes, but she found it all. Nothing ever worked. As the days passed, I also noted another change. Whenever I got out, boys tripped over themselves to look at me, and I even had a couple of talent agents ask for my number. In the shops, people always smiled, and I got discounted clothes and gifts. I guess pretty privilege is a real thing. The only one who didn't seem to like my new look was Tom.
Just a salad for lunch? How about a nice burger?
Shh! Don't let Coach hear you.
Coach? What coach?
She's
like a ninja, always knows what I eat, even when she's not there.
Soon, the shooting was over, and Mom was well enough to come to the wrap party, just in time to get all the praise from my hard work.
You moved like you were 10 years younger.
Only 10? Seeing Mom back in her element made me really happy. Darling, thank you. You really saved my career. But now, I've got my own life waiting for me. Robbie was back, and I hadn't been able to see him during filming, but I hadn't forgotten his words.
I like you too.
The next day, as I walked to my locker, I saw Robbie kissing another girl. What in the holy cake frosting is happening? I pushed the girl away and slammed Robbie against the locker in one of my superstar film moves. I'm away for a couple of months, and suddenly you have a girlfriend? You said you liked me.
Phoebe, I do like you, but like a little sister.
You could have said it on my birthday.
With your mom in the hospital, I didn't want to give you any more bad news.
I was really angry, but as I watched Robbie check on his girlfriend, I realized he never looked at me like that. Before I could make things worse, I ran back home. I spent the next few days eating chocolate, watching MSA, and wallowing in self-pity. The first heartbreak is always the hardest. It will pass.
You don't know that! Pass me the cookies!
But even after Robbie texted me to apologize, I couldn't get out of my funk. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at myself for wasting all that time chasing after him. And just as I was about to turn into a slime monster, Tom came to my rescue.
Come on, get up. I got a surprise for you.
Robbie has a secret twin.
No, and there's more to life than boys, even my own. Here.
He handed me a flyer. Police Academy early admission?
It's in 3 weeks. Didn't you want to become a cop?
In focusing on other people, I had forgotten my dream. But it's not too late. I can still become the best cop ever. But after eating my feelings, I was completely out of shape. I would never pass the selection unless...
Rise and shine, you useless slob!
Great. Can't you go a little easier this time?
Easy is for losers!
I guess. I mean, I'm the one who called her, right? This time, Coach was even more stern than before. Everything was counted. How many steps, how many calories, how many push-ups. My beloved cake, I miss you so much, but we'll be reunited soon. Sometimes she was so intense, I couldn't do it anymore, and I tried hiding. Phoebe, what are you doing under the couch?
I don't think she can see me here.
Really? Ah! Coach's method worked, and I lost all the weight I had gained. When I woke up on admission day, I followed the smell of bacon down to the kitchen, where Tom and Robbie were having breakfast with Mom. Robbie handed me a massive bouquet of flowers.
I know I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm here to support you. Can we still be friends?
Bacon and flowers? How can I say no? Robbie hugged me, and I was surprised that I didn't feel any butterflies in my stomach, except for those in anticipation of the test. I guess I'm over him, finally. But I still didn't touch breakfast, and by the time we got to the police academy, I felt weak. Are you sure you're okay? You look pale. No, I can do this. The first test of the day was an obstacle course. I'd done so many of them with Coach, I could run them in my sleep. But as the whistle rang, I felt my legs turn to jelly and my vision go black. When I woke up, I was in the stands with Mom and Tom. You fainted. Robbie's gone to fetch you some water, but in the meantime, eat this. No, I can't. Coach said that's too many calories.
Right, the mysterious Coach. Where is she? I've been meaning to have a chat with her. She's been filling your head with all this nonsense about skipping meals and looking fit.
What Coach? Mrs. Krugel. They looked at me in confusion, so I took out my phone to show them Coach's website, but when I Googled it, nothing came up. I don't understand. I've hired her to help me train for Mom's role. I trained you, no one else. But Coach, does it mean I made her up? The next day, Mom took me to a psychiatrist, and after I told her everything, she confirmed Coach did not really exist.
She came to you every time you felt insecure, right? It's clear you created her as a defense mechanism, but I'm afraid you developed an eating disorder.
Doctor was right. I'd used food as a tool to make me feel better and more secure with myself, but it became very unhealthy. And how do I get better?
With time and therapy, but mostly being kind to yourself.
Coach wasn't easy. She kept visiting me over the years, pushing me to make the wrong choices, but Mom was with me every step of the way. She recognized the part she had in giving me the wrong ideas about food and changing her own way of seeing herself. I was okay now, but I wanted to help others. I studied psychology at the university and worked with charities to teach young girls about body image and food.
And what about becoming a cop?
I'm still helping people. In my case, can't put the bad guys behind bars. And Robbie? Well, I was the bride of honor at his wedding. And it turned out his girlfriend's brother was just my type. Hi friends, I'm Winter from Scotland. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I noticed that I was a bit different from the other kids. And a lot different than my older sister Vinny. Whenever we went to the doctor, Vinny would throw the worst fit seeing a needle. But me? I was always calm. I didn't like getting shots, but I didn't feel afraid of them either. While Vinny would scream at the sight of most animals, I had a pet iguana named Santa Claus. I was totally fearless, but no matter how different we were, we loved each other to bits. On my 4th birthday, Mom took me and Vinny to the park. I was busy doing cartwheels when suddenly I saw something shiny and green slithering on the ground. I picked it up, totally mesmerized by the creature.
Wow, you look like a mermaid. I'll keep you and love you and feed you. You can sleep with Santa Claus.
Just then, Mom grabbed it from me with a loud scream and threw it away in the bushes.
Oh my god, what were you holding? A snake?
What, Mom? It was so cute.
Mom and Vinny looked at me in horror, and from that day, they were on a mission to protect me from myself. Since Mom was mostly busy with work, it was Vinny who was always with me, and she wouldn't let me do anything fun. Once in 6th grade, I was feeling really bored one afternoon when I spotted some ripe mangoes on our tree. I immediately ran out and started climbing it, but moments later, Vinny came running.
Winter, no! Come down, please, it's too dangerous.
Just one more mango, Vinny. Oops, almost slipped. I'm fine, just relax. But Vinny wouldn't listen and started climbing the tree to get me down. The moment she got close to me, the branch below her feet broke and Vinny went crashing down. It was the first time I felt truly scared. Vinny had a concussion and was rushed to the hospital where she got stitches on her forehead. When she came back home after a few days and saw her face, she screamed.
No, Mom, what's this? Oh my God, I'm ugly.
What? Of course not. Vinny, it's just a scar. It'll go away. You promise? Yes, I'm sure. But it never went away completely, and Vinny was so self-conscious about it that she started wearing her hair over it, and I could tell she was still mad at me. I apologized to her like a million times, and she said she was fine, but she'd barely talk to me or play with me, and nothing was the same. But one day I went up to her room with some ice cream, and she said she didn't want any and slammed the door in my face. I'd had enough, so I kicked the door in. Look, Vinny, I'm so sorry and I should have listened to you, but it was an accident, and well, just get over it. You can't just ignore me and not talk to me. And your new hairstyle, it sucks. It's just a dumb scar, and you're still the prettiest girl I know. I tried hugging Vinny, but she shoved me away. You're just so full of yourself, Winter.
Can't ignore me, not talking to me.
Everything isn't about you. I'm tired of being your babysitter. You're old enough to be on your own and not be reckless and stupid. And even if you are, why should that be my problem? Just go away. Saying that, Vinny pushed me out of her room. After that day, I felt so alone at home. Mom was always busy and Vinny ignored my existence. She had this new boyfriend and it seemed all her time was for him. One time in 8th grade, I was bored when I spotted the gardener's bicycle outside, and I decided to try out cycling. Thanks to Mom's overprotectiveness, I'd never been allowed to ride one. I fell so many times, but I kept on trying. And just when I thought I'd gotten the hang of it, I went crashing into a bush. That was awesome. Do it again. It was like watching an idiot run into a glass window. God, it was my annoying next-door neighbor and classmate, Aaron. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Not. And you're calling me an idiot? Aren't you the guy who posts stupid videos on his YouTube channel? Says the girl who can't ride a bike. The guy was really getting on my nerves. I picked up a shoe and hurled it at him and ran inside while he kept laughing. He was weird and had a YouTube channel that had stupid, pointless videos. And after that day, he even kept annoying me in school, but I just tried to ignore him. Once when I was in 9th grade, Mom was away for a business trip and Vinny announced that she was going to the movies with her boyfriend. I'm not babysitting you. You're a grown-up, so please, act like one while I'm gone and stay out of trouble. Can you do that? Yeah, duh. Go, do whatever you want. It's not like I asked you to babysit me. A few hours later, I was just studying peacefully when I noticed something odd. Santa Claus was not in his glass case. I looked for him everywhere and found him on the frickin' roof. I quickly climbed over and grabbed him, but suddenly I slipped. I went sliding down the roof and barely managed to cling onto a drain pipe. As I was hanging, I spotted Aaron recording me on his phone.
Wow, I know you have a habit of getting into trouble, but this is epic.
Hey, help me down, idiot!
Before he could, I felt my hand slip, and I decided to make a jump for it. Right when I landed, I saw Mom standing by the gate, glaring at me furiously. And when Vinny returned, she got the yelling of a lifetime in front of her boyfriend. It was the most intense drama I had ever seen with the two of them, screaming at each other, and her boyfriend ran away. First, I got this ugly scar because of her. And now you insulted me in front of my boyfriend and chased him away. She's not my daughter. You gave birth to her, so watch her yourself. Mom, please, stop it. It's not her fault. Vinny, listen, I'm sorry. Just get away from me, Winter. Let me breathe. I can't wait to be done with high school so I can get away from you. Vinny pushed me out of her way and I landed on my butt. She had never been so mean to me, and it broke my heart. After that crazy night, I was grounded too, and Mom kept a strict eye on me. I wished Mom and Vinny could get that I knew the difference between stupid and fun. But one night, I heard a knock on my window and found Aaron outside.
Your room is really high up.
Yeah. Who told you to climb up?
It's not like your mom would have let me come at night to take you out. Want to go somewhere fun?
Take me out for fun? Oh my God, yes? I feel like I could die from boredom. That night, Aaron and I sneaked out, and he took me to a skate park on his bicycle. There were so many kids there doing awesome stunts with their skateboards, and I was dying to learn some. They were willing to teach me, and I picked up the moves really fast. Gosh, the rush I felt, it was amazing. Aaron even recorded my stunts for me to watch later, and was all praises. Later when he dropped me home, I was still feeling so pumped. I just impulsively turned to him and kissed him. I had a great time, and I've been wanting to do that all night.
Wow, me too.
Saying that, he kissed me again. The night was magical, but when I got in through my window, I nearly fell down when I saw Vinny on my bed. Unbelievable. You just never learn, do you? Hey, look, I'm old enough, and I'm none of your business. You've made that clear enough. Winter, that boy is trouble. He has such a bad reputation at school. He's known for playing pranks and getting others in trouble. Look, I know I've been hard on you, but just trust me on this. He's a jerk, and you need to start making better decisions. Save the big sister lecture for someone else, Vinny. Nothing I do would ever seem like a good idea to you, and I think you just resent me, and I don't trust your advice anymore. You wanted to ignore me? Well, I'm okay with it now. So get out of my room, please. That didn't feel great, but what did she expect? Vinny left for college soon, and it was just me and Mom. But thank God I had Aaron. He was everything I ever wanted in a boyfriend. For Valentine's Day, he took me bungee jumping. OMG, this was my dream.
I knew it. It's like we're the same.
Aaron and I soon became the hottest couple in school. And every afternoon, I'd go to the skate park with Aaron and practice skateboard stunts. I was acing it, and Aaron was my biggest supporter. One day, Aaron came to me with some big news. A huge YouTube stunt performer wanted us to collaborate and shoot with me. He had a huge following, and he'd post videos of us performing together. It was right during finals week, but how could I possibly say no? I tried studying, but I was way too excited and would end up going to the park with Aaron and practicing like crazy. And when the day came for the stunt performer to meet me, he was really impressed.
Kid, you are one in a million. I know you're gonna go far. Don't let nobody dim your spark.
Whoa, his words meant the world to me. Sometime later, the exam results came, and it turned out I had failed miserably. But to my surprise, Aaron had straight A's. How? You were with me the whole week.
Yeah. My dad kind of pulled some strings and I took all the exams later, so I got more time to study. So you want to hit the park? I have some stunts I want you to try.
You couldn't have pulled some strings for me? Or at least told me it was an option? Gosh, you're so selfish.
Since when do you care about grades, Winter? And I arranged that stuntman to come perform with you, didn't I? You could be a little more grateful.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me. You have a lot to thank me for. Otherwise, those boring duds at your house would keep you locked up.
Without even thinking, I gave Aaron a tight slap and walked away. I was scared of how to tell Mom about my grades, and I felt like such an idiot. Vinny was so right about Aaron. At that moment, I just missed her so much that I called her after months. The moment she picked up, I broke down and told her everything. It just took her 2 hours to come home from her university, and I hugged her tight.
I knew that jerk was up to no good the first time I saw your video on his channel when you jumped from the roof.
What? What video?
His YouTube channel. It's full of your stunt videos.
Gosh, don't say you didn't know about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Vinny then showed me Aaron's YouTube channel, and I realized the jerk had blocked me from seeing it. It was getting millions of views just from my videos. That's why he was so supportive and took me to the skate park every day.
Oh, Vinny, I just want to make him pay.
He's been making money off of me without my knowledge. Just then, Mom walked into the room, and clearly she'd heard everything. How dare he? Oh, don't you worry about a thing. I'll take care of this, Aaron. And then I came clean about the exam result, and for once, Mom didn't freak out. And she kept her word too. She threatened to sue Aaron, so his parents forced him to take down the channel. A few days later, it was my birthday, and to my surprise, Mom and Vinny took me to the skate park. And then they gave me my gift, a video camera. Sweetie, I saw your videos and you're just a natural. I don't know why you want to do risky stuff, but I know I can't stop you either. So I guess it's time you show the world how crazy you can be on your own channel. You are actually letting me do stunts and have my own YouTube channel? Only if you name it The Daring Adventures of Winter. That's totally what I want to show the world. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Hey guys, I'm Kinsey from North Carolina, and I have a condition called OCD. That means I worry nonstop about all kinds of things. Like, I have to wipe my desk chair 8 times before I can sit on it. I also count my socks 6 times each night to make sure I have enough pairs for the next day. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Living with my condition was tough and a bit lonely. I was an only child in a super rich family, but our servants were my only friends because everyone at school thought I was a freak. One time, I was sitting in class next to a girl who kept staring at me.
What are you doing with your colored pencils? Duh, I'm organizing them so they all face the same way. You've organized them like 50 times. What are you, a robot?
Everyone started laughing, except this one boy named Blake. After class, he gave me some chocolates to cheer me up. Don't let those mean kids make you feel bad. You're pretty, you're funny, and you're the best speller in our whole class. He was a sweetheart. After that day, Blake and I became really close. And as time passed, I really started falling for him. But anytime I decided to tell him how I felt, I chickened out. But one day in 10th grade, there was an announcement for the school dance, and my heart raced. I wasn't letting this chance go. Today, I'd ask him out. At lunchtime, I caught Blake sitting alone, but my heart dropped when a gorgeous girl walked over to Blake and put her arms around him. No! Hey, dude, what's going on? Is this your cousin or something? Nope, this is my new girlfriend who just asked me to the dance. Isn't that awesome? Wow, so awesome. Sorry, I gotta go. The air is making my eyes water. Allergies. I couldn't believe I'd missed my chance. And now Blake has a stupid girlfriend. I was watching MSA videos that night when I came across a story about a girl who got married 9 times just to get revenge on her sister. That's when I got an idea. The only way to get over Blake was to date as many guys as possible. So I texted every boy I knew. I was a gorgeous goddess with extra clean hair. Surely at least one boy would want me. But I woke up to see my phone had blown up with messages from 16 guys. And when I walked into school, a swarm of boys circled me with flower bouquets and even a life-size teddy bear. That's when Blake came up to see me. These guys are going crazy. Did that dude just throw rose petals at you? Oh, that one's been wanting to go to the dance with me. Yep, while you were with your girlfriend, I decided to get myself 16 dates. You can't go on 16 dates. That's crazy. Oh, yes, I can. You just watch. I walked away like a queen and couldn't help notice Blake looked kind of upset. Well, I was glad. He had chosen someone else, and that was his loss. I set up my dates in a row that whole week. 1 at a bowling alley, 1 at an escape room, and 1 at a skating rink. But I realized I didn't like a single guy I went out with. One night, I was stuck at a restaurant with the most annoying guy on earth. What's your favorite flavor bubblegum?
Do you like surfing? Why are you wearing rubber gloves while you eat?
I hate bubblegum and swimming in the ocean. And again, I have OCD and don't like touching silverware at public restaurants. Just then, our waiter came by and he looked around my age.
Excuse me, miss. You have an emergency call.
I jumped up right away and the waiter led me to a counter. Did anyone die? Is my mom sick or worse? They canceled MSA, my favorite channel.
Oh, I just made up the emergency call. You just seemed miserable on that date, and I wanted to save you.
Oh my God, you're amazing. Thank you. No, you're the worst. You made me think my mom was sick.
So, how about I make it up to you after my shift ends? We can go to the park. I have a thing for girls with turquoise gloves.
I laughed and immediately agreed to hang out with the guy after his shift. I found out his name was Indigo and he actually lived close by to me.
Actually, I'm homeschooled, so I come here a lot. I don't have a ton of friends.
Well, now you have one. From that day on, Indigo and I started hanging out a lot. I had made a commitment to go on every one of my dates. My mission wasn't complete, so every time I'd go on a bad date at his restaurant, Indigo would come up with some excuse to rescue me, and we had the best time laughing over it. Then one day, Blake and I decided to catch up over coffee.
How come you and Indigo hang out so much? I thought you were busy dating 16 guys.
Now I'm down to 9 guys. I still haven't found anyone yet, but whatever. Indigo's my friend, and I really like him.
Oh, so you like him. Didn't you say he doesn't have any friends? That doesn't seem a little off to you or anything.
There isn't anything off about him. Why can't you just be happy that I made a new friend? He's the only person besides you who doesn't think I'm a weirdo.
I am happy for you. Why wouldn't I be happy? I just don't want you getting hurt since you obviously like him.
God, what a drama queen. But the more I hung out with Indigo, I wondered if Blake was onto something. Indigo was lovely, but he also never invited me to his house or told me much about himself. One night, Indigo and I were sitting by the lake, and I decided to ask him about it.
I don't tell people about my life. It's too complicated.
Well, I don't like hanging out with people who keep secrets.
Fine, I'll hang out by myself then.
At that second, Indigo ran into the lake and went underwater with his clothes on. What are you doing? The lake is polluted. You don't know what's inside it. I'm going home.
Just put your feet in. It feels nice. And remember, you can always take 100 showers after. Do you trust me, Kinsey?
I was about to tell Indigo no freaking way, but then I noticed his warm brown eyes and that he was holding his arms out to me. I held his hands tight as I dipped my feet into the water. Oh my God, I'm doing it! I'm amazing! Indigo, this is a really big deal for me.
Well, I'm honored to be by your side during such a big moment in your life.
Indigo smiled at me and suddenly I pulled him close and kissed him. I felt my heart race like never before. I fell asleep thinking about Indigo that night. I could still feel his lips. But the next day, I heard a knock on my window, and it was Blake. Blake, what are you doing here?
Kinsey, I'm in love with you. I've been in love with you for years, but I never had the guts to tell you. That's why I got a girlfriend, but I ended things between us. You're the only one I want to be with.
I couldn't speak. My head was spinning. I'd wanted to hear those words for so long.
So, do you love me back? Can you squeeze in a 10th guy to date?
Before I could reply, there was another knock at my window, and it was Indigo.
Well, I understand everything now. Indigo is the guy you love. I came over because I never heard back from you after we kissed. Is it because you're in love with him?
Oh God, oh God. I sat on my bed and both boys sat on either side of me. Okay, it's true. I like both of you, but I don't know who I like more, and I don't want to hurt anyone.
Fine then. There's only one way to settle this. You cancel the rest of your 9 dates and date both of us for a few weeks, and then decide who you want to be with.
Indigo agreed, and suddenly the two of them were arguing about where they'd take me and what gifts they'd buy. I kicked them both out so I could go to sleep and take a frickin' bubble bath. But I agreed to their date plan since it was probably the best course of action. Blake was first and invited me over to his house for a candlelit dinner. He was even wearing a suit and playing romantic music.
I thought the two of us could have a slow dance before we ate.
I actually would love that. Blake pulled me close and my heart fluttered. Even with everything that had happened, I did still love him. But then suddenly, Blake pulled away.
What happened to your hands, Kinsey? They're not peeling or red anymore. They look normal.
I've been washing my hands a little less. Still a lot, but not 30 times a day.
Oh, you wouldn't believe what Indigo made me do the other day. I told Blake about how I dipped my feet into the lake, and he looked really surprised.
That's really big for you, isn't it? I'm glad. Anyway, let's have dinner. I had all your favorites made.
The next evening, Indigo took me out to see the symphony, and later we went out for a moonlit walk. We ended up roaming the streets for 2 hours because I wanted to count 333 lampposts, and Indigo was more than happy to oblige. The next couple of weeks were a whirlwind of romantic dates, but making my decision wasn't getting any easier. Blake was the boy I'd always loved, but Indigo had left his mark in a short time, and now I couldn't imagine not having him in my life. A few days later, I was having a picnic with Indigo when he turned to me looking serious.
Kinsey, it's about time I told you the truth. The reason I'm homeschooled and why I don't have any friends is because I have a serious illness, and I'm in and out of the hospital a lot. And I never ask you to come over because my parents are really overprotective and they fuss over me a lot. I didn't want to freak you out with all that.
Wow, Indigo, that sounds tough.
It's not been too bad, just something I have to live with.
But things will change once you get the surgery in 2 days. Indigo turned to me in shock as I clapped my hands over my mouth. Oh God, how did I let this slip?
I was about to tell you about my surgery. How do you already know? Wait a second. Did you pay for it? Because my mom told me that just this morning that some anonymous donor had decided to fund my surgery. Kinsey, is that you?
Okay, please don't be mad. I once saw you taking your meds secretly, and I just wanted to know what was going on with you. So I went to your house and met your mom. She told me everything. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be nosy. It's just because I care.
I can't accept such a big favor from you.
It's not a favor, and you don't have a choice. I know your illness is more serious than you're letting on. You have to do this. You're running out of time.
Okay, you're right. I can't thank you enough, Kinsey.
Save your speeches for later. You just focus on the surgery now and getting well really soon. The day of the surgery, I reached the hospital an hour before, and I was going to Indigo's room when Blake appeared. I'm so glad you're here, Blake. God, I'm so dumb. I nearly told Indigo everything the other day.
But he doesn't know that I paid for half of the surgery, right? You did what?
Blake and I turned around to see Indigo in a wheelchair, ready to be taken to the operating room. Listen, Indigo.
Are you kidding me? Your lover BFF took pity on me and chipped in too? What am I, some charity project that he used to win you over? No, dude, it's not like that. Save it, Blake. Lucky for you that you're rich enough to pull off such grand gestures. You helped save my life and come off as the hero, so of course she'll choose you. And I'll just end up feeling like a total loser. I'm calling it off. I'm not getting the surgery. And Kinsey, you're better off with Blake anyway, so choose him already and let's get this over with.
With that, Indigo stormed off. I have to go and convince him. He needs this.
Let me try once, okay? Indigo, don't be stupid and come back inside. Please, just leave me alone. No, I won't. And that's because I really care about Kinsey and you're the right guy for her. Over the last few weeks, I've seen how much Kinsey has changed. She seems lighter and more comfortable with herself. I've been her friend since we were kids, but I haven't had the same impact on her that you have. She's different because of you, and I just really want my best friend to be happy. So I told her days ago that I was gonna step aside, and I helped pay for the surgery because I want you to be healthy. So do it for yourself and do it for her.
We all waited anxiously for hours, and finally the surgeon stepped out of the operating room with a smile.
The heart transplant went really well, and we're expecting a full recovery. Congratulations.
The next day, when I could finally see Indigo, I went up to him and hugged him gently. I'm so glad you're doing well, Indigo.
And it's all because of you. I have a new heart now to love you even more with. I love you, Kinsey.
I love you too.
Hi, I'm Serena, and I know what you're thinking. She looks nothing like her family. That's because I was adopted when I was a baby. I was born in Romania, and I might have taken that small piece of trivia a little too seriously. Oh, I can't water the plants. Romanians are allergic to the sun. Does this broccoli have garlic on it? Romanians don't eat garlic, Mommy. But I have to sleep inside this cardboard box. It's a Romanian thing. You won't get it. That's a vampire thing, doofus. Now sleep in a bed like a proper human child. God, you're so dumb. I wasn't dumb. I was quirky and cute. But Fred was right. I just never seemed to make the smartest choices. Fred wasn't only my brother, he was also my best bud growing up. He was super smart and solved math equations in his sleep, but he was really awkward and hated outdoor activities.
Come out, Fred! Look at all these butterflies coming out of their raccoons!
It's cocoons and no thank you. You know they start off as icky caterpillars, right?
Quit being such a party pooper and come play with me!
But Fred just stayed inside. I chased the butterflies and didn't realize when I ended up rather far from home. I was about to find my way back when suddenly this weird woman came out of nowhere and started showering me with kisses.
Ew, get your germy lips off of me! I'm warning you, I know Kung Fu.
Serena, I'm your aunt. I know your real mother. She wants to meet you at the ice cream shop.
My what now?
I didn't really care about finding my real family. I was happy with the one I had. But since ice cream was involved, I was suddenly curious. I was about to get into her van when suddenly a couple of police cars came screeching to a stop before us, and the officers arrested my aunt. They took me to the station with them, and moments later, Mom and Dad came running in and hugged me super tight. Oh, Serena, thank God you're safe. You can't go so far from home. That woman is a kidnapper the police have been trying to catch. She works at the adoption agency and picks up adopted kids for ransom money. Luckily, they caught her in time. Whoa. The psycho woman was jailed for 25 years. But from that day on, my parents were attached to me like my shadow and treated me like a porcelain doll. They wrapped me up in bubble wrap when I wanted to jump on the trampoline. They put me on a baby leash when we went out in public. They even missed Fred's science fairs and chess matches because they couldn't trust anyone to babysit me. You only have yourself to blame. Who's dumb enough to just walk off with a random stranger? Me, of course. I was nothing special. I had no brains and no passion. Most of the time, I felt a little lost. But one day, I saw this 16-year-old Russian swimmer, Mariana, win a gold medal on TV, and my whole life changed. I had posters of her all over my room and even bought all of her merchandise. I was obsessed. I want to be just like Mariana. She's a year older than me and she's achieved so much. But swimming is dangerous, sweetie. You could slip and hit your head. I could do that in the kitchen too. We should baby-proof the kitchen. What? No, I'm not a baby. Please, will you just let me try something for once? I'm sick of staying at home. I begged and whined and threw a couple of tantrums, and finally they agreed to take me to a kiddie pool. Whatever. I was determined to make the best of it, and when I entered the water, it felt like I was finally in my element. I aced all the lessons and turned out to be a natural. Within a year, I joined the high school swim team and even won a local competition. And Mom and Dad finally stopped freaking out like headless chickens. Then I started 10th grade and things just went bonkers. On the very first day, I was rushing to the shower when I slipped and went crashing into a girl. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. What? You're Mariana. Am I dreaming? Ouch. This is definitely real. I am such a huge fan. Oh really? Is that why you tried to injure me? What? It was an accident. Huh, I doubt it. I eat jealous little wannabes like you for breakfast. Now, stay out of my way or I'll crush you. What a diva! I found out from the head coach that Mariana was recovering from an injury at the local state-of-the-art medical center and would be attending our high school while she was here. Just my luck. The universe sent my idol to my school, and she already hates me. I tried to do damage control and got her some welcome flowers and cheesecake, but she started sneezing and gagging and threw everything in the trash. Are you trying to sabotage me? I'm lactose intolerant and allergic to roses. How was I supposed to know that? You said you were my fan and you don't know this? Some fan you are. I was just trying to be nice. Nice gets you nowhere. Work on your swimming instead, loser. Okay, that's enough. I know you're an international champion, but you can't treat me like this. I really admired you, but now I can see you're just a brat with a swollen head. Get over yourself. Huh, you wish you could be me. I have more talent in my injured little toe than you have in your whole entire body. You can put your entire foot in your mouth because at the next swim meet, I'm gonna beat you. I accept the challenge, although it's hardly a challenge. I was pumped. I trained extra hard and spent so much time in the pool, I started looking like a wrinkly old grandma. But on the day of the swim meet, Mariana spilled an entire bottle of conditioner on me right before the start. Oops, I'm so sorry. Your skin looked like it needed it. I was fuming. I took another quick shower, but I was super late. And when the whistle blew, I was so out of it that I flopped into the water like a dying fish. I lost badly, and Mariana sailed through the water gracefully like a swan. But what she did next shocked the bubbly farts right out of me. Mariana stepped off the stage after taking her prize and kissed Fred. Hey, what the heck are you doing to my brother? Stand behind me, Fred. I'll protect you from this soul-sucking mermaid. Serena, Fred has told me so much about you. We met in the library the other day, and I said I was craving some Russian pastries. He got me some the very next day. Fred is a real gentleman.
And you're a real lady.
What was happening? Fred looked genuinely happy, but Mariana was bad news. The way she'd swam earlier, it didn't look like she was injured at all. But before I could confront her, they left. What a bunch of love-struck jerks! I was so depressed, I spent a couple of hours at my favorite ice cream shop eating my feelings. But once the banana splits were gone, I headed home and, to my surprise, I saw Mariana across the street. She was dressed like some weird spy and went inside a dirty-looking alley. I followed her and saw that she was buying a weird packet from some homeless dude. Hey, what you got there, bestie? Did you hit your head on that dive? I am not your bestie. Is it Russian candy? Is it a wig? Or is it a whole new personality you use only when Fred's around? It's your brother's heart, and it's all mine. She was a piece of work and super suspicious. I wanted to follow her, but I was already late. Mom and Dad would probably send a SWAT team after me. So that night, I borrowed Fred's laptop and did some research. I found a few articles about Mariana's injury, but then I found a creepy Reddit thread about athletes using performance-enhancing pills. I was shocked. Is that how Mariana had swum so well in the competition with an injury? I had to find out. But the next day, I walked into school and everyone was talking about Mariana and Fred like they were a celebrity couple. Fred, of all people, was popular. He suddenly had this confidence I'd never seen before. It was kinda awesome. But Mariana was ruining swimming for me. We've decided. I'll take your place on the swim team for regionals. What? You can't do that. You're not even a permanent student. Aren't you supposed to be injured and resting? Coach!
I'm sorry, Serena. We have a chance to compete with an international gold medalist on our team, and she seems strong enough now.
I was so mad I tore up all of her posters from my room and trashed all the merchandise. All I'd wanted to be was noticed by my idol, but she just turned out to be a massive jerk. I was gonna bring her down if it was the last thing I did.
Hey, Mariana told me what happened. It was really sweet of you to give her your place. She really needed this.
I didn't give up anything. Your evil girlfriend pushed me out. Swimming is the only thing I'm good at, but she couldn't even let me have it.
Look, I know you're hurt, but she's a good person.
It's all an act. She's only pretending to be your girlfriend to get under my skin.
Yes, Serena. I'm sure my relationship is all about you. Everything is always about you. The only reason a girl could want to be with me is to get back at you. Not because I have anything worth liking, right?
Wow. I didn't know you were so desperate to be liked, you'll defend the devil herself. Some brother you turned out to be. I hated the look of hurt in Fred's eyes, but I was just so mad. The next day, I sneaked into the gym and went through Mariana's locker. And I found the package she'd taken from the man in the alley. And it had pills inside. I ran to the head coach and showed him everything. Mariana went ballistic.
They aren't what you think. I'm not a cheat.
Then explain how your injury healed so quickly. You're lying, Mariana, and I have proof.
Stop this, Serena. You don't know what you're talking about.
No. For once, I'm the smart one, and you're being dumb. She played you with her big eyes and pretty face. She's just a cheating witch. Stop calling me that. And then she pushed me into the water. The head coach insisted on getting her tested, and she went bananas. She started ripping up pool noodles with her teeth and threw swimming flippers at the students like a mad person. 2 coaches had to drag her away, and she was suspended during the investigation. But I wasn't even happy about it. My teammates were mad at me for being a sneak. Fred wasn't talking to me, and Mariana, all the blood work came out clear. Turns out, the The pills were special Russian vitamins, but she was so messed up with all the media attention and headlines, she completely failed at the regionals. I felt like a total jerk. It was time for me to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry about the whole mix-up. As if your plan worked. I lost the competition and my reputation. Now you can have your perfect life back. Perfect? My life is not perfect. My adoptive family is the bomb, but I've always felt a bit lost since I was a kid. Swimming makes me feel like I belong, and you took that away from me. Yes, I did. Because I'm better at it, and it's good for the team. But Fred was right. You're a selfish, spoiled brat who only thinks about herself. I was so mad, I slapped her hard across the cheek. We were rolling around on the floor fighting like cats when suddenly Fred came in between.
What the heck is wrong with you two?
She started it. She's always hated me.
That's enough. I love you both, but this needs to stop.
You love me? Are you okay? Do you have brain fever?
Stop it, Serena. After all these years, I've taken a back seat while Mom and Dad obsessed over you. I thought you'd be okay with me being the center of attention for once.
It was true. Mom and Dad always went out of their way to make me happy and keep me safe. They hardly ever talked about Fred. I was selfish and felt terrible for not realizing it before.
And Mariana, you can't blame Serena for jumping to conclusions when she doesn't know the truth.
What truth? Suddenly, Mariana looked so sad, it broke my heart. My family had to flee Russia. Some really bad men were after my father, and I had to fake an injury so they would give us quick visas to come to America for my medical treatment. Now, I can never go back, and I can never swim for another country if I want to keep my family safe. That's why I wanted to be part of the swim team so badly.
But that doesn't explain why you're so mean and horrible.
It's all I knew. In Russia, you don't become a champion by being nice and sweet. You have to be really tough and fight for your place. It will be a hard habit to break, but I see you all as competition, especially you. You're good.
She said it reluctantly,
but she said it, and I was on cloud 9. Aw, that's all I ever wanted to hear from you.
Get away from me, or I'll take the words back.
You can't take it back now. You think I'm good, and we'll be on the same team together. It's gonna be epic. Is your sister crazy? What is wrong with her? Why is she so huggy?
She's just really happy, and so am I.
Bonjour, my name is Andrea from Paris. Please like and... Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. It's me again. Gotcha. You didn't know I spoke multiple languages, Verdado. So, where were we? Oh yeah, my band almost broke up. My manager tried to take control of my life. My father was in an accident. My boyfriend was keeping a huge secret from me. And my mom had come back into my life after almost 10 years. Am I forgetting some other misery? Yeah, I'm also really hungry. Oh, right. I hadn't eaten anything since before the concert. But at that time, we had more important things on our plate. Alice, I told you to get away from him. Who does she think she is to tell me what to do? No. First, you owe me an explanation. Why have you left? Where have you been all these 10 years? Why have you never called? Why are you coming back now? Why? Well, I guess she owed more than one explanation. Maybe we should leave.
And miss the showdown?
Yeah, let's give them some privacy.
Yes, better. What are you even doing here in the first place?
We'll wait outside.
No, nobody leaves. And you better start talking before we start improvising a bad cop, good cop scene. And no, Luke, you can't be the good cop. But Alice, no excuses. Just spill the beans. My mom took a seat and a deep breath, then remained in silence for a few minutes. I couldn't wait to know the truth. I was impatient, nervous, stressed, and hungry too. But most of all, I was tired. Then she started talking about her life, you know, blah, blah, blah. Some really revealing stuff and other things. And then the end. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just exhausted. It's not that easy to narrate 4 parts in a row. The life of an MSA star is harder than it looks. You know what, guys? Let's mix things up a little. I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice. At least I am. So let's hear my mom's story told by herself. See you later, alligators. Hi, kids. I'm Carrie, Alice's mom. I know most of you must hate me, but hold off until you hear my side of the story. If you still hate me later, well, don't put it in the comments. I don't think I can handle having my own haters. Let's start from the beginning. After I got married and had Alice, My life was practically perfect. Lovely family, a career climbing. Life was looking up. When Alice was finishing elementary school, my big shot arrived.
Carrie, we want you to lead the case against the Siri clan.
Oh, yes, I'll do it. Their time has come. Justice will be served. The Siri clan was one of the largest and most dangerous criminal groups in the country. They were the worst of the worst, fixing sports events, moving narcotics, blackmailing politicians, and even kidnapping kittens in their spare time. You name it, they did it.
Get ready. This is gonna change your life.
And boy, it did. I couldn't imagine at the time how much it would cost me. I couldn't tell anyone about my involvement with the case, not even my family. Still, the clan found out pretty much everything about me. I soon started receiving threatening phone calls, menacing letters, and gifts of dubious taste. The prosecution put security on us. The suit guys followed us all around without Alice and her father knowing. But that didn't stop the Siri clan. Oh no. A few days before the trial, I received an envelope in my office. Inside, there were pictures of Alice at school, in the park, coming in and out of the house, everywhere. I thought about calling the police, but it was too dangerous. I had to do something. So, I went to see the head of the clan, ready to put my career aside and my principles in exchange for the safety of my family. But he was a tough negotiator.
I have a counteroffer.
They not only forced me to sabotage the lawsuit against them, but also made me work for them as their legal counsel for years. They never stopped following Alice. I had no choice but to stay and help them grow their criminal empire even further. So that's why I left, because now I'm a criminal and I can't even look at you in the eyes knowing everything I did.
And why did you come back?
After I left, I blocked your numbers, but I never changed mine. The hospital called me saying there had been an accident and I had to come and make sure you were okay. I guess I'm still your emergency contact.
Of course. There's no other person I want to see in an emergency.
He's such a flirt. Is that so?
It is, and not only in emergencies.
I think Alice's dad has the hots for Alice's mom.
You don't say.
I'm just glad I get to see you again.
Oh my god, Dad, stop flirting with her. Have you forgotten that she abandoned us for like 10 years? Are you sure you don't have a concussion? Let's call the doctors to do more tests.
I'm fine, Alice. I guess old habits die hard.
He smiled at me, and even after all these years, just like the first time I saw him playing in the subway, I felt fireworks inside. How could I help it? Look at him. He is as attractive as he was 10 years ago, maybe even more. You can tell he's been hitting the gym. Check out his arms, his shoulders, his... Okay, that's enough. This is still a family channel. I'll take it from here. As you can imagine, my mom's story was like a roller coaster for me. And by the end, I was pretty dizzy. I didn't know what to say, but at the same time, I had hundreds of questions to ask. At first, I needed some air, like a lot of air, and something to eat. So I walked out of the hospital, and then I saw it. That was really love at first sight. Thank God. I ran to it, and I ordered half a dozen hot dogs. What? Lady has to eat too, you know. Besides, can't think with an empty stomach, right? Bon appetit. Note from the MSA producers. Due to the disgusting nature of the following images, we have decided to censor the next part. Ugh, I so needed that. Now I can think straight. Let's get this over with. I walked back to the hospital, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Mom and Camillo talking at the entrance.
We should try to be friends. After all, we are family.
You don't scare me. And why should he? Oh, let me guess. He probably is the son of the boss of that clan, and he's just dating me because he has a secret agenda, right? No, not at all. So why should I get away from him? Maybe I got carried away. To be honest, I don't think you guys are really a match. I mean, you are a Cancer and he is a Capricorn. Those are the least compatible signs in the horoscope.
I'm actually a Scorpio.
Oh, then it's okay. You have my blessing.
Great! Thanks, Mom.
Camillo hugged my mom. Their performance was as believable as a bunch of elementary school kids acting out Shakespeare for the end of the year play. Of course I knew there was something wrong. I'm not an idiot, guys. I asked Camillo about it like 1,000 times. Why does my mother hate you so much? What did you do? But he always came up with different excuses.
It's because I'm Italian. She hates poets. She doesn't like my cologne. I think she must be in love with me.
Eventually, I stopped asking. I know it sounds crazy, but after so much time, things were somehow in order and part of me didn't want anything to change. Sure, I knew that things sooner or later were gonna bite me, and trust me, when they did, it hurt like a dog bite. The next few days were truly bizarre. My mom came back into our lives as suddenly as she had left. Every time I went to visit my dad, she was there, and the two of them together were absolutely unbearable. You guys know I'm a sucker for love, but they were too much even for me. Here comes the plane.
Can I have a bite of the pilot too?
Oh, don't start. Last time things got out of hand. Yikes! When my dad was discharged, she took care of him at home. They even urged me to come back and live with them so we could be a happy family. Before saying no, I actually considered it for like half a millisecond. But Mom was determined to get back into my life, by hook or by crook. Like some regular mom and her teenage daughter, we spent all of our time together fighting. The thing was that I was not a teenager anymore, and she wasn't like a regular mom, which made things really weird. Where are you going? With whom? What time will you be back? I want my lawyer here. I am your lawyer. Talk. To a club with Moon and Luke around 2. That's too late. You can go till 12. But Mom! No buts, Missy. It was kind of fun to make up for lost time. You're so mean. I hate you. I always wanted to yell at my mom that I hate her for some stupid thing, like a normal teenager. Although I would never admit it then, having Mom back was amazing. But still, she really had it in for Camillo. And it wasn't, of course, just because of our zodiac signs. She started playing detective, attempting to sabotage our relationship. She tailed us in secret to our dates. Remind you of anyone? I guess the apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Of course, she didn't know about my successful career as a matchmaker. Table 5 said you would take care of their check. Since when is bread so expensive? After that, she sent me flowers and gifts from a mysterious secret admirer. Free chocolate. But that was nothing. It got to the point where she tried to kill Camillo. I didn't know he was allergic to nuts. I told you like yesterday. It must have slipped my mind. Then she went all in and planned a blind date for me and Kwan, who was a few days away from returning to Korea. I had to admit that it was a beautiful date, and Kwan looked so attractive. But I had a boyfriend and he had a girlfriend. I'm so sorry my mom put you up to this.
Don't worry, it's always nice to spend some time with you.
Won't your girlfriend mind?
I don't have a girlfriend anymore. She left me. She said my heart was still entangled with something here.
And what is that something here?
I think you already know.
Kwan smiled at me, and I blushed so much that I could have become a stunt double for Poe. You know, the red Teletubby. Change the subject, Alice. This could get out of hand. I don't know what my mom has against Camillo. She hates his guts with a passion, but he didn't do anything.
I think you should trust your mom. I know you two have a complicated history, but she must be doing this for a very good reason, and you can't keep ignoring it.
At first, I thought Kwan was only saying this because he was jealous. But then I started to think he had a point. Turns out, his words were absolutely right on target. When I got home that same night, I did what I promised I would never do. I went through my boyfriend's computer. Guys, this is me not setting a good example. Don't follow my lead on this one. Remember how I said things would come back to bite me in the butt? Well, they did. More than a dog bite. It was a crocodile bite. Among Camillo's files, I found a book about me. Yes, you heard right. Camillo was writing a book about my life behind my back. Actually, no, he wasn't writing it. It was already finished. What the? To no one's surprise, it turns out that behind it all was Trevor. He had signed over my image rights from our contract to Camillo to write a bestseller airing all my dirty laundry. For the next few hours, I read the entire book. Not only did it expose my deepest fears and desires, those I had confided in him, but it also detailed my mother's criminal history with the Siri clan. If this gets out, she will go to jail. And the worst part of it all, the book was due out in 2 days. Just as my world was collapsing, the collapser opened the door.
Hi, honey.
I was more than ready to use my drumsticks to turn him into a human skewer, but I didn't. I understood that my only advantage at that moment was that he didn't know that I knew. So I pretended that everything was fine and took the first opportunity to get the hell out of there. We're out of milk. I'm gonna go buy some.
We have milk.
But not almond milk.
Since when do you like almond milk?
Since forever? You don't know every single detail about me. Well, maybe I lost it for a moment. Once I escaped from there, I met with my mother. She confessed to me that she knew about Camillo's book. A few weeks ago, my boss told me that someone was snooping about my past and the trial. They thought they were the prosecutors, but when I saw the photo, I recognized Camillo immediately. I'd seen him in every photo and interview of you two. You follow my career? Of course I do. I'm I'm your biggest fan. My mom found out he was writing a book, but when she tried to warn me, he threatened to reveal another big secret. My mother was betraying the clan. She was preparing a case with the prosecution, taking advantage of her inside knowledge to bring down the Siri clan once and for all. If that came out, not only would the case collapse, but we would be in grave danger. The release of the book would have the same result, so we soon regrouped with my dad, Moon, Luke, and Quan to shut down the release of my unauthorized biography. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. We split up and went to different districts to buy all the copies of the book that were ready to circulate. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on books. In the meantime, my mom managed to get a legal order to stop the printing of new copies, arguing that they did not have my authorization. Amazingly, we managed to stop the book from coming out. We gathered all the copies and made a huge campfire. Not great for the environment, I know. Again, don't follow my lead on this one, guys.
Anyone want a marshmallow?
You're still leaving tomorrow? Maybe you can stick around for a bit.
I'd love to, but I have to go home. But you should visit me.
Maybe I will. Sadly, our victory was short-lived. Feeling defeated, Trevor and Camillo leaked the book virtually, and it soon went viral. What ensued was absolute chaos. My name became a trending topic, and the news went crazy with my mother's criminal story. Soon, reporters were swarming my house and my parents' house looking for a comment. My phone literally exploded from the number of calls and messages it received. To make matters worse, Camillo went on TV to present the book, badmouth me, and reveal that my mom was a double agent for the government. You will pay for this. From that moment on, we became the #1 target of the Siri clan. Things were completely out of hand, and for the first time, I feared for my life and the safety of the people around me. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Alice, there's no time for discussions. Get in the car. We have to go to the witness protection program now. We are in danger. I can't do it, Mom. You two go.
Alice, this isn't up for discussion.
No, it's not, Dad. I'm sorry. I ran between the cars until I lost them. It's not that I didn't want to go with them, but I was a public figure. The reporters and paparazzi would be after me like hounds. I knew that if I went with them, I would put them in even more danger. I needed to go somewhere where no one knew me. Oh, that's it. Quan, is it too soon to visit?
Not at all. I'm glad you're here.
I held Quan's hand as we waited for the plane to take us to Korea. I took a deep breath. It felt like walking away from a fire. Who said you can't run away from your problems?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new Where Are They Now episode. So let's uncover the latest on the Cupid Secrets crew. Alice's parents, Luke and Moon. They just disappeared faster than my motivation on a Monday. But what everybody really wants to know is where is Alice herself, the villain of her own story? Some say she became a Buddhist monk. Others that she had facial surgery to look unrecognizable. But something went wrong and she became a circus freak. Some even claim that she was seen living in the middle of the snowy forest, like the Yeti. But still, the mystery remains unsolved. Where is Alice?
I'll give you a where are they now, you gossip-mongering, face-twisting, snitch-ditch-twitch character hack. This villain is right here, crafting a comeback that'll knock your ratings into the next ice age. And talk about facial surgery? You should check yourself first. Wicked witch of the bargain bin Botox, duck lips meeting frog eyes, and a meme gone wrong disaster? No surgeon could fix that.
Calm down. She's not even here.
No, don't shut it off. I want to hear more of her nonsense. Great. Now the power cuts out on me. As if everything else wasn't enough, the electricity there had a mind of its own. It always went out with the worst possible timing. Okay. You know, I'm not usually the nagging type. More like a silent ninja. Until someone turns on that spotlight of lies, you might think we stepped out of a time machine into the past. Well, almost. So this is where Alice is, in the middle of nowhere, picking up cow dung. I know, gross. I should give you a recap of the last year, but I don't really feel like it. Okay, don't leave. I will. But just because you've been putting up with me since episode 1. Before I start, like and subscribe, and don't forget to never watch MSA on TikTok. Real ones know that YouTube is way cooler. So, after Camillo's book, Quan and I escaped to a small rural town in South Korea where no one knew or cared who I was. This is nice. It was not.
At least no one will find us here.
Yeah, because no one knows this place exists. Seriously, I tried searching it on Google Maps and it just showed a shrugging emoji. Still, Quan absolutely fell in love with our new rural life. He put together his own farm, and it was like he had found his place on Earth. For me, it wasn't that easy.
Alice, collect the cow dung so we could use this for fire.
Not this again. That day, I shouldn't have worn red because it made the bull crazy mad, and he chased me all over the farm until I fell head first into the cow poop pile. Ugh, I hate this.
Look on the bright side. It's good for your skin.
Oh, really? Then come here. I'll make you a good hydrating mask. Stop
running! Living with Quan was awesome, but it never felt like my real life. I just wasn't myself there. To make me feel better, Quan once took me to a nice restaurant in the city, but I felt so paranoid that I went with a full disguise. Maybe that wasn't the best option to keep the attention away from me. Everybody kept looking at me, especially one strange guy with a big ginger afro and sunglasses. That guy keeps staring at us.
Can you blame him with those drumsticks in your hair? And this dress looks like you committed a fashion crime.
Duh, I can't leave them out. And this outfit took hours of careful consideration and about 5 outfit changes. As Quan went to pay the bill, I turned to that creep and he vanished into thin air. After that, I decided to stay in the village and never return to the city. Eventually, I kinda got used to living there. But then, a letter arrived and changed everything. It was an invitation to Moon and Luke's wedding. I hadn't talked to anyone from home since I left. I thought they'd eventually forget about me. But turns out, Quan used to drive out of town to call Moon, and she wanted me to be her maid of honor. Still, I wasn't ready to come back yet.
Sooner or later, you'll have to face your fears.
I'll do it later then.
I have to go. She's my baby sister.
Of course. We said our goodbyes and Quan left, so I had some alone time. After a few days, I started to get really worried. Quan wasn't answering my calls or responding to any of my texts. I waited and waited, but no news. Finally, I called Moon, but she didn't know anything about him either. Nobody did. Before I could think about it, I was already on a plane crossing the world to save my boyfriend. As soon as I landed, I did a complete makeover to avoid being recognized. I had more important things to do than deal with the paparazzi. After that, I went straight to the police station. I knew who was behind it all. The Siri clan kidnapped my boyfriend.
Do you have any proof?
I have a strong feeling. Does that count as proof?
Maybe he just ran away from you after reading the book.
The whole police station laughed at me. I wanted to throw all their donuts into the garbage, but I didn't. I just stole a few for later.
Besides, we already captured Siri Clan's leader.
What? After I left the police station, I had so many questions in my head. Just then, I saw Trevor drive by in a cool Porsche and stop not too far away. My heart was beating super fast, and I decided to follow him. I hid in an alley where it was kind of dark. I couldn't see much, but then I heard him talking on the phone.
Keep a low profile. We can't afford any slip-ups right now. I had planned this all along. I even made that foolish Camillo reveal the clan's secrets in his book to have the leader in prison so I could take over the empty throne of the Siri clan. I did a lot for him, and that thankless man never recognized me. Now, see who the boss is? Me, Trevor, only Trevor.
The terror! He went inside, and I crept closer to the building's window and peeked inside. There he was, stood before a group of exhausted kids.
Kids, if you don't do it my way, you'll be swimming with the fish. Yes, you heard me right. You'll be forced to clean my aquarium again. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, go! Come on! Don't make me get the snorkel gear.
Trevor not only carried on with the clan's illegal affairs, but also used his power to create an academy for young talents to build his own musical empire. The police weren't helpful, so it was up to me to stop him and save Quan. Time to bring down his criminal empire. Still, I needed help with that. I needed my friends back. I'm sorry for leaving and ghosting you guys, but I really need you. It's okay. We understand. And we've got to find Quan.
And destroy Trevor. Don't forget about that.
They told me that over the last year, Trevor blocked all their contracts and concerts, sending his army of little singing robots to replace them. He kidnapped my boyfriend and also ruined my band? This time, it's personal. Yeah, I know. That sounded so cool. Like an action movie star. So, I told Moon and Luke about my master plan. So, your plan is to just break into the headquarters of a criminal group and steal illegal stuff? Yeah, pretty much it.
Great, sounds bulletproof.
That night, we snuck over to their lair. At the entrance, there were 2 security guards.
Okay, we made it pretty far. Call it a night?
No, we have to take them out. So, Alice, you do it. What? Why me? They won't recognize you with your new makeover. Distract them while we try to find another way in. Before I could protest, Luke and Moon threw me towards them. First, I thought I could use my Riz to win them over. Content warning, guys. This might turn into a cringe fest. I walked to them, flirtatious, but I looked like I was just learning to walk for the first time. Excuse me, guys. Do you have names, or can I call you mine?
I'm Frederick.
Mike.
No, I meant I thought your names were Google because you two have everything I've been searching for. Well, that one bombed even harder than my first pickup line. I need to work on my flirting game. In a desperate distraction attempt, I twisted swiftly, aiming for a masterstroke. stroke. Fate intervened. My wig slipped off. Uh-oh.
You!
So, time for plan B. What was plan B again?
Stop her!
They jumped on me, but at that exact moment, their radio started playing my favorite song. I went full John Wick mode for real. I grabbed the 2 drumsticks that I always carry around and turned them into lethal weapons. Oh, I forgot to mention that during my time in Korea, I became a black belt in Taekwondo. Silly me. After beating up those 2, I tried to find Moon and Luke, but I got to Trevor's office. I turned it inside out, but found nothing about Kwan. I was about to give up when I came across something mind-blowing. A manuscript from Camillo, Cupid's Secrets Part 2. A sequel to my story. Yeah, my head exploded. Quite literally. It detailed with amazing precision my life in that little town in Korea. Every little part of it. How the heck did he know all this? Then, as James Bond's villains, they appeared.
Oh, look who's here. So good to see you, babe. I love your new style, but ew, you smell like cow poop.
Trevor and Camillo were at the door of the studio. I lunged at them. You fuck! But an army of guards appeared out of nowhere and held me.
No dear, this is not a kung fu movie. Guards, just take this little rat away.
Trevor, wait. Don't be so hard. She is my ex after all. Alice, I know what you must be thinking. How did I know all that? Just take a look at the notes.
I looked at the notes. It was some kind of daily report. A really complete one. Then my heart stopped. The name that signed all the notes was Kwan. It isn't true. Kwan would never betray me like that. You're lying. Tell me where he is.
Well, you thought the same about Camillo, and look where that got you. You see, Alice, everyone's playing their own game. Kwan, in this case, is playing hide and seek. Hide until the book is out and seeking a fortune.
He's gonna be rich, and he just had to sell us his relationship with you. A bargain, if you ask me.
Tears began to roll down my cheeks. Once again, my boyfriend stabbed me in the back.
I told you it was a mistake to fire me, kid. Now leave with your dumb friends. And Luke, just a piece of advice. Next time, don't yell when trying to sneak in somewhere.
Oh yeah? I was caught in a half-open window. What should I have done?
Probably not screaming like a maniac. Push my butt up! Push my butt up! I was completely defeated. I didn't even fight back when his goons kicked us out.
Don't go too far this time. I need good material for our next book. Remember, all good things come in threes.
Luke and Moon kept asking me what happened inside, but I didn't say a word. I just said goodbye and went straight to the airport to disappear once again, and this time for good. Just as I was about to board the plane, I got an audio message from Moon. So, remember that our wedding was supposed to take place today, but got canceled after Kwan disappeared? Well, surprise, it's happening, because Kwan is back. What? We couldn't find another date available for over a month, so we're gonna get married now. We're just waiting for you. Hurry! Furiously, I rushed out of the airport to confront him. Still, I did a quick pit stop at the hairdresser. Then I did my makeup and put on my dress. What? I was still furious, but it was a wedding. I had to look great, and I did. I burst into the ceremony, and I saw him next to Luke, who was waiting for Moon at the altar. I dashed toward him like lightning.
Alice, you look...
Wonderful? Beautiful? Yeah, I know.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you for real? Let's see. Where should I begin? Maybe by the fact that you disappeared from the face of the planet for days?
You told me to do that!
I did what? Yeah, we were being really loud in a church, and everybody was staring at us.
Guys, maybe we can discuss this later?
When did I tell you to disappear?
You sent me a message saying that I should hide and get rid of my phone because the Siri clan was after me. So stayed locked in a hotel all this time. It was quite boring, by the way. I even learned how to walk on walls. I'll show you later. But I couldn't miss Moon's wedding, so I'm here. I'm so glad you're here today too, by the way.
That didn't make any sense. I hadn't sent any message. She was lying again. What about the book? Yeah, I found your little report notes.
But how?
You wrote everything. All our private moments and secrets just to sell them to Trevor and Camillo?
Wait, what? I did write all of that, but I didn't sell anything. I lost them at the airport.
Like I'm gonna believe that.
I would never sell that. I just took notes of everything because, well, it's quite embarrassing.
More embarrassing than getting your butt kicked in a church by the bridesmaid?
Okay. The truth is I wanted to write my own book about you. To show the world how nice and cute and wonderful you truly are.
Yeah, this is the part where you go, aww. Still, at that moment, I was confused and shocked. I didn't want to believe him, but when I looked into his eyes, I saw that he was telling the truth. I felt so embarrassed. But then I saw him hiding among the rest of the guests. That weird-looking ginger afro guy that used to spy on us in Korea. Stop that guy! He ran, and I chased after him. Just when he was about to escape, Moon appeared, rocking her wedding dress and blocking his way. He turned around, and I hit him with a crazy taekwondo kick that sent his afro and glasses flying. He was Camillo. He had followed us to Korea to spy on us, and when he found out about Kwan's notes, he stole them from him at the airport. As if that wasn't enough, he and Trevor sent the message pretending to be me and telling Kwan to hide. Why the heck are you here?
I needed to see the showdown. It's the ending of my sequel.
You and your freaking sequel. I'm gonna kill you right now.
Let me.
Kwan stepped forward and headed for Camillo. He grabbed him and shoved him, ready to punch his lights out, but I stopped him.
He deserves it.
But he's not worth it.
Yeah, the last thing I need is to get punched by a farmer.
I turned around and slapped Camillo so hard he spun like a startled ballerina. When he finally stopped twirling, Moon gave him another slap, sending him into another whirlwind. But I wasn't done with him. Listen to me good, you hack of a writer. I'm about to end your whole career. First, I took care of Trevor. I sent Luke, disguised and armed with a camera, to his music academy. Turns out, Trevor had those poor kids rehearsing day and night, like a twisted version of School of Rock. He got arrested for child abuse, and the Siri clan vanished. My family was finally free, so I went to get them out of the witness protection program. When my dad opened the door, he had the longest beard ever. Gandalf, is that you?
Alice!
Dad hugged me tightly. Soon Mom joined in. I can't breathe, guys! My parents moved back to Rochester and got re-engaged. Another wedding on the way. With my mother's help, I sued Camillo for the rights to my own story. During the trial, it came to light that he had plagiarized other writers. Camillo lost all profits from the book, sequel rights, and his reputation. Last I heard, he was working as a waiter again. I said cappuccino, not macchiato, you spaghetti brain. Finally, I was free. I had my voice back. Eventually, I found the perfect place to tell my story. So, thanks MSA. They don't pay as much as Hollywood, but they are way cooler. Oh, and the rest of Luke and Moon's wedding was awesome. Our band even got together for a quick reunion show. Then we partied like there was no tomorrow. But there was. I could have never done this without you.
Of course you could have. So, what now?
My real life is here. My family, my friends, my music.
But mine isn't.
We both started crying because we knew that despite that we loved each other, we had to follow our own path. Sometimes love is about letting the other one go. Don't worry, guys. I'm not gonna end this 5-part story with such a downer. You know your girl Alice better than that. So, Kwan returned to that little town life that he loved so much. As for me, the bands got back together and we traveled the world playing our music. Many years later, my music took me to a familiar country. I took a trip to the countryside and reached a lovely farm. Then I saw him. Kwan looked so handsome. I remember the first time we met. He was acting like a tough guy and I was dressed as a goth. Safe to say, we've both had quite the glow up since then. When he saw me, he smiled, and then everything. Silence, time stood still, electricity, heart racing, and of course, the famous fireworks. I ran to him, and that was it, guys. The end of my crazy and long journey. I guess love always finds its way in the end.
Hi, I'm Julia from Brazil. Please like and subscribe. I live with my single mom in a small town full of rich people in big mansions. But we weren't one of them. Mom worked here as a maid. She would also make this amazing jam from some fruit trees in our backyard and sell it at the Sunday market. We didn't have a lot, but we had each other. Once when I was 5, she took me with her to one of the mansions where she worked. As I waited for her outside, 2 girls my age came out and started playing with the most beautiful dolls. I asked if I could join them, and we were having a really good time when suddenly a woman came out and started shouting,
"What are you doing with this girl? You'll catch lice from her."
What? I don't have lice. You can check my head, see?
Ew, get away from me. You two, come inside right now.
Wow, what a jerk. Growing up, I didn't have much to do with the rich kids, but in the 6th grade, Mom enrolled me in the fanciest school in town.
I've been saving up for it, Julia. You're not gonna end up a maid like me. You'll be someone amazing one day.
Well, for now, I was the school outcast in my old clothes and shoes, but I didn't care if the others ignored me. I was here to work hard and study my butt off. But there was one girl in my class who stood out more than I did, Andy. She was a total troublemaker who spent half her time in detention. One day in class, the teacher asked everyone what they'd like to do when they grew up. I said I'd like to be a doctor so I could help other people. But when Andy's turn came, she stood up and said,
When I grow up, I want to have 100 kids so I can have 100 friends, and no one can say no to being my friend. They will love me and fear me.
That's a really silly answer, Andy.
Fine, I'll become a gangster then. If I can't be loved, I will be feared.
And with that, she jumped onto the table and started doing some weird karate moves as everyone started laughing. The teacher sent her off to the principal, and she just left grinning. A few weeks later, there was a festival in town, and Mom and I decided to set up a stall to sell her jams. Andy came over, and I asked her what she'd like to buy.
Oh, I never buy anything. I either steal it or take it for free.
And she just stuck her hand in a bottle and started eating it with her fingers. I pounced on her, and we broke into a fight. But Mom pulled us apart right away and started apologizing to her. She even sent her off with free jam.
Mom, why did you say sorry when it wasn't my fault?
Julia, we are the poorest here. We can't afford to pick fights with these people. Promise me that you won't fight her again. I reluctantly promised, although now I wished I'd kicked Andy's butt harder while I had the chance. A few days later, I was on my way to the market to buy some garden supplies when a couple of senior girls from the school blocked my way. One of them pinned my arms behind me while the other took the money I had in my pocket. They pushed me to the ground and started running. As I chased them, someone whizzed past me on roller skates and flew right at them, knocking them both to the ground. It was Andy.
How dare you bully my victim? Only I can bully her. If I ever see you bothering her again, I will hunt you down and kill your entire family and your cats. No, wait, cats are too cute. Just your ugly family, then.
The girls got scared and ran away, and I was shocked that Andy had defended me. Thank you, Andy. I really hadn't expected this from you.
Shut up, loser, and don't tell anyone that I saved your sorry butt. I don't want my reputation ruined.
And with that, she skated away. But I knew now she wasn't as bad as she pretended to be. So the next day at school, I sat with her at lunch and pushed an extra sandwich towards her. She looked really surprised, then picked up the sandwich and started eating it.
You're poor and your mama's ugly.
Oh my God, what is the matter with you?
Whoa, calm down. Friends joke with each other, right? Like, hey, you're ugly. That's why your dad left you. Someone said that to me once. That's what friends do.
No, they don't. Wait, did you just say we're friends?
I guess, since you're practically begging me. You can also be my minion and carry my stuff.
Let's just start off with being friends, okay? And since that day, we were. I was happy to finally have a friend in school, even if it was this weird Andy. One day after school, Andy asked me to come over to her mansion, but when we got there, I was kind of shocked. The place looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. When we went to the kitchen for food, all the pots were empty, even the fridge. Where's all the food?
How would I know? My mom's hardly ever around, and my blind old grandma doesn't know anything. She doesn't care if I starve.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for Andy. It was obvious that she was completely neglected here. I told her to come to my place instead. And as we were leaving, we spotted her grandma walking down the hallway. Andy called out to her.
Hey, oldie, how long will you live? You've already been around for a century, and you do nothing except finish all the food. It's time to go now.
Her grandma yelled angrily and charged at us with her walking stick, but we ran off giggling before she could catch us. And since that day, I started inviting Andy often to eat with us at my house. A few weeks later, I found out about an amazing scholarship opportunity for the biggest school in the city. It was in a different town, but Mom told me she'd be happy to move if I got in. So I applied for it and started studying day and night. On the day of the exam, I was on my way when I heard someone screaming in pain behind a bush, and I was shocked to see Andy on the ground.
Oh, Julia, I fell down from my bicycle and I'm in so much pain. I'm sure I've broken my ankle. Please help me and take me home. Oh God, I can't believe I'm gonna die before my grandma.
Jeez, Andy, stop being so melodramatic. You'll be okay. I got you. Lean on me. I was getting so late for my exam, but I just couldn't leave Andy alone in pain. I took her home and then ran to the exam venue like crazy. But when I got there, I was told that I was late and couldn't sit for the exam. I was devastated, but Mom consoled me when I got home and said there would always be other chances. The next day, I thought I'd check up on Andy and Mom came along, but when we entered her gate, I was stunned to see her playing football. Her ankle seemed perfectly fine, and I was furious. You witch! Yesterday was all an act, wasn't it? You weren't hurt, you just wanted me to miss my exam. Why? How can anyone be such a big jerk, Andy?
Well, I can be. I've had years of training, and I was actually saving you from disappointment. You weren't gonna get the scholarship anyway. Your dreams are too big for a maid's daughter.
That was it. I charged at her and knocked her down into the mud. As we screamed and fought, her mother came running out and went bonkers on me. How dare you touch my daughter? Oh, maybe if you were around more, you could have raised your daughter better. And she wouldn't have been such a horrible person. You two really deserve each other. Just then, Mom stepped in and practically went down on her knees, apologizing to Andy's mom. I stormed off furiously and Mom followed me. Andy, are you insane? Go back and say sorry to her. We can't afford to. Just stop it, Mom. Why are you so afraid of these rich people? You don't understand, Julia. She's on the school board and could have you kicked out. I don't care. I don't want to live in fear like you. I just wish you'd stop being a coward. I regretted those words instantly, but I felt too mad to apologize. I ran home, packed my stuff, and asked one of our neighbor's friends if I could stay with them for a while. Mom gave me some space, and anytime I saw that Andy in school, I just walked the other way. As I was walking home one day, I saw a poster outside a shop about an amateur food business contest. The winner would get prize money and a chance to work with a big company. I immediately thought of Mom, and I decided I had to make up with her and tell her about it. Mom, I'm really sorry for all those things I said. You're the strongest person I know, and you've always worked so hard to give me the best. I was angry at Andy, and I took it out on you. Please forgive me, and let me help you win this contest. I just know you can win. You're a strong girl, honey. I always believe in you. Mom hugged me tight, and we sent in her name right away. Each contestant was supposed to prepare 200 pieces of their own organic product. Mom and I worked like crazy making all that jam. And the night before the contest, we hired a van and loaded the bottles to take them to the venue. The next day, Mom had gone earlier to set up the stall. I waited for the driver, but he didn't show up. And when I went to the garage, the van wasn't there. I searched everywhere, shouting and crying, but I just couldn't find it. I rushed to the venue to tell Mom, and she was shocked. We just stood empty-handed in a corner while the other contestants set up their products. I was about to walk over to the judges to tell them what had happened when suddenly someone called out to me. I turned around to see Andy waving to me from our van.
Julia, I found it. Your jams are all in there.
Where was this? How did you get it? How did you even know?
You moron, this is not the time to talk about this. I'll explain later.
Mom and I went on stage and showed our products to the judges. They seemed really impressed. Sometime later, when the results were announced, we were shocked when Mom and I were declared the winners. We screamed and jumped for joy. I even pulled Andy into her hug, but seconds later, I pushed her away. Wait a minute. Did you take the van, Andy, just to mess with me again?
No, of course not. I came by to wish you luck when I saw you crying over your missed van. And well, I'm friends with half the thieves in this town. It wasn't hard for me to find it.
I don't understand you, Andy. You went through all this trouble to save the day. Then why did you make me miss my exam?
Because I knew that if you took that exam, you would have qualified and you would have left town. Ugh, I don't want you to leave me. Just saying that makes me feel sick. And that's why I never wanted any friends. And
I grinned and hugged her. She was such a weirdo. After winning the contest, Mom started working with a big food company. And soon enough, we were able to shift into a lovely new home. Once it was ready, Mom and I went over to Andy's place one day to invite her over for dinner. But when we got there, we saw her mom at the door with a suitcase. And Andy seemed to be upset.
Mom, please don't leave me with Grandma for a month. I hate being here alone with her. Why don't I come with you?
Don't act like a baby, Andy. You have everything you could need. Why are you always whining? I can't take you to meet my boyfriend's family. He doesn't even know I have a child. Seeing the hurt on Andy's face, I couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Andy, I just came here to tell you that
I'm always here for you, and so is my mom. We're like your family. Do you want to come and live with us?" And for the first time ever, I saw Andy cry. She shouted a big yes and hugged us. But suddenly, her mom turned livid. "What do you mean, yes? You can't just go live with them. You're gonna leave me? Your mama?"
Oh, Mom, stop acting like you care. You should be relieved. Don't worry, I'll check up on Grandma, and I'll come see you every 3 months. That should be enough for you, right? Ciao.
And with that, we left. When we reached home, I took Andy to her very own room. "From now on, this is yours. We'll get all your stuff and set it up. And if you need anything, just ask." Later that night, when I was sleeping, I suddenly screamed when someone jumped on my bed. It was Andy.
Scoot over. I'm sleeping here.
"But you've got your own bed."
You said I could have anything. Ow! You just kicked me. I hate you, Andy. I love you too, Julia.
I felt someone bump against the bed, and my eyes instantly flew open. It was my stupid brother Liam looking down at me. I spit at his face. "What are you doing here, creep? Go away." "I'm not here for you, idiot." He looked over at the lump of blankets next to me with big, adoring eyes.
Is the Sleeping Beauty awake yet?
"No, what do you want from her anyway?" He whipped out a red rose from behind his back.
"I want to marry her, of course."
"Ew, you're 9. Get out of here." And the flying shoe I hurled at him sent him running off, for now at least. Man, he was obsessed with her. Just as I was about to doze off again, Mom barged in. "Is my little Lily awake? I made her favorite breakfast. Come on, sweetheart, wake up." No, she wasn't talking to me. She was gently shaking awake the girl lying in bed next to me, my best friend Lily. "Hi, I'm Clara, and ever since my wealthy best friend had a fight with her parents and moved in with me, my crazy family is just all over her, and everyone acts like I'm the stranger." But before I continue, click like and subscribe. At the breakfast table, Mom kept piling pancakes on Lily's plate and kept slapping my hand away every time I reached out for one. "You can have them once Lily is done. Why don't you eat cereal instead?" Just then, Dad walked into the room looking red in the face with grease all over his shirt. He glared at Mom. "I should never have bought the car from your slimy brother. He sold me a piece of junk. Now it won't start again and I'm so late for work." Before Mom could start yelling at him, Lily quickly said, "Why don't you just take my car and I'll tell my butler to send me a new one today? It's no problem, really." Dad looked ecstatic and rushed forward with his arms wide open. "Oh, Lily, you're an angel sent to me straight from heaven." But in his hurry to hug her, Dad tripped on something and fell smack into the middle of the table, ruining all the food. Mom rose from the chair furious. "Seriously? You're such a loser. I don't know why I ever refused that man who's now a billionaire for you. I deserve to be married to someone rich and have his rich children." Dad screamed back. "Oh yeah? Who's stopping you? Go marry him now." I rushed forward and came between the two of them to stop their fighting, but just then my brother pushed me aside roughly.
"You almost stepped on Lily's precious toes."
Oh God, this was a madhouse. I just left the kitchen to go get ready for school, where I could hang out with some normal people. A few seconds later, Lily followed me to my room, and she was in tears. "I don't feel well, Clara. I can't go to school." I hugged her and said I'd make her some hot chocolate before I left, but she clung to my sleeve looking a bit terrified. "Please don't leave me alone with your crazy family. You have to skip school too." Okay, I will. Why don't you get into bed?" I wondered why she wouldn't tell me what had happened between her and her parents. What could be so bad that she chose to stay in this house of psychos instead? Lily settled into bed and handed me her favorite children's book, You'll Always Be Ugly. That's what my nanny always read to me when I was sick. Will you read to me, please? Just then, we heard a tapping sound on the window. I got up to open it and instantly ducked. A pebble was flying straight towards my face. It missed me by an inch. I was about to shout at whoever was throwing stones at my window, but I suddenly stopped. It was Tom, the boy who lived next door. I had such a big crush on him. We'd started talking some time ago, but ever since Lily had landed at my place, I'd been so busy with all the drama, I'd almost forgotten about him. "Hey, Clara, I just saw everyone leaving and thought maybe you'd want to hang out with me." Before I could reply, I heard a man's loud voice. "Tom, where did you go, you little rascal? You better get back here this minute." Tom looked terrified, and in no time at all, he'd scrambled up the wall like a cat and climbed in through my window. I looked at him in surprise. "I didn't know you had a father." "Oh yeah, he left his wife and moved back in with us again. My mom hates him, and they're just fighting all the time." Suddenly his eyes fell on Lily, and he froze. Oh God, was he gobsmacked by her beauty? Would he start worshipping her like my family too? But to my relief, I saw that he actually looked disgusted. "What is she doing here?" "She moved in to live with us 2 weeks ago." "You know she's a terrible person, and I hate her." Lily jumped off the bed looking furious. No one cares, you jerk. Shut up, you cheater. I sighed. How had I forgotten the two of these went out for a while and she kissed his best friend on his birthday? The two were just at each other's throats. How many times do I have to tell you I didn't mean to make out with him? It was an accident. What does that even mean? Were you just pouting and fell on his lips? Just then, Liam burst in with a cup of hot chocolate and glared at me. Aren't you supposed to be at school? I could ask you the same question. He ignored me and turned to Tom. Dude, some crazy man who says he's your father is going around the neighborhood like a mad bull and asking everyone where you are. Tom turned really pale. He dropped down on his knees and clasped his hands as he looked up at me. Clara, can I please move in with you? My dad is crazy and he'll kill me. Oh God, how could I say no? And secretly, I really wanted him to stay. Lily was screaming in protest, but I said I'd ask Mom. I called her and she said he could stay as long as he did the dishes and mowed the lawn every day. Tom happily agreed and hugged me tight. I closed my eyes for a second and sniffed him. Boy, he smelled good. Suddenly, I felt him pulling away from me and screaming, Ow! Let go of my hair, you witch! Lily was right behind him, pulling his hair as hard as she could. Before I knew it, he tackled her to the floor. I got elbowed hard in the stomach as Liam and I tried to pull the two apart. When we finally managed to untangle them, I screamed, Enough! You guys better behave or I'm throwing you both out. In the evening, as we were sitting down for dinner, Mom beamed at Lily and Tom. Why don't you beautiful kids come and sit by me, one on each side? You're like the daughter and son I never had. Liam and I glared at her across the table. Like, hello, are the children you gave birth to invisible now? Before I could say anything, the door flew open and Dad came walking in with the biggest smile on his face. He looked at Mom. Hey, you look lovely today. Oh, by the way, I need a divorce. I met someone and we're meant to be together. We all stared at him with our mouths open. I could see Mom frothing at the mouth as she slowly rose from the table and her hand made its way across the plate. Before she could send a flying plate in Dad's direction, a woman skipped in behind him. Everyone, meet the woman of my dreams. Poor Tom fell off his chair. Mom? What do you think you're doing? I'm sorry, honey, but your horrible father kicked me out and I bumped into this loser wandering around the neighborhood. He's the only option I have. My mom narrowed her eyes and said, Fine, you can have him, but if you want to live under my roof, you'll be paying for yourself and your son. Deal. Dad looked shocked. What? I can't believe you'd make a helpless woman pay to live here. I won't allow it. Who asked you? You can leave if you want. She can stay. Yeah, and I'm not helpless, you jerk. I could kick your butt easily. Dad just looked at the two of them. Fine, you women are crazy. And he stormed off to his room. An hour later, he walked out of the house with his bags. And just like that, my crush and his mom had moved in with us, and Mom had made our place a hotel. I could hardly believe all this madness. Mom, we don't even have enough rooms. Liam shouted, I can sleep between you and Lily. Look at me, I'm tiny. Mom said that Liam and Tom would be in Liam's room. Lily and Tom's mom would be in my room, and I'd have to take the couch in the lounge. What? No way! Then I'm sleeping on your bed. I fought with her for 3 hours. In the end, I was so tired I just crashed on the couch. The next 2 days were just crazy. Everyone was getting on each other's nerves except my mom and Tom's mom. They were acting like they were best friends, sunbathing on the rooftop and painting each other's toenails. When I asked Mom what we'd be doing for dinner, she said, You can cook, can't you? Now go get me and Auntie some smoothies. Thankfully, Lily was feeling better and was helping out with the cleaning. She picked up the garbage bag and dumped it at Tom's feet. Stop watching TV and go throw out the garbage. He didn't even look away from the screen. You're garbage. Can I throw you out? And before I knew it, the two were wrestling on the ground again. Liam shouted, No one messes with my fair lady, and jumped right in and bit Tom's leg. I just turned around, slammed the door shut, and went back to cutting the vegetables. Why Lily chose to stay here and not go back to her parents was beyond me. And it was weird that they didn't even check up on her. Thank God the weekend was over. I couldn't wait to get back to school. But then we got the worst news ever. We found out about the pandemic that had struck the world. All schools would remain closed indefinitely, and no one was allowed to leave their houses unless it was an emergency. God, this was like my worst nightmare right now. A few days went by, and we were running out of food. I said I'd wear a mask and go to the grocery store. But just as I was about to head out, Tom and his mom dragged me back in. Tom's mom shrieked, It's too dangerous. You're not going anywhere. Tom said, Yeah, babe, the grocery store's too risky. Maybe we can go look for wild berries or some plants. Where did he think we lived? In the woods? It was cute that he cared about me, but he was kind of dumb. Anyone got a better idea? Then Lily said that she'd make a few phone calls and see what she could do. A few hours later, a truck came outside our house and dumped tons of boxes of food. There was enough in here to feed an army. Tom and Liam grabbed a pizza box each and started wolfing it down like monsters. The rest of us settled down on the table when Tom's mom casually said,
I can't go to work because of the pandemic, obviously, so I won't be able to pay on time this month.
Mom quickly snatched away the piece of chicken she was eating from her hands. You what?
Oh, come on. I thought we were friends. Nuh-uh, you only stay if you pay.
Lily quickly intervened. Don't worry, I'll make the payments this month. Let's not ruin the meal. Mom was thrilled, and thankfully we were able to continue with dinner in peace. Weeks went by with us stuck at home, and all everyone did all day was sit in front of the TV and eat. I could feel my own clothes getting tighter on me, and Lily was just busy stuffing her face with chocolates all day. One afternoon, when I was in my room and Lily was taking a nap, someone slowly opened the door and said, Psst. I looked around to see it was Tom.
I've been trying to catch you alone ever since I've moved in here. How about we go to the basement and spend some time together?
I was only too happy to agree. We crept down the stairs giggling. Tom spread a mat on the cold floor. It was dark, and he took out a candle from his pocket and lit it up. Wow, how romantic. As we settled down on the mat, he looked at me and brushed a strand of hair away from my face. Just as he leaned in to kiss me, I saw something and let out a shrill scream.
OMG, Clara, I think you just made me deaf. What's wrong?
Tom, something is moving in that corner. The huge thing that was moving turned around, and when the light fell on his face, I saw it was Dad. Dad, you nearly gave us a heart attack. What are you doing here? He looked at me with sad eyes and said he had nowhere to go. So he'd been staying in the basement and sneaking into the kitchen for food when everyone was asleep.
Clara, you go up and I'll give your dad company for a while. I'm sick of all those crazy women anyway.
I said fine and left. And of course, I walked into someone screaming at someone. This time it was Tom's mom, and she was going ballistic because Liam had eaten her pizza slice. Mom cut in angrily.
Hey, no one talks to my boy like that. He's a bad boy, just like his bad mother.
Before I could jump in, Lily came forward to say something and threw up on Tom's mom instead. Mom was laughing hysterically while Tom's mom screamed in disgust. I walked over to Lily, who looked really sick. Lily, you really need to stop eating like that. I'm pregnant. What? So this is why she'd run away from home? There was a shocked silence in the room as we all stared at her. Suddenly, Liam burst into tears. I can't believe you betrayed me like this, my sweet, fair Lily. I told him to shut up as I hugged Lily, who had also started to cry. She said her parents had reached out to her and asked her to come back, but she knew they were ashamed of her for being pregnant, and it was bad for their reputation. Thankfully, both the crazy moms forgot their fighting and rushed over to hug her and said they'd take care of her. Mom moved Lily's things to her own room, and I moved back to mine. The next morning at breakfast, Tom sleepily came up from the basement.
Man, I didn't sleep a wink last night. Your dad snores like a bear.
Oh, Tom, you idiot! Mom's fork had already dropped onto her plate. That man is in my basement? Mom, let it go. He had nowhere to go in the pandemic. You make him leave this instant, otherwise I'll kick you all out. Before I could argue anymore with her, the front door burst open and Tom's dad walked in. He was crying like a little baby and he instantly fell down at Tom's mom's feet.
I want my lovely wife back. I'll kiss your feet every day. I feel scared in that house at night. Dear wifey, hold me.
Tom's mom played hard to get for like 5 minutes, but then she turned to Tom. Come on, let's go. I've had enough of this crazy family. As she walked out with her husband, Mom yelled back at her, You ungrateful witch! Tom kissed my forehead.
Thanks for everything. I'll see you around, babe.
Just then, Dad walked into the room.
There's an army of bodyguards outside asking for Lily. They're here to take her home because her parents miss her too much.
Lily burst into tears and said she was ready to go. As she was leaving, she turned to hug me tight and gave me a stack of money as a way to thank me. I was delighted. Suddenly, Mom snatched it out of my hands and gave it back to Lily.
We don't want any money from you. You're just like a daughter to me.
As she hugged Lily and we waved her goodbye, Mom pulled me in for a hug too. What happened to my mom, and can I have her back? Mom laughed.
This pandemic has made me realize what's important. I love you, babe.
Liam and Dad joined in for a group hug. As we broke apart, Mom glared at Dad.
We will talk later.
Hi, my name is Tiara, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. The first time Mom realized that I was really shy was when I was 4 years old and she took me to the amusement park. I was terrified. I just kept my eyes on my shoes and clung onto my mom's hand tight the whole time. You see, I just wasn't used to a lot of people, so I'd completely freak out around strangers. Once, when I was 5, I was busy taking down a cereal box from the shelf of a grocery store, and when I turned around, Mom was gone. I felt panic rise in my chest, and I started running down the aisle. Just then, a strange woman caught my hand. "Hey, pretty girl, are you lost? What's your name?" I stared at her in horror, completely speechless. Just then, I saw Mom running towards me, and I went flying into her arms. The woman turned to Mom. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be really hard having a mute child. Does she go to a special school?" Mom snapped at her to mind her own business, and we walked off quickly. But the next evening, when I went down for dinner, I saw a grumpy-looking man at the table, and I froze. "Hey, sweetie, it's okay. I want you to get comfortable around new people. So I thought I'd introduce you to my very special friend." I was 5, not stupid. I knew he was her boyfriend. Did she seriously think bringing a boyfriend would help me with my shyness? Grumpy kept coming over every day, and I didn't get comfortable around him because he was a pain in the butt. Luckily, I caught him stealing money from Mom's bag one day, and she went ballistic and threw him out. I started school later that year, and Mom thought that would help me overcome my shyness, but it didn't. I was terrified on the first day, so the teacher allowed Mom to sit in class, and I felt much better. But when I was walking into class without her the next day, I immediately got hit by a paper ball in the face. It was Bridget, the meanest girl in class.
Yo, Mama's girl, who's gonna change your diaper now?
The title Mama's Girl stuck for a while, but after some bullying, Bridget and her minions got bored and I became invisible. Even though I had no friends, I didn't hate school because I really loved to learn. So I started spending all my free time in the library. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, I found a boy my age in my usual spot. I wanted to talk to him, but I felt shy, so I just sat down at the same table and gave him a smile. He smiled back, scribbled something on a notebook, and pushed it towards me.
"Hi, I'm Ethan. It's nice to meet you."
Was he shy like me and couldn't talk to strangers? I thought this note system was way cooler anyway. We exchanged notes all during recess, and it was the best time I'd ever had at school. One day, I followed the boy to his class, and all the kids welcomed me with waves and smiles. Wow, who were these angels? Just then the teacher came in and she started using her hands to make all sorts of signs. It looked so funny I started laughing. That's when she noticed me. "Sweetie, can you hear what I'm saying?" I nodded my head. "Then you're not supposed to be here." And that's when I realized that Ethan and all the other kids here were deaf, and this was a special class. It was really sad to go, but Ethan slipped me a note. "See you at the library tomorrow?" And I did. Every single day after that. We only ever hung out together in the library, though. I felt protective of Ethan and wanted to keep him out of Bridget's face. And finally, I had a best friend, but I never invited him home because Mom could be super embarrassing. Over the next few years, she had a string of stupid boyfriends at our place. She was also just always doing odd jobs, and we never seemed to have enough money. One day in 9th grade, I went to get lunch at the cafeteria and almost jumped back in shock to see Mom behind the counter.
Mom, what are you doing here?
"Sweetie, I work here now. Can you chit-chat with your lunch lady friend later, Tiara? I don't have all day." I turned around to see Bridget behind me, and as I started walking away, I suddenly heard her scream. "OMG, you stupid woman! You poured hot soup all over my new iPhone!" I turned around to see Mom looking red in the face and apologizing to that brat. "I'm so sorry. It's only my first day here." "Do you need a degree to be a lunch lady? Because you must have failed lunch lady school for sure. Show me your degree." I'd just had enough. "Didn't your nannies teach you any manners? She's working hard to serve lunch to hundreds of kids, and she made a mistake. Have some respect." Oh my, look who finally found a voice. "Who are you, Martin Luther King now? And why do you care about the dumb lunch lady? Is she your mom?" "Yeah, actually, she is." As everyone suddenly stared at me in silence, Bridget burst out laughing. "So, you're still a mama's girl? And now I get why you're so stupid." I was about to attack her, but just then I saw Ethan walking towards us with the principal.
"Bridget, how dare you talk to a staff member like that? That's a 3-day suspension. To my office, now."
As Bridget walked away looking furious, I knew I'd pay for it later. But standing up to her felt so good. Later that day, when we were hanging out, Ethan said, You were awesome for standing up to that bully, and your mom seems nice.
And you were awesome for calling the principal just in time. And well, Mom's a bit crazy. What's yours like? And then Ethan told me that his mom had died when he was little, and his dad was a big businessman who was mostly away. He'd provided plenty of servants to take care of Ethan, but he never had much time for him.
Sometimes, I think he must be disappointed to have someone like me as a son.
That just broke my heart. I'd been waiting to surprise Ethan with the secret sign language lessons I'd been taking, but I couldn't wait any longer. I'm sure that's not true, Ethan, because you're the loveliest person I've ever met. He stared at me in complete surprise, and suddenly his face broke into a huge smile. Then he pulled me close and kissed me. We started going out, and after a few months, I finally decided to introduce him to Mom. The dinner went well, but when Ethan took the dishes to the kitchen, Mom turned to me.
What are you doing with that boy, Tiara?
What do you mean, Mom?
I mean, look at you. You're smart and beautiful. You could have any guy you want. Why would you choose someone who's deaf?
Her words made my blood boil. Mom, would you like it if I was deaf and no one wanted to date me?
But you're not deaf. He is. He's not good enough for my perfect girl.
Stop saying such awful things, Mom.
It's not like he can hear me, honey.
Just then, to my horror, I turned to see Ethan standing in the doorway. He just looked at me once and left. I turned to Mom, furious. He can read lips, Mom. That was cruel, and I couldn't care less about Ethan's hearing. It doesn't make him less kind or caring or smart. He's perfect, unlike the jerks you date. And with that, I stormed off to my room. Ethan wouldn't reply to any of my texts, and the next day at school, I looked for him everywhere. Eventually, I found him sitting alone on the bleachers outside. Ethan, I'm so sorry about what Mom said. He shook my hand off angrily.
She's right, Tiara. You're perfect, and I'm not. I'm sure you've thought about that, too. Why else would you always keep our friendship a secret?
And with that, he walked off. But I wasn't going to let him go so easily. I ran to the art room and wrote something on a chart paper, and at recess, I went to the cafeteria and jumped onto the table. I felt really nervous as everyone's eyes turned to me, but I only had eyes for Ethan as I held up the chart. Ethan, I love you more than chocolate cake. Will you do me the honor of being my prom date? Ethan burst out laughing and ran to hug me. As we kissed, the whole cafeteria erupted into cheers and applause. The next day, when Ethan and I were leaving school, we suddenly got hit by paper balls. Remember how you were such a little scaredy cat that you couldn't even speak, Tiara? And now you have a boyfriend just like yourself. He's only with you because there's something wrong with him, obviously. I was about to lash out at her when suddenly, a limousine stopped next to us and a well-dressed man came out. I was surprised when Ethan hugged him and told me he was his dad. Ethan's dad turned to me.
I haven't been around much, but Ethan told me all about you and how you've changed his life, and I just wanted to show you how grateful I am. Hey, you, give her the present.
Just then, his bodyguard leapt forward and handed me a small box. When I opened it, I gasped. It was a diamond tennis bracelet. I can't accept this, sir. But Ethan's dad wouldn't hear a word and just left. As Ethan clipped the bracelet onto my wrist, I could see Bridget's open-mouthed face turning all shades of green, and that was truly priceless. After that day, Bridget was always trying to get close to Ethan. I'd often catch her trying to talk to him at recess or in the library, where she'd probably never set foot in her life before. On prom day, I was getting asked to dance by lots of guys, and Ethan smiled at me to go ahead. When I stopped to catch my breath and looked around for him, I spotted Bridget cozying up to Ethan. I think you and I would make a really cute couple. Oh, wait, you can't hear me? Let me show you how I feel about you. And with that, she grabbed his face and kissed him. Before I could pull her hair, Ethan had already pushed her aside and he looked really angry. And then Bridget went totally mental on him. Seriously? You're rejecting me? You think I'd actually ever be interested in someone stupid and deaf like you? And I'd have to learn dumb signs to explain everything to you? I'd rather shoot myself in the head. By now, I'd walked over to her and given her a tight slap across the face, and everyone started booing her, so she left the prom. But someone did something even better. A girl had made a video of the entire scene and uploaded it online, and thousands of people were now calling out Bridget for bullying someone differently abled. And the best part? She was expelled from school, and a year after graduation, Ethan published a groundbreaking paper that got published in a very prestigious science journal.
When it came out, he left a copy for me at the breakfast table. As my eyes fell on the first page, I started to cry. Dedicated to my best friend and the love of my life, Tiara, the girl who saw me when I was invisible. And that night when he came home, I had a little scrapbook I'd made waiting for him at the table. When he saw it, his eyes started to well up. Inside the scrapbook was every note we'd ever written to each other. Ever since that first day in the library, I'd saved them all. He turned to me and I went down on one knee. I knew you were someone special from the very first moment I saw you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Ethan. Will you marry me? He said yes and made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Months later, I invited Mom to the wedding and she did come. And she actually apologized to both me and Ethan. I thought life might be hard for you with a differently abled person, but I was wrong. I'm so happy to see how happy he makes you. And when we signed our vows, Mom almost ruined our perfect moment by crying the loudest. We have 2 lovely kids now who are perfectly fluent in sign language, of course. I hope having Ethan for a dad makes them even more compassionate towards anyone who is differently abled.